The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What is up? What is up? What is going on? What's going on, my peoples? This is R.P.L coming at you with another open Saturday night hangout. Hope everybody's doing well. Everybody's doing great. Been a interesting week thus far, namely with Mary Doodoo Brown and that awesome stream that Green Gorilla put on. I wanted to do it after stream, but it just kept going on and on. I was getting tired, so I decided to just go ahead and cancel it and then try to do it some other time that I'm free. But Charles did some epic streams, so I guess everything got aired out on those streams. So salute to Charles Faulkner on that front. There was a lot of issues that I had with that stream, especially coming from Amiri and so-called Pat. Basically, those two are fucking idiots. Those two are fucking idiots, man. But like I said, in my pre-recorded video this week, it's just like everything is about blaming the black man for everything. It's like if the sky is red, blame a black man. If the shoes are too tight, blame a black man. Blame. Like, it's getting old, man. It's time for the women to start taking some accountability for their own actions. It really is. And the more deflecting that I start seeing in that stream, the more that until they recognize that they are the sole causes of some of their strife, that they're the ones that's acting irrational, shit ain't gonna change. And I don't expect it to be perfectly honest with you. Shit don't change. And if shit don't change, guess what? Black men are going to start leaving. Say peace. We out. We're not confined to the community. We can go elsewhere if we so choose. We don't have to stay here. We can go where we're appreciated, not tolerated. It is what it is. What y'all talking about? Galentine's Day? Oh God. Target has an advertisement for Galentine's Day. That is the most dumbest holiday ever. Where your friend, your girl, I guess girlfriends get you something because you ain't got no man. They'll do anything to try to sell something to women, man. Oh my God, Galentine's Day. My gals. That is. If her wig doesn't match her head, blame a black man. If her fingernails too long to wipe her butt, yeah, man, I get tired of that shit, man. It's like the reason why she's mad at you for no reason is because you did something. Okay, why don't you tell me? Well, she wants you to figure it out. It's your fault that you don't know. Like, motherfucker, talk. Like, seriously, fucking talk. If we're gonna have a communication as adults, you need to tell me what your issue is. Completely tell me what your issue is, so that way we can find a resolution to it. When they don't tell you what their issue is, and that was the most frustrating thing. When I was in a relationship, I've always told them, like, if there's anything that you need to tell me, you need to go ahead and tell me, because I'm not a mind reader. And I used to tell chicks all the time, I don't do well at tests, so don't test me because I'm gonna fail. So you might as well just go ahead and give me the answer, so that way I can do something with it. Still, time and time again, same old shit. And it's like, oh, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's like, you know what? I get tired of this shit. Either you tell me what the issue is, or I ain't got no time for you. They never do it. And they're never happy. It's always something. It gets tiring being that person. So fuck it. It is what it is. But yeah, this whole blaming black man narrative is pretty much dead. Nobody don't care that you're gonna blame us. We know that we are the ones that get blamed all the time. So guess what? It is what it is. Don't give a fuck. Don't. Do not give a fuck. If that's all you want to do, have at it, Hoss. But trust and believe. Don't be mad when we're gone. That's all I gotta say about it. Don't be mad when we're gone. Other stuff that was going on this week. I think I didn't watch it, but I think I saw some snippets. I think Angerman actually had a huge guest on his channel, Jason Whitlock. I think he was doing it while I was at work, but Jason Whitlock was on the show, so that was a big thing. So, when I guess Kevin broke the ceiling, and now everything's coming through. All these big names in these spheres are coming down to see us out. This is one of the reasons why we probably got FD Signifier trying to come into our space, trying to have conversations with us. This is why you have, Jason Whitlock want to talk to the Angerman. Destiny wants to talk to us because they saw that, this space is viable. This space has something to say. And now we're starting to get a foothold in it. So the Manosphere is now mainstream. Now, what we do with it after this point, if we're going to make sure that the momentum is keep going forward, it is incumbent on all the content creators. It is incumbent on all of us to make sure that we are going to be defending the space, because the people are going to come in here to try to attack this, just like FD Signifier did. Even though he is trying to go for soft targets, that's basically what he is planning to do. He doesn't want to go talk to the PhDs or anybody that has real knowledge. He wants to talk to people that he thinks that he can win battles over. So he chose some people in the Manosphere that, he believes that are lesser than him. I actually think he thinks he's better than Mr. Z in an instance. But like Final Watcher said, he is disingenuous. He is extremely disingenuous all the fucking time. Everything that he says is disingenuous. But he's not as disingenuous as that motherfucker Amiri Brown. Man, I know y'all saw this. When Amiri Brown said that if he walked in on his wife and she was getting fellatio, throat and all, I'm talking about that got 3,000 on some other dude. And he would just walk in and he wouldn't feel nothing about it. That's got to be the most dumbest thing you could have ever said in your fucking life. Real talk. That shit, when I heard that shit, I was like, nigga, you lying. I know you lying. You're not built like that just by the way you talk. You ain't built for that, son. Oh my God. The amount of disingenuous that comes out of Amiri's mouth on that day was hard to listen to. It was hard to listen to that shit. Very hard. And that Pat, whoever her name was, who wants to try to Bible thump, keep it 100, want to try to Bible thump everybody on that panel. First of all, if you want to Bible thump anybody, you need to start be following the Bible. You can't be one of these Christians that like to play dress up with the religion. Don't be playing dress up with religion and act like you're a Christian. Either you're gonna follow it all the way or you ain't gonna follow it at all. Cause there's rules and regulations of how you supposed to be, that you're a contentious woman. Cause that's what she was on that panel, a contentious woman. And she needed to read Psalms just to find that out. So he said, Mary is too dumb to be stupid. Man, he's too stupid to be dumb. Whichever way you want to say it. And Mary is a Tennessee female cop's husband. He might have been, man. Hey, look, when I found out those Tennessee cops, one of those guys beat that guy because of his baby mama banging the other, and I was like, that's all the reason you got right there. He is in his fifis because this guy is fucking his ex-girl, and he got butt hurt. And so him and his boys thinking that, yeah, we're gonna do it, we're gonna beat his ass. They beat that motherfucker's ass, got way too much into it, and they killed that motherfucker. And they sent the picture to the ex. Man, they all need to go down. They all need to go down. Well, it's still a rumor. Man, if it's true, Charles, it's a wrap. They all of them. That's premeditated, almost. That is like premeditated, man. Laura said, I'm talking about the white female cop that blew the entire game. Yo, that is the true essential 4. That chick was a 4, dude. She's weird looking. That female cop is weird looking. That cop was weird. I'm telling you, that cop was weird. And she banged the whole entire police department. And Charles was there. Charles, why you fucking with the gremlins, man? Them chalky gremlins. Yeah, that chick. Yeah, yeah. I don't even want to look at her anymore. And then the husband took her back. The husband took her back. So I forgive my wife. Oh, you pussy ass motherfucker. What y'all say? Number one, I did not fuck the girl, but baby woman. Number two, like hell nah. Hell nah. Says you plainer than Jane. Man, she's a weird looking ass fucking woman. But hey, she fucked everybody in that motherfucker. Oh god. That's horrible. That's horrible. They should be ashamed that even got out. That's one of the things you keep in the dark. He's like, yeah, I ain't gonna let nobody figure out I hit this shit. Hell no. But yeah. But anyway, that's my little preamble. She looks worse than her, man. Christina Ricci is not that bad looking. Christina Ricci's not a 4. That chick was a straight 4, man. That chick was a straight 4. Christina Ricci's not a fucking 4. I give Christina Ricci like maybe a 6. She's like a white girl 6. But yeah, that is my little preamble. We're 17 minutes in. But like I said, I'm going to go ahead and open this up since I was a little bit late. Like I always said, these streams are for you guys. Hit the Cash App, support the show, and we're going to go ahead and get this party started. Also, let you guys know that I will not be able to do a Saturday stream next Saturday because I have to close Saturday night. So it will be up to either Charles, Edward, or BGS to do a Saturday night stream that night. So next week I won't be able to do one, but I believe what my schedule, what I said is I'm off Wednesday and I'm off Thursday. So I'll probably do streams Wednesday and Thursday. Just to make up. So Wednesday and Thursday, look out for streams like around. I might start doing them like around 8:00. If I do a Wednesday stream, it'll probably be like around 8. Thursday, I'm not too sure. I may be hanging out with a friend, but if I don't hang out with my friend, I'll do a Thursday stream also. So be on the lookout for that. But without further ado, as MTR always says. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I was supposed to be drawing Hammer's girlfriend, wasn't I? I was supposed to be drawing Hammer's girlfriend. Press 1 in the chat if you want me to draw Hammer's girlfriend on the stream. Your boy Hammer be trying to tag somebody in lives and shit, but the motherfucker don't want to come on panels and speak his mind. He don't want to speak his mind. So you already drew Hammer's girlfriend. Send it to your email. If you want to do it, what's going on, AB Media?
Oh man, I was still trying to get the smell of that turd out of my out of my nose. The turd that came from Cynthia G, the crack of Cynthia G's ass.
Oh shit! What they do?
I'm talking about Amiri, of course.
Oh, Mary.
Yeah.
Mary's a dumbass.
I love this new title shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. Shout out to everybody who made my stream the other day a fire stream, and woo! Get over this little cold, but America's not a dumbass because that would actually be insulting to all dumbasses in existence.
True.
Mary is a disingenuous worm. See, when he said that on Green Gorilla's channel and confirmed it when he came to mine, all the masculine respect I can garner was gone.
As it should be.
Because I'm pretty sure it might have actually happened. I'm not talking about a man's family, but you're a little bit too comfortable, excuse me, about that situation.
Yeah.
A little too comfortable for my tasting. Well, I'm going to do things accordingly. Oh, hell no. I ain't going to shoot the dude, but like BGS said, I would throw the bills and say, she's your bitch now.
And as far as that lady goes, you do realize the Bible actually promotes passport bros. The Bible literally says, and you have to remember the conditions that those people lived in back then. The Bible literally says it's better to go live in a desert than it is to deal with a nagging woman.
Well, you got to realize all your patriarchs of the Bible were passport bros.
Pretty much. You also got to remember that God called Abraham out of the place he was living and told him to go to another land.
Yeah, the land of Canaan. I mean, you got to think Moses was born in Egypt, and he went to the outskirts of it, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these people who say they claim they read the Bible don't really read shit.
Oh, I know. You talking to a grandson of a pastor.
Because number one, every time I hear a woman talk about the Bible, I said, what does the Bible say about women in the church preaching?
Oops.
And they get quiet. I said, yeah, what the fuck you talking? But nobody wants to know.
Yeah, that's what pissed me off about her. She's like what you're doing is strictly against what the Bible preaches, right? Like being a contentious woman and all that.
I would have asked her, what does it preach? Last time I checked, the goddamn Bible said, be fruitful and multiply.
Yep.
Last time I checked, a man has to leave his home to build his own nation. So, the only thing she probably thumping is that Jim Beam that she got in the dresser drawer when shit gets too stressful. And then I love how he had to go get senior citizen help.
Who? Mary?
Yeah. He always got to get a woman. He did the same shit on BGS's with Cynthia G. And what happened? You got embarrassed again.
What's up with these dudes, man?
I don't know.
We have a word for people like that in Baltimore. It's called a clown.
Oh, another issue that probably needs to be addressed. Shout out to Mr. Z for his stream earlier. Apparently, Paris Milan went after Tyree Nichols.
Why?
Because he said some stuff back in the day that no one cares about.
God, these chicks have nothing better else to do.
Wait a minute. She married to a black man, and she tried to hide that. I said,
I thought she was living with her mom.
She got a lot of shit with her.
I don't know what that airhead is doing. I didn't even know about it. Like, Mr. Z, I asked Mr. Z, what is
What you say?
I asked Mr. Z what did she do. Then when Mr. Z said it, I went and looked, and I shared the screen with her live stream. The live stream she did on it with BGS and I think I sent it to you too, Charles.
Okay.
Be something else to talk about.
But I'm not that fluent in chicken head.
Yeah, well, yeah, chicken head and airhead in her case.
I mean, I ain't trying to look
I
at the.
leave that to Mr. Z. I can't do it. Shout out to Mr. Z.
That man likes to torture himself.
Really, he does.
He's a true sadomasochist, man.
I can't listen to like 5 minutes of them heifers. I try to listen to 5 minutes of Chris. I'm like, I'm not listening to this bitch. I know. Especially if she ain't showing her face. Why I need to listen to her?
It's not my fault I can't get a man. I'm big boned.
No, you just
That ain't no excuse either. As you always says, Charles, black men have the lowest standards.
Black men are still the garbage men of the dating world.
Look how they look at old Stefco.
Oh
Oh
my
good lord.
God, look like Stefco look like a retired boxer.
she is retired.
So is her pussy.
Yeah.
That too. See, this is the head for Hammer's girlfriend.
Is she a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world? Is she fantastic? Made out of plastic?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, what the fuck? Most likely Hammer probably pick a girl that's built like All Might. Never fear. The symbol of justice is here. And
Lord have mercy.
That had the bob. The fake.
I do have to say this. I kind of wish they would have had more All Might in the series, though. Even though basically you knew he was the Golden Age Superman, right? But goddamn, we still talking about Hammer's non-woman speaking to ass. Like, I think he just have a fear. He's gonna make me drive and meet up with him at Howard. I'll be like, go ahead. I bet you those dudes who don't get shape ups or something.
I hate to say this, but the one chick I do know that went to Howard ended up turning into a carpet monster.
Hey.
I mean, they like pussy too, so why?
Well, I take that back. That's not an excuse. I take that back.
I mean, hey, they like pussy, you like pussy, you got something in common. It's easy to talk to them now.
Exactly.
Well,
you can't talk about me. Also, you don't understand my plight. Everybody has an awkward phase, man. You got to get over it.
He said he doesn't date nothing with black women, so we gotta do black. So we gotta get a little color to her.
Oh Lord, Hammer is my mom. Not man, mom. I like mom.
There you go. She bow legged too. There you go, Hammer.
Oh God. Chick look like Terrell Suggs, man. What the fuck? God damn. That's some of you Negroes. How the fuck you get that? Some of you Negroes. Oh Lord. There's some of you in the chat who would date that. We know. I'm not judging. I think niggas who date chicks like this deserve medals of honor. I really do.
Yeah, you're right, Architect. This is where Hammer blows her up.
Oh my God.
This is the inflator valve right here.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
Last time I checked, I thought his blow up doll had a restraining order against him.
Has he been putting you in some of his videos, like mentioning you, trying to get views and shit?
I don't know. I know what Mary did. They put me, Green Gorilla, and the whole gang, BGS. I'm like, why do you want to put me in your video, but I'm gonna show up on your stream and be like, yo, I'm not the old bitch whisperer, okay? I don't like he's good with you gonna get this work. Y'all need to go to work.
There you go.
The only reason you regulate is to stay away, is to give your wife some time before a boyfriend can leave.
He don't get double D's. He get triple A's.
God damn, not even batteries.
There you go. Hammer's girlfriend, guys.
Oh wow.
You forgot the attachable and detachable penis.
That's sold separately.
I got the money for it. Come on. Oh man, how do you get a name like Hammer and back all soft?
How you have a name like Hammer? You can't even hit a dead damn nail.
All right. Don't you talk about that young man. That young man is going around slaying broads and Howard in his imagination. Jesus Christ!
Oh my God. You ain't shit, Charles. That's the rock.
Hey, he can come up if he wants to. He'll get that damn work like he always do. Shit.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
What was that, Clip Studio?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be disrespected by a Negro who's afraid to talk to girls.
He has to pay women to talk to him.
He has to pay women to look at him. I'll give you $20 to look at me. Sold.
Yeah.
We should hold hands. That's an extra 40.
Ah, shit.
That ain't right, afterthought. You know, I got astigmatism. What the fuck does that got to do with it?
What does that have to do with anything?
Mm-hmm. I watched some of the Whitlock interview. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
I gotta watch it. I probably watch it tomorrow before I go to work. But yeah, I heard that. Jason Wood, his guy. That's good, man. I mean, that lets you know that the Manosphere is growing.
Oh yeah, we got some allies, and we're mainstream.
Mm-hmm. That's why I tell you, mainstream Manosphere, man.
It's no longer the white boys that control the Manosphere for a minute now.
We're the ones that can control of it now. Shit.
Yeah, they dropped the ball because they had control it for a while.
Well, to correct you, AB, they didn't drop the ball. They got him castrated.
Well,
as long as we keep up the momentum, that's why we need to do the best we can as far as getting the message out there. Shit.
Yeah.
Little rant helps once in a while.
Oh yeah. Always. But so since you saw AB, what was in it that I'd probably need to take notice of?
Well, he just went over his thoughts on what's going on with the community, and he's coming from a real Christian standpoint. I will give him this. He's coming from a real Christian standpoint, not a
old Baptist Christian standpoint.
Yeah, the old school Christian standpoint.
Oh, okay.
The one I was raised on. I was raised by a Sunday school teacher and a theologian.
Yeah, my grandfather was a Baptist. He was a preacher. He built his own church.
Yeah, I was raised by people who went to real theological seminary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
were drenched in it. So
see, that's the part that when I saw it when it was live, I was like, look, there's a reason why he talked about basically the stuff he couldn't talk about on network television when he was a sport,
right,
which I understand. It's very difficult. God damn, you inaccurate bastard.
Yeah, it is. It is inaccurate. I mean, well, it is hard to being mainstream because you always got to look out for your damn money.
Yeah, because it's crazy. I was actually talking because I'm playing Madden, but it's funny because when he talked about the single mother epidemic, and you start bringing up the reasons why single mothers are a plague to the community, think about it. Every time you go to a black community that's plagued with single mothers, it looks like a third world country.
Yep. Literally.
The women are overweight. They're overzealous. They're overbearing. Who the fuck wants to deal with that? Who wants to deal with that?
They're
No.
insufferable.
And insufferable is a nice way to put it.
No, you shouldn't have to suffer through them. And if a woman is causing you that much strife, just fucking leave. Have the
Black
guts.
men did.
Have the guts to fucking leave. That's it.
Half these men are scared, man, and it shows.
It's not so that they're scared. They've been trained to stick it out. Just like with that video I did with Evalia Van Zant. She was teaching her mother or teaching her sons to stick it out with the woman who has these issues. It's like, nah, I shouldn't have to suffer your ass. Fuck that.
But yet, you wonder why this woman isn't married. I'm talking about you, Ayala. And then she's trying to lie with the one man got real angry with her because he tried to make it look like it's all his fault. And he's like, no, and then her son's simping out. Like, that's my mama. Yeah, you need to check your mama.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what a lot of you niggas don't do. Is check your fucking mama. Your mama telling you to do some stupid shit.
Is that you, Ed?
No, it's me. It's me.
Okay. I was in the one because I thought you was doing a live stream just now.
No, I just got done with it. I pointed people here. Hold on, I'll be back though.
All right.
Okay.
Nah, but yeah, I think I seen that one that you showed because she was going after that guy and he bucked at her because she was what did she say to him?
Basically, I think she was basically lying and putting all the shit on his plate. Like the wife had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You know, like that Lattimore song, sit your ass down and talk to me.
Shit, I would have just left. I'm like, word, that's how you gonna do? All right, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I would have just left. And wouldn't even gave a fuck.
Y'all know I had to add my little hashtag counter dice operations.
Yeah. I like how they did that now. So that's cool.
Yeah, StreamYard, to their credit, I mean, it's competitive. It's a lot of good stuff going out, but StreamYard tends to win out for its simplicity and ease of access. But they do be improving their shit. So, yeah.
I would put a counter dice operator.
Yeah.
And what's Sly Butt heard about?
What's who?
Sly Butt heard about.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to him. My algorithm, I'd be pissed off in my algorithm if it shared me him. I mean, Super Sly came up on my shit yesterday. He tried to, and I kicked him. Like, I kicked him before I even brought him up because Super Sly has done too much egregious shit. And to a lot of people, and then as I say, I said Sly. I mean, he came back. I'm like, dude, because I actually did him a favor. I could have just left him in the back for a long time, but I don't do shit that I wouldn't want to be done to me. So I told him, I said, I'm not bringing you up. I don't even know why you would think. I mean, AM1 was basically filing customer service complaints against the Manosphere, and we were pretty much having a conversation about that, which it turned into a great conversation. Well, a good conversation. And Sly, I guess, thought he was going. I mean, we already had another person that was kind of co-signing what AM1 was saying. So, I mean, a lot of dudes agreed with some of his points. It's just whatever. But the point is, fuck Super Sly. So I don't know what he was saying on his channel. I don't give a fuck. I mean, if I ain't, apparently he said that the only thing good about me is that I'm light skinned, and I'm like, okay, so the fact that you even value that is goofy in and of itself.
Super Sly said that?
Yeah, that's what somebody said, but I haven't heard it.
Oh God, really?
The only thing good about that nigga is he light skinned. I'm like, wow. Okay. Anyway.
Colorist much?
Anyway, but on some more important stuff, I was on Kosher Clinicians. He had a Bohemian dude on
it's
there.
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, so apparently, the problem with black women overseas is they're cheap as fuck. They don't like to pay for dick. That nigga said that shit like 8 times. Apparently, that's the customer service complaints that it's been filed to him because this dude played for Seton Hall back in the day. So cool brother. But he was on there saying that's the only thing he kept saying, other than the gynocracy and stuff. He said all that, but he was like, "Yeah, man, the thing is, they prefer white women because white women pay. Black women act like they don't know what a Western Union is."
That's true. That is true. That's
Hey,
true.
I mean, if you look at a lot of these women from the UK, what are they doing? They paying for their
They're
husbands.
paying. They're paying. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So-
Paying to get seed. They
They using that divorce grape money, as he said, but black women, they don't want to pay. And he also Kosher played some videos from Bianca C. Williams, and it's funny how they just fun and leisure and sexual satisfaction and he what's some chicks to be on Madame Noir, the Africa chick, and then the other dark skin chick. Boy, the receipts are coming, man. It has begun.
Well, I mean, shit. I mean, what was that one video where the one woman was trying to chastise the Jamaican dudes because they didn't eat pussy?
Oh, you pussy. Yeah, you're not gonna get a green card because you don't eat pussy.
Oh man, I still can't get that out of my head. You don't eat coochie. I was like, damn.
A green card tricking. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's shit.
That was funny as hell.
It was funny.
But who wants to eat a
what's
pussy that
true?
who wants to eat a pussy that look like a catfish?
Well,
It depends on how bad you want that green card.
yeah,
Exactly. I guess they didn't want it bad enough.
Niggas said Jamaica not that bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, shit. Yeah, if they could play, if they were willing to play the game, they could get somebody, but they got to pay.
Ooh,
Black
oh
women.
yeah. They pay already. What are you talking about? They pay. Charles knows they pay already.
hey, did you get my email on Wakanda Forever?
I don't know.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Because I finally watched it
Oh,
since it came out on Disney Plus.
oh, is it out on Disney Plus? Okay.
Yes.
Is this the Green Gorilla?
I think so.
I haven't seen it yet.
GG, is that you?
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Thank
this
you.
is-
Yeah,
We're
sorry,
just making
man.
Sure.
Sorry, man. We
Yeah.
gotta pat niggas down, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't have anything.
I was telling you it was me. It is me, and I am him. Slim with the
We got to. Hey, well, you don't normally pop up on these streams, man.
Yeah,
We have to make
man.
Sure.
Yeah, I know.
He
Hey,
making.
I just saw y'all. Hey, look, man. I just saw y'all like all chatting. I saw all of y'all icons. I said, let me drop by. But
Okay. Oh,
but
yeah.
it's
Go ahead.
crazy because right now, man, Dennis Sperling got a show popping off, man, and he say he quit the Manosphere,
Oh, they all say that.
Yeah, they are.
and he giving over the keys to keep it 100, man.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, that's
Bro,
I tried, Charles. I tried. What did I say, Charles? I tried.
Islander.
But
Yeah, you did.
Islander. They can only be one.
I told him, I said, nigga, like, I know how this goes. Like, yeah, man, but it's about something, bro. I said, no, I've had this conversation. You know how many people I've had this fucking, I just had a conversation with AM1, even though it was more the space versus a person. It's like, yo, it always, niggas be going on these, look, I fuck with Keep It 100.
Jihad, yeah.
And I get it. I told him, I was like, a lot of people don't like Dennis. But at the end of the day, to say that Dennis offers no value,
Yeah.
like, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's just a lie.
Nigga, I don't like Tommy Soda fucking Mayor, and I've told my subscribers, if you fuck with him, get the fuck off my shit. They beat me. They outlasted me. So I said, fuck it. I stopped talking about
Who
it.
said that Dennis doesn't offer any value?
The argument is
I never
that-
said. I never
argument-
said
the
that.
Oh, you
argument-
haven't one saying. Yeah,
No,
but
the argument from Keep It 100 is that Dennis is a simp, and as
No, he's
people
not.
of the red pill, we should be calling simps out.
He's not a simp.
Well, that's what Keep It 100 says, and
That's his opinion, but-
see, you. I needed you. I get it was late, but you was gone. Did I not, Charles? I said, I wish BGS and Keep It 100 be. Look, we had a great conversation on Charles and stuff after y'all left, and I get Gigi was asleep, but I was like, you know what? I wish Gigi and Keep It 100. I mean, BGS was on here with this conversation because you really like. It was like we couldn't mention Dennis because he didn't mention Dennis, so I didn't want to be like, oh nigga, you talking about Dennis? Because this is what happened. All right, Charles, tell me if I'm lying. This is what happened. So basically, it was an argument about Alpha. Oh, you'll love this, especially you, Gigi, with the words. It was an argument about alpha, what an alpha male is. And we were talking about how an alpha male is selected by men. It's not selected by women.
By women, yeah.
You know, but then it became, well, you got dudes, and he showed, there was a post that was saying you alpha males, and apparently he didn't say it was from Dennis, but it was from Dennis, and he was basically critiquing alpha males, you know. But what I said is, he was saying that within the confines of what's defined, what is accepted as what an alpha male is in the black community, which is who the bitches want.
Right.
And I said, and we know that's not the definition, but this is how even black men, most black men accept that as what the definition is. And then the argument became about definitions, and I'm a marketer, so I'm talking about, look, man, I get that's the definition. I agree with you. However, how people move on the word is just as important, because if I'm just sitting here saying this is the definition and people actually are moving on how the vernacular is used, and that is how Dennis was using it when he was critiquing quote unquote alpha males, because Dennis says it himself, I'm not an alpha male. Dennis is 6'4".
Like, but he's a Sigma. That's why he says that.
Well, you get what I'm saying though. So the thing is, it was kind of like this argument about getting like back and forth, because it's like, okay, if we agree with you that anybody says that is wrong, I kind of thought, and this is, I'm not gonna put this on Keep It 100. Then it's like, haha, what about this nigga? And y'all support this nigga, but this is what he said. So we never got to that part because I basically kind of stonewalled that shit, and that was like a 45-minute conversation, man.
Yeah, I did a private Zoom last night, a seminar, and that alpha beta shit came up. Basically,
again.
What it's always been around, right? But most people don't know where this shit comes from. The original alpha beta conversation comes from A Brave New World, right? Aldous Huxley's, where you genetically design people to be in certain positions, in certain classes, you know. And alphas are supposed to be the leaders, right? The government leaders, the world leaders, right? Because they're designed to be that way. The betas are basically the advisors, the people that actually, the intelligent people that actually keep the organ, you know, smart people keep the thing going, right? And then you have the service people all the way down to epsilon. That's where it comes from, right? And basically, it's morphed into, you know, depending on the position, whether it's business or whether it's sport. It really is in sports more than anything else, where the alpha male comes from, because you have an alpha, your best player is your alpha on your team, right? Which is the leader of your team. It's supposed to be the leader of men. That's what it's supposed to be. You got a little bit in the service, you know, when you move up rank. Okay, but the thing is, where it really blows up and really gets out of pocket is when the PUAs come in, right? The PUAs say you have to have an alpha frame to attract women, and you have to learn how to be alpha, or at least to pretend to be alpha to actually attract women to do pickup. And that's where this shit comes from. So, you know, they always say if you're not picking up women and you're not in your frame, I mean your masculine frame, you're not alpha. And that's where it comes from. So that's where the betas and all that kind of shit comes from.
Yeah, and it's like, and the argument is, and it's a hierarchical, and black men in this space and in general use it as a hierarchical term, and it's usually predicated on who gets bitches. And
bitches,
and
you don't basically. Does it have something to do with chicks? But really, betas, a beta that looks good can get more chicks than an alpha that doesn't. So,
so and it was kind of like this tug of war, and you know, it's me, so I'm not gonna let you just have it, you know, just because, you know. So I ended up it was like 45 fucking minutes, man. That shit was.
And that's why that's why
arguing about what an alpha is.
Yeah.
No, well, the argument wasn't what an alpha is. It's like, nigga, they use it a certain way in the black community, and it's not simps. Niggas to get pussy use it that way too, because it's the first thing they're going to.
You can have an alpha male that's a simp.
I mean, so it's kind of like, and the argument was, well, if we're red pill, this, you know, that kind of what Jessica X used, that this is what we stand for, kind of thing, and it's like,
oh boy.
I mean, and then, you know, but for the most part, it was just me and him talking.
We still listed at Jessica X.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm
I
saying
guess. I don't know.
is that's the move she tried to pull on me and BGS with
But
the Glendon Cameron situation. Is this what we're gonna is this what we
Oh,
stand for,
oh,
man? I was like,
you're a woman. You ain't even in this. Shut the fuck up.
I know.
I was like, you
Well,
go
Exactly.
just in
remember
case
what
you
I
try to
told
go in
her?
on me, I called her DJ Sideboo. I think it was
Jesus.
Charles that came up with the name. Yeah. And she
No,
came in.
yeah.
She came in trying to come at me. So, I'm like, bitch, don't even come at me because
Before
you are
there
who you
was
are.
Pearl.
It was DJ.
Right.
Don't even come at me. I said, no, I ain't make up the name, and I don't give a I don't give a damn who comes in and views you. Okay, it is what it is. I said all you doing is repeating shit that I came up with 5-6 years ago. So don't even come
Well,
at me.
isn't that what Pearl does? Pearl does that shit in front of people that a lot of black men can't access right now. So there's a
Yeah,
value.
So Ed,
Pearl will tell you she didn't come up with it. She will actually give
Yeah.
names out of where she got it from.
well, Ed, remember what I told her when she talked about the Glendon Cameron shit? And I just broke it down to her. I said, see, you're looking at the world with morality. You're not looking at the world with efficiency, effectiveness, and then downright ruthlessness. I said,
It's not even moral, okay? Because and I explained to her the reason. I said the reason they upped the age to 18, right? Because they wanted girls to get out of high school before they became mothers. Because if they became mothers, they wouldn't finish school. I was in Ghana in like 2007, 2008, right? When they actually changed the law to of a minor child from like 13 to 18. And I asked her, said, why did you guys do that? She said, because we want the girls to finish high school. It has nothing to do with morals. Zero to do with morals. Nothing. Because the age of consent of most of the world is between 12 and 15.
yeah. And then the state of Maryland, it's 16. So,
It still is. I thought I know in North Carolina they changed it. I guess. Yeah.
hell
But
no.
yeah.
Well, that's the marriage. It's still
Yeah.
16 for if you want to have sex. The one that you
I mean,
said.
to an adult or to a man over, or is it there's an age gap?
Nope, 16.
It's called
16.
what is it called? Romeo Juliet law. So they if
Okay.
if they if
Yeah,
the person
16, yeah.
If they're like under 21.
no. If like let's because I had to deal with this with my niece. Like my niece was let's say if the chick is 15, but she can have sex with someone at least 3 years.
Yeah, that's the age gap. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the age gap.
That's Romeo and Juliet law. Yeah.
The state of
That's
Maryland,
fine.
16 is the age of consent. Flat bar.
Okay, flat. Oh, okay, flat. Okay.
You know, somebody tried to tell me, no, it isn't. I said, I want you to tell me how I know.
Yeah, I happen to be a cop, chick.
Not an expert, but
yeah, and I mean,
Not an expert, but
and a lot of
age of the consent in Indiana.
You can jump anytime you want, Gigi. You don't have to wait on us.
And a lot of this, and my thing is, and I was listening to a Fresh and Fit video. It was a short that came through, and they were you know how Myron is, and they basically in a chick they were talking about, oh yeah, a 24-year-old, a 24-year-old is going to be the 34-year-old, all things being equal every time, all things being equal, and then the white women are pretty much agreeing, and out of nowhere, fucking black bitch talking about, oh, that's because that's rooted in pedophilia. And even the white women were like, because the white women are agreeing with it as far as facts, as far as the 24 to 34. And y'all want bald, no hair, and da-da-da. I'm like, wow, the sexual politics.
First of all,
that's sign language by a black woman. Yeah.
That's sign language by old bitches.
She wasn't old. She's like mid-20s or something like that.
Well, compared to older.
Okay, my mic is working now, man. I've been trying to get in on this conversation.
Okay. I was wondering why you're so quiet, man.
I know.
Don't
be quiet over here.
Yeah.
No, man. The only thing I can say is, man, look, man, the manosphere is what it is, man. The guys get into it and shit, you know what I mean? And they have like disagreements and little skirmishes and shit like this, And I know Marcus has had a skirmish with BGS. I met the motherfucker by arguing with him initially, you know what I'm saying? I was like, man, let me talk to this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to, I'm not about to be Twitter fingering with this dude, man. I'm about to speak to this dude straight up. And so we talked and talked. So he, he's an acquired taste, man.
Yeah.
But
that's why I say he ain't shit.
Right, but one thing I'm not about to do is, man, like I'm not about to be taking sides and shit and forming alliances and like all man, to me, all that shit is some bullshit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, y'all work that shit out, man, and you know,
the PhDs have a wall, man, have a fence. Okay, all PhDs are Manosphere adjacent. Okay, we don't let you get mixed up in this bullshit if we can possibly avoid it.
And really, a lot of professional brothers should be like a second layer of that.
Yeah.
You know, TLA, Dennis. I even
Yeah.
told that I was on Culture Collision just like not even 45 minutes or an hour ago, and he that got mentioned, and I said, man, really, a lot of y'all be under like TLA's umbrella because y'all kind of came in with him with his course and stuff. Because there's so, like when you look at Uncle Stu and all them, because TLA was really big on them like showing their face and stuff like that. Because these are things that work for TLA. And so I said, a lot of y'all professional brothers, you don't have to be a card-carrying black Manosphere member and rep. That's not how it works, man. It's not. The talking points are the talking points. Now, obviously, when you got dudes, shout out to Mediocre. I rock with Mediocre. He does good content. But them niggas, when they make that pivot and they try to pivot back, it's gonna be, nigga, we know you left, so don't play the high, you know, because one thing about this is why I got y'all on here, the Jason Whitlock conversation. So I listened to both of Jason Whitlock's streams. The guests were very good. Even the black woman guest was really good. They're all good. Oh, another thing too, Security Boss interviewed Austin Hollerman today as well. I haven't seen that, but I've looked a couple of it. Yeah, and the chick wanted to act stupid, not on Security Boss, but like one of these Hispanic chicks. But the dudes are supporting, and you know, so that's out there. I got to check that out. But as far as Jason Whitlock, so he did an interview with Al Grease. Well, he did the interview today with Al Grease.
Okay.
Which was really good because it was funny because you can tell once Al Grease kind of gave his story with this stuff I didn't know about him as far as how he came to even do that. Like I'm talking about going all the way back to when he was younger. And the depth to that, so that was good. And you can tell Whitlock's like, oh, okay, this is kind of like, yeah, I can work with this as far as the history of it and all of this, because you can tell it kind of fit his kind of mentality on his worldview with certain things as far as black men and black women and why black men do stuff. You can, in the end, you can kind of tell Whitlock was like, oh yeah, I can work with this. And then, so that was a good interview. In the interview before, which is what AB is talking about, the black women, she went in, but she was more like Security Boss as to how she went in, but she was nice about it, kind of like Judge Hatchett, Lynn Hatchett is, you know, before she really goes into kind of that step before. So yeah, these are great interviews, and I mean, if Whitlock, why is this important? I get Whitlock has views I don't agree with, but the thing is, Whitlock is mainstream. Whitlock literally on his show, he has sponsors, and just like a radio show. So the thing is, if he has sponsors and he can talk about this stuff, this is proven. This stuff is not as toxic as people want to make it sound like. This stuff is not as nuclear. So for guys like Mediocre, which is why I tied that together, yeah, you're going to have a white bitch to come after you, just like how Bill O'Reilly came after Ludacris, even though these niggas didn't have nothing to say about Cardi B. But at the end of the day, you can push past that. Now, he's got his bag. I'm not here to tell him how to deal with it, but that I think that's Whitlock has a reach past his shit. Yeah.
Yeah, basically Whitlock has a mainly a male audience, whereas MTR's got a huge female audience.
Yeah.
So there's only so much stuff that he can actually say.
He has to kind of, you know, he got to massage it before he puts it out
MTR has modified it by the crazy stuff other people say, and then he'll try to be good cop, so that way he can still get it in there without him being associated with it.
It's got to be massaged. That's why.
Yeah, so it is what it is.
You telling me he got to use his light skin powers?
Well, even that only has so much. The white bitch still tried to get him, you know.
Oh yeah, well, of course they're gonna come at you. Yeah.
I was wondering about that when I started lives. Like I had some chick said, I had to call your command. I said, guess what? Guess who sent me a Facebook message and said we like your material, and it shut her right the fuck up.
Yeah, well, hey.
Yeah, a lot of people tend to like that term. I said I was running my mouth, and you know how I come up with these terms while I'm doing. And I said, "See, you niggas really have a sweet tooth for the street shit." You know, talking about niggas that they like to engage in the bullshit, like O'Shea with the Rumble, and then when the shit gets out of control, they be like, I said y'all niggas need to stop doing that shit.
Some people missed the Rumble, for what I heard.
Oh, a lot of people missed the Rumble.
Negroes like to see fights. They like to see street fights.
That they do.
Like,
Especially the women. They love to see street fights.
but anyway, what do you think about this GG? You know, with Whitlock and shit like that.
You know, the only thing that kind of throws me off with Whitlock to some extent is his theology. You know what I'm saying? The metaphysical and the hyper moralism. You know, that comes from Christian. Christian. You know, just the Christian black church. Vibe or whatever the case may be. But I think that a lot of what he says, I can vibe with to a certain extent, but some of the shit that he says, I think he goes overboard with, like, the black people celebrate Pookie and shit, like, like all of a sudden, when a black man dies and he's usually some sort of derelict, everybody comes to his defense and props him up, but black men who are alive, nobody really respects. And I'm like, man, like, why even deprecate dead black men? Like, I just don't understand that. But I mean, the larger issues that he talks about, at least trying to defend black men and, to calling the culture matriarchal or whatever, at least it's an alternative viewpoint. And I can respect that. You know what I'm saying? But while presenting your point, though, I don't think you have to, deprecate the lives of black men. Like, I just don't see that,
He's got some feathers in him, man. He got a little Daffy Duck in him, so
Yeah, that's probably for his white audience.
He got a little Dan. He got the little top hat and all that, Gigi. You know that.
Yeah, but like I don't, and I really don't mind conservatives either. Like one of the things that I've always been a proponent of is a diversity of opinions. It's, like I don't want to have an orthodoxy. You know what I'm saying, or like some sort of centralized doctrine. It's to me that's just unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like, and men should not require that from each other because they unite to each other over different reasons. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, white men in this country don't agree on every goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? You got leftists, you got rightists, and you got people in between, and then they scatter as it pertains to different issues. But like for some reason, it's got to be like the Highlander effect, the head nigga in charge effect. It's got to be the one nigga that's pissing on everybody else. Like, I understand there are hierarchies. I understand that. But like, as it pertains to men agglomerating, coming together, voicing their opinions, and like having a kind of a place where they can hang out and exchange ideas, it's a public, but a public is amorphous. And there is no, leader of a public as much as it's just a self-critical, self-regulatory conversation that just keeps on going. Okay. And, I wouldn't necessarily consider myself to be a leader of it. I mean, if we're starting to look at YouTube numbers as a criteria for determining who the fuck is like, the best in terms of being insightful and so on and so forth, I just think that's fool's gold. You're not going to get there with that. You know what I'm saying? But
no, I mean, we basically, it's who in it. Well, number one, it's who the algorithm favors and who entertains, and that's what it is. We can see some people have no business having as many subs as they do, but the thing is, the algorithm actually favors them.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I'm not trying to figure out the algorithm. Like one day I might sit down.
Nobody does. Nobody can.
Like the Tube Buddy or some shit and try to make some silly ass content, man. But I mean, like YouTube for some people is easy. YouTube for others is difficult. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they if you got to remember, YouTube is a feminist organization, inside and out, because they handed over the keys to YouTube to a feminist, and most of the people that actually review your content are feminists. So they can't out.
But a person like Kevin Samuels actually was able to move up in the ranks of YouTube.
Well, that's because women were really driving that.
Women were driving it, yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to understand, women advertisers are very valuable. So if you can drive women eyeballs, and not only drive women eyeballs, but hold women eyeballs, because when you're holding them in a live stream, that's more times they can hit you with that advertising, or you gonna pay that $10 that goes straight to YouTube. or you're gonna super chat that 30% YouTube is gonna get. That probably supersedes a lot of stuff, so it probably didn't hit the triggers that normally the feminist algorithm would look at. That's why Kevin kind of snuck through. That's why they were ready for Tate.
Yeah. Tate. Yeah, they gunned Tate. They wasn't gonna let Tate be a Kevin.
But I don't even understand what the controversy surrounding Tate is. It's like
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's real simple. If you look at what's going on around the world, right? There is a I think Alan Roger Curry called it way back when he actually came up with the book, The Beta Male Revolution. In other words, the working class guys. He said at some point the beta males were actually going to revolt. In other words, working class guys, so-called non-select guys in this arena, are going to actually revolt against the system. And what you have is with the, there's always been the herbivore guys in Japan actually, planted the seed, but you got shit going on in Korea. You got laying flat and let it rot in China. You got the great resignation going on in American Western Europe. So basically, what's happening is the so-called beta males, quote unquote, are actually saying, the hell with it. The juice is not worth the squeeze. I'm not going to actually participate. So Andrew Tate is actually driving. He's actually the leader of this so-called beta male revolution as they see it. So that's the problem they're having.
And just to be clear, even with the quote unquote alpha guys too, like the guys, because remember, I always say this: if you eliminate all dudes that don't get any sex, so only dudes that have had kids can exist. Just for the purposes of this conversation, you still have problems. So Tate, so the thing with Tate, because here's the funny thing you need to understand about Tate GG. Tate is not one of these, like Tate is not an obsidian. No. Now, when I say that, I'm just talking about ideology in any way. He's not, I represent the 9 guys. Tate is going to tell you, get off the fucking porn, go train, and stop being a bitch. And if you can't get women, that's who Tate is. Like, literally, people have emailed.
He's a nihilist. Yeah.
Literally, people have emailed Tate talking about they want to kill. He said this. They want to commit suicide. And he said, look, man, I'm not a therapist, but this is what I'll tell you. Go get in the gym for 6 weeks and then come email me again. If you don't feel better, I don't know what to tell you. And then that person, the way he tells the story is this. So Tate is one of that, like, big, you know how it is, how black men are. You had an uncle that's going to punch you in the chest, but you really appreciate him because you see a lot of your men came with what he did. Exactly. That's who Tate is. And they don't want that. That's why they don't like. That's why they don't. It's not the Tate. Because even the way, this is another thing I don't like about Tate. Most of the time, when Tate talks to women, even women that are known to wild out like Brittany Renner, them hoes be on their best behavior. Like, they literally get calm. Like, if you actually look Brittany Renner, they like, because they can't beat any of his logic stuff. It makes sense. And he actually knows how to make sense within the realm of what they can accept.
And he's got the success and
he's got a power
behind it.
So that helps him
because if you think about when he was in jail, look at all those guys that came to the jail to support him. And that is scary for a nation.
And this is where I really want to throw at Gigi. They literally have in the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, they literally have a bill that they're actually implementing. Not like, I think it's passed, that is literally it's called the Andrew Tate re-education bill to re-educate boys. Oh, the shit that I just told you. This isn't some hate women shit. This is y'all need to step up, do what you need to do. Yes, it's bullshit, and what these chicks are on is bullshit. And also, they don't like the fact that he's converted to being a Muslim. How he pretty much talks shit about America as far as certain things that America does, saying America culture is just straight trash. All the women are whores, blah, blah, blah. The West is trash. And so they literally have a bill where they're going to implement to re-educate boys, white boys in particular, from the information that is Andrew Tate.
Well, you got to think about it.
That is insane to me.
Places like Russia and China are doing stuff like that because who's going to fight your battles? You got bitches in the infantry who just graduate infantry school, which is a joke. I mean, they're like, somebody guess.
Who just came up?
I think that's you.
Is it me?
No, I think it's Charles.
Oh, okay.
Not me.
It might be me. I thought it was.
No,
I don't think so.
Clear now, but
it sounds like his echo barking.
No, but look, let me just say this shit.
Go ahead.
having an anti-tape bill, that's just not gonna work, man. Like all they're doing is actually, it might suppress it momentarily, but that's putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. Unless you address the systemic and the institutional problems associated with men, I don't give a fuck. Like, here's the thing: white men create, whether you want to talk about them being enslavers, whether you want to talk about them being racist or whatever the case may be, they did establish Western culture. Okay, they established it. There's no dispute about that. Okay, now white women helped them do it, so I don't let them off the hook. But for white women now to talk about, their own victimization and their oppression, like, I'm not, man. Anybody that buys into this is at some point is going to fail. It's going to be worse than what they expected to be. And the reason is because right now, so in the academy, you're starting to see like religious orthodoxy. In corporations, you're starting to see religious orthodoxy. You're starting to see it online and, social media platforms, saving like places like Rumble or now Twitter when Elon Musk bought it. You can't, the linchpin of Western society for the past 300 years has been the freedom of speech, freedom of expression, right? In opposition to orthodoxy from the church and from autocratic kings. Now, in order to make people safe and comfortable, they're basically, they're becoming anti-scientific, and they're instituting the same kind of practices of intolerance that they say they don't like. I mean, but not necessarily. So you got to have not just a diversity of people, like token people, but you got to have a diversity of thought, and you have to be amenable to that shit and open-minded enough to accept that. But right now, they're not doing that shit. They're creating safe spaces. That's why I put a short out not too long ago about, it was about Jordan Peterson and Jonathan Haidt. And don't sleep on Jordan Peterson, because one of the things that they can't do, they might be able to do the tape. And they could even do to an individual like me, provided that, I continue to use profanity as profusely as I do. And, to say words like bitch and hoes and shit like that. Now, I mean, you continue to use those kind of words.
Tate does the same shit.
But Jordan Peterson doesn't do that. So he was like the person who kicked off, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to say he kicked off the Manosphere, but he gives legitimacy to men who feel like they're rejected and dejected. And but he does have a kind of like a component of self-help, self-respectability. Don't cry, don't have a pity party. Expose yourself to things that make you more, refined and stronger, as opposed to weaker and obsequious and toady and all of that. But like the whole point about men, if Western culture continues to capitulate and give women whatever the fuck they want and gay people whatever they want, and then they're forcing orthodoxy, what you're going to see is fascism like you've never seen it before. White, you think that Tiki Toy shit was bad. These white people gonna go ham. White boys gonna go ham and start murdering motherfuckers for real.
No, I mean, because white men are gonna get tired of white women doing this shit. And eventually they not go. And what may happen is they may try to do something to somebody as a warning, but eventually they're gonna get tired of that shit, because white women are really honestly, white women are the last demographic to open their fucking mouth. Like, honestly, like white women have benefited more from white supremacy than I would argue white men, as far as what it took to get it there versus the benefits they've gotten. I mean, yeah, shout out, Charles. You can go. I want to play this real quick once Charles is done.
Go ahead, AB, then Charles.
Yeah, that's why I started reading. What's the name of that book? Richard Reed's *The Boys and Men*. I'm saying that title right up, "Boys and Men." About that book
of men and boys, yeah.
And the first chapter, they talked about just. I noticed they talked about all boys, not just black boys, but he said all boys. How the girls are just swoop past everybody in the education system.
Yeah, when you actually slant tilt the ground towards the girls, what do you expect over 50, 60 years? It's going to happen. It's not rocket science, okay?
Yeah.
The first people that slid off the board were black men, but all the other men were going to follow eventually.
Yeah.
And the fucked up thing about it is,
Mm-hmm.
see, these people have patriarchy misconstrued to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
They never accounted for the fact that not every man is powerful. So, I mean, basically, what bourgeois white women did was they focused attention on the people that were closest to them that they knew, their family members, their fathers, their brothers. And I mean, these are bourgeois women. I mean, women who went to school, like Ivy League women's school, Wharton and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, well, we don't get to run shit like you guys do, and we have to, be nice, and we can't be rough like the boys. But like the average man, the average guy works in a fucking coal mine in America, like in the past, or shoveling shit, or a milkman, or a trash compactor, or a factory worker. These
Andrew
guys
Tate
aren't
said
like
that shit.
He did
these
say that.
guys.
But it's
These
true.
guys,
Let him
these
finish.
guys
Go,
aren't uber powerful. You know what I mean?
yeah. Go ahead. Keep it up.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, what the point is
Mhm.
that okay, so you've basically taken the jobs that or the position in society that has been traditionally allocated towards men. You've given it to all women and advanced all women to a certain extent by policies, but the Title IX, Title VII, just affirmative action for women in general. I mean, it exists. It is what it is. So, but you haven't done the same thing for men in the most poverty or close to poverty kind of conditions that you can get in, or proximity to poverty. So basically what you're doing is you're elevating women, and women don't even, there's no benefit for them for being elevated other than to say, well, look at me, look at what I've accomplished and what I've done. I've achieved this life plan for status, but nobody gives a fuck except for them. Like, I mean, and they still feel like they can't find the men that they want to be able to couple with. And let's be honest, man. This is what fucks me up. Before there were corporations, before there were dollar bills, before men harnessed the power of fire, they had fucking relationships and marriages, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Before the wheel was invented, the plow, there was marriage and there was couplings between men and women. If not, we wouldn't be in this motherfucker, bro.
Yeah. I remember, and this is something maybe even 30 years ago, right? Marriage is supposed to be the way out of poverty. Okay. Now marriage is, you have to be out of poverty before you can actually get married. Okay. So basically, wealth is actually the gateway to marriage now, which is upside down, according to the way it was actually planned or actually designed.
And you actually have motherfuckers that will actually try to tell you that marriage is designed for the wealthy. And I said, yes, wealthy have a unique way that they can benefit from it, but it was designed. I had a nigga literally try to argue with me that I said marriage was designed for everybody. And it was expected that as many people, the majority was to get married. This nigga talking, the marriage is designed really for the wealthy. And I'm like, wow, he's too
not.
this
No,
dude.
that's not true.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
you go. If you look at all marriage is a way to organize people to raise children. That's what it's actually for.
Pretty much. I mean, it's funny that you talk about that for bringing up laws and stuff. I was looking at, like places like Russia and China trying to reinstitute their men to be manly again. Let's make men manly again, I guess. And it's hilarious because now I was looking at a video of these women who allegedly graduated infantry school. I'll tell you my thoughts on that bullshit later, but it's hilarious because every time somebody asked them, did you enjoy it? How did you think about it? And they all said, I hated it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But these are the same motherfuckers you expect to go fighting in a goddamn war. And even the guy who was doing the commentating, people don't understand that anatomically, women have a tougher time holding packs. Women have a tougher time climbing because of the way their hips and shoulders are adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was like I played the video of the female Marine captain, white lady, when she tried to go through Ranger School. She said it was like looking at superhumans when she was doing the same thing as the men. Like, she couldn't compete. Now you demoralized all the boys into being soft. Who's going to defend the network? Who's going to defend the country? And this is what's backfiring on them when I keep hearing people talk about, well, this guy was being sleazy to me and none of the men stepped up. That's the world you wanted, right?
Yeah, you want equality, yeah.
You
Yeah.
wanted equality, equal fights,
Mhm.
equal rights, equal lefts, equal rights. So what happens? Like I had to tell a lot of these so-called professional females with degrees. I said, y'all think men are just designed just to pay bills? Do you know how
Mhm.
much shit men keep off your ass? I said, think about it. Taking the trash from your can and putting it into a truck. Do you know what the fuck you avoid?
Yeah.
The people who go inside your sewer systems putting down a sewer line. I said, do you 90% of the fucking cops you have are men.
Yeah.
94% of your firefighters.
Yeah.
Men made fucking life for you so easy that you bitches actually outlive us by almost 20 fucking years.
You know the main thing, and this is something that I noticed coming up, is especially as I got older. Um, the reason that a lot of women wanted to have a husband or a boyfriend is because they didn't want to come home, especially in the evening, alone,
Hmm.
because they didn't
Yep.
know who was going to be in that house. Okay, I can't tell you how many women wanted me to move in with them because they needed a man at home, just for that fact alone,
You
just
know,
for
I'm
the
a,
To be
security
honest
factor
with you,
alone.
BGS, that's one of the things that my aunt told me like a
Yeah,
couple of months ago. She
yeah,
said like no woman wants to be in the house by
by
herself alone.
herself. Yeah.
do you know how many times female friends
Hmm.
actually called me to like, I feel funny. Can you come over and
Hmm.
check out my house?
Hmm.
And it's funny because this is gonna make Gigi laugh too. I'm going to the damn station one day. This is years ago. Use the restroom, walk out, and I hear on the radio three female officers. They got 42 rounds of 40 caliber apiece, hollow point, hydro shock, Glock 22. They're checking a vacant house, and there's three officers, and they ask if a male officer can come, and I'm like,
No, fuck that shit. No, I let them handle it. Goddamn it.
I came up there, right? As you know, because you want to be a professional, you're a pro. Man, they heard my fucking mouth. I said, I better not hear one of you motherfuckers tell me how hard you motherfuckers got it in this motherfucking department ever motherfucking again. I swear to God, I'm gonna be the most chauvinist motherfucker you can ever. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna be chauvinist. I'm gonna be a bigger feminist than you. Hey, you can handle it. You went through the training, right? You didn't have to bench press your body weight plus 50 pounds. You just had to do 55 to 60% of your body weight. Like you didn't even have to run. Like literally, the female time in the military and the police department is so slow. I can pass it walking.
Yeah.
I mean,
He said walking. He didn't say power walking.
and I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. You want the same job, just like I talked about the females who talked about the infantry. Of course, you know they weren't at the men's standards. Of course, you know they weren't. Just like every time people say, "Well, this female graduated from special forces or ranger school," I said, "Yeah, all right. You really think?" Let me put it to you this way: Ranger school's 90 fucking days. It is traditional for men to lose 30 fucking pounds. How does a
Hmm.
female survive when she doesn't have the density and the size to lose 30 pounds and still carry a 60 to 100 pound rucksack? Fucking
Yeah,
read
they
that.
ain't built for that, man. They stopped menstruating and everything, man.
Yeah.
And that's exactly, Gigi, what the captain said. She said her menstrual cycle stopped. She said that she had to literally stop it because it was killing her.
Yeah.
She almost became sterile.
Hmm. Yeah. You do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of this, and don't even get me started with like the stories that they suppress of people that they try to. I know it's gonna sound like I'm taking a left turn, but people that transition and then they be like, "Oh shit, I didn't think, I thought I was a girl. I was actually gay. Where's my
Hmm.
dick?" Like
Hmm.
they suppress the shit out of all of that, because they don't want that out there, and it's crazy. But let me play this real
They
quick
do.
just to
No,
get
go
it
ahead. Play
out.
it.
Yeah.
The black women, when they try to play for keeps with these brothers, they don't want to pay the money.
Right.
That's the biggest problem. That's why a lot of the brothers prefer the white women or the white European women, because these sisters are cheap. No disrespect to any of them, not all of them, but when it comes, they're not trying to take. See, the problem with them, they're not trying to take care of a man. The white women,
sex workers matter,
will take care of a man. They'll pay more for the deed. So the brothers will like, okay, they'll pound out the sisters, pound them out in droves, but they're looking for men to be like their man. And when you're 20 years older than a brother from the West Indies, he's like, yo, you want to take me back to America, but you don't want to pay no money. And that's the problem. So what they do is they round up a whole shipload of them and go down there and get their back blown out. And they leave whatever money on the table down there, and then they make repeat trips.
These hoes literally aggregating capital for debt. But like I said, man, what did Kevin say? Can't make this shit up.
And that's why I put that short out there a long time ago about like, okay, so Stella can go get a motherfucking boss bitch. She can go get a passport, go to Jamaica, find a 20-year-old boy, pop him off, marry the motherfucker, and then he turned out to be gay. But if a Negro says, okay, you say you don't want us, you say you ain't fucking with us, you say you don't rock with us, all right, let's go see what shit like is, across the pond. Let's go, across the Atlantic, the Pacific. Let's just go figure out how we'll be treated elsewhere and how these ladies are rocked. Now all of a sudden, they destitute. These bitches are uneducated. They're fucking being trafficked. But y'all been bouncing on motherfucking Dexter's dick in Jamaica for I don't know how long. Y'all been doing that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Stella got
TG,
Stella.
You got it wrong. It's Dexter St. John. Go ahead.
Jacques, yes, said Jacques.
but here's the thing, man. Like at the end of the day, man, all I was trying to say, man, is women feel like they are the new men. And here's why. Like to a woman, it's an accomplishment. It's a form of one-upsmanship for them to present their degree and to say that they've achieved, something that gives them some parity to you, okay? Or makes them socially, hierarchically a peg above you, okay? But here's the reality. The market is artificial. It's bourgeois as fuck. Like, I mean, to be quite honest, historically, men have never been given social status by going to work for 8 hours somewhere or 10 to 12 hours somewhere for somebody else. That's never been the determinant of what manhood is about. It just hasn't. Like, if you go look back through history, man, and even before recorded history, men and women lived together in small bands of hunter-gatherer tribes. That's our evolutionary start. Okay, that's the vast majority of our existence as men. Small hunter-gatherer bands. We're tribal as hell. We'll engage in internecine warfare with other human beings at the drop of a hat. In-group, out-group creators. But here's the deal. Manhood is really actually being able to take shit from other men or being able to protect the shit that you have from other men invading it. That's the history of human life. Okay, now it changes up like when you start to go away from like nomadic hunter-gatherer groups to civilizations that are based on agriculture. But like for the most part, even those civilizations are always threatened by invaders and shit like that. So but now today we got this fucking bourgeois mindset, like that, being able to put on a suit and tie, that's like really actually masculine. Like, this is all a facade, man.
But Green Gorilla, I was told by Keisha with the big booty I wasn't a real man.
Then you need to start listening to fucking women.
but women will not pay. They don't feel like they should have to pay or contribute towards the family unit. Their whole, but this is a cultural artifact. Like women, like even take women from Africa, right? Them bitches got to go out and get water and shit. Like, or they selling shit. You know what I'm saying? Like women in Africa, man, they are the ones that control the market. You know what I'm saying? Like they're the ones going out and setting up booths and trading and shit like that. They don't just get to sit around and do nothing and be kept bitches. Like this is some Western bourgeois bullshit that white men created for themselves, like the elite effect white dudes, okay? But like the rustic Texan motherfuckers, the white dudes rustling cattle and shit, shooting motherfuckers. Dude, this It's a whole different paradigm now, man. And black men are like into it now, where they feel like their masculinity is predicated upon having a 9 to 5 or like being like, this guy who's earning a certain amount of cash. Like,
Yeah, that's because women are defining masculinity, and that's what women want because it benefits them. That's why.
but these women, they want more. Like, in my viewpoint, like if black women were smart as fuck, they would be doing shit like this. And if they were really actually like the brainiacs that they claim to be, they'd be like, okay, you know what? You got intelligence and you got labor power. We got the ability to be the face of the avatars of these businesses. Let's get it popping. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't do anything by myself. Let's connect game, and because white people been doing this shit forever. You think like women, half of the construction businesses owned by women or run by women? You think that shit?
Nah. Nope.
Nah.
But they'll use their minority status in order to gain an entry point into the marketplace. You know what I'm saying? And they'll collaborate with men in order to do it. They'll fuck with their fathers to do it. They'll fuck with their husbands in order to get it done. They'll work collaboratively and use the loopholes in the law to do what's in their service. We don't get that shit. It's really actually a pissing contest between black men and black women over crumbs.
Because
And to
black
me,
women don't want to be black. That's really what that is. They think they can graduate from being black.
there's no way to get in a sense. They've been made honorary white women, but that ain't saying much. Like, and the reason I say that is this: white women. It's one thing to be honorary in terms because like it's all the statistics are there. If a black woman comes from a 2-parent home, she can do just as well as a white woman can. Okay, they have parity in terms of their ability to enter and to exploit the market. Okay, the problem is black men. But here's the thing: this is one thing black women can't divest from. They can't divest from their sons, unless they abort them before they're born, which I've heard some of them say they want to do. But or unless they divest from their brothers or their fathers. And here's the other thing: I said this a long time ago. You a nigga manufacturer. You a nigga producer. So you can't
Yeah.
divest from it. There's no way for you to get rid of this. It's like, you can bleach the shit like Sammy Sosa, but it ain't going nowhere. You a nigga manufacturer. So at the end of the
Your
day,
biology will follow you to the end of your time.
there's no way for you to divorce yourself from your brothers, your fathers, and your sons. Now you can divorce yourself from your husband or that the nigga who put a baby in you, but you can't divorce yourself from the baby that you had or the father or your brothers, your siblings and shit like, except for not to fuck with them. But here's the deal: you still connected. There's like who. If a chick gets into a problem and she needs her father to deal with the fucking problem, she gonna call his ass or her brother or somebody other niggas that she knows that she's in a friendship circle with. They can't get rid of us, man. Now we can say, okay, you know what? I'm not fucking marrying you all, and let this shit dissolve and let it be what it's gonna be, and let the shit die out.
But they know they'll ultimately lose that as well. That's why I did that video, like the war of attrition, you will lose, because at the end of the day, the BGS has talked about it. They cannot go in other countries for the most part and get a better deal on the law averages. We can, because we can. And that's why nobody's worried about them traveling except as a counter propaganda mechanism, versus they acting like an iceberg just hit the fucking Titanic or is about to hit the Titanic if you stay on this route. And they're doing everything they can, including lying, including telling whatever lie they need to tell to basically harm the black men. They do travel to scare black men from staying in. They're doing everything. And then the other thing you said about if they have a 2-parent household, they on parity with a white woman. The truth is, most of the time, if they're not in a 2-parent household, the women choose the fathers for their children. So most of the time, if that's not the case, they got their mama to blame for that. But anyway,
we just got to.
I was going to say, GG, are you sure it's honorary white women or just honorary side chick in general?
No, well, put it this way: the '64 Civil Rights Bill, man, enabled them to be able to get the same kind of benefits as fucking white women. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, they don't have access to white men's capital, so therefore they definitely don't have access to the same wealth, because white man dies, the wife gets the money. White daddy dies, and it's just a woman in the family. The woman gets the fucking money. You know what I'm saying? Or all the assets and shit like that. It's not the same with black folks. The biggest factor driving black wealth down is the downward mobility of black men. Now, it's not to say that most black men are like just these derelicts. That's not the point. But the point is that black men are not on parity with white dudes. If black men had some closeness, some proximity to the earning power or the wealth generating power of white dudes, the black community would be good. We'll be all right. And these chicks wouldn't be talking about y'all ain't building shit and all of this. Everything would be good. But instead of trying to uplift the boys and uplift their brothers, they want, what white women told them that they want. Or they gave them this desiderata. They gave them the program. And the program is be like us. Do what we tell you to do. Because didn't Dr. Tia Johnson come on the video and say, while they fucking super hardcore feminists in ideology and shit, they going home to their husband.
Yep, that's true.
Look, I swear to God, I told y'all, man. Okay, I took feminist philosophy, man, from a woman who was the head of the Women and Gender Studies department, but her husband was a masculinity scholar in the same fucking department. Now that should tell you something. You know what I'm saying? Them motherfuckers, she all smashed the patriarchy, but she got a fucking husband, a child, as a masculinist in a fucking Women and Gender Studies department.
Yeah, money's money.
I worked with a Latino woman in a philosophy department. I ain't gonna say where, but it's a philosophy department. She says she makes more money than her husband, but she gives the money to her husband. She does. She says and she be talking all kind of feminist shit, fighting for women shit. But she takes the money home. She says, "Well, I'm traditional like that. My husband is the head of the house."
Wow.
Can you picture a woman
that's rare,
that's black, trying to do some shit like that?
If feminists or non-feminists, she ain't gonna do that.
Should I show him the video from Marianne Slaughter?
But it's just. But the thing is, it's like we're in constant competition with people who are supposed to be our partners.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. Like, why should I have to come home and fight with you over who runs shit? When we supposed to be each other's fucking comfort, man, and planning on finding a way how to fucking, build a legacy that's better than the one that was left to us. But instead of that,
you just said it. They don't want to be black.
Yep, they don't want to be our women. They were never our women.
I mean, that's and the reason why I want to point that out is because that's a lot of dudes do that to varying degrees. Dudes have this. If I just John Henry my way through it, you cannot. At the end of the day, outside of dicking a bitch down, which by the way temporarily makes her forget the fact that she's black. That's really why that works. You can't fix that. And I'm not like the don't date black folks police, but at the end of the day, that's why it's so easy for black women to fall into this glove of niggas ain't shit, post-birth abortion, aborting black male babies. This is why they're so casual about celebrating black death, because the way they see being black as disease. And they may not consciously be aware of this, but they're unconsciously. This is why if you're not useful to a black woman, she'd rather you be dead, because at least she could get money off your ass in the GoFundMe. This is why black women are very quick to celebrate black male death and all of this. And I hate to say it that way, but you got like dudes. It's funny. One thing also hollering people keep telling him, black men too, is that you ain't lived life enough to make the assessment that it's not worth it right now to go somewhere else. So what they really want is for him to gather all his baggage that is going to anchor him down when they know what's out here, man. And so I get it. From a logical standpoint, you would think women would come to your conclusion. But the reality is, just like how these chicks think they can get $100,000 nigga out of a fucking microwave, they think that they can divorce themselves from their blackness.
Man, these women, hey, look, these bitches got their asses on their shoulders. Like the women from the other countries and shit, from Africa to fucking Thailand to the Philippines to Brazil. It's like you bitches is tripping.
Yep.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's to the point where they're starting to talk shit about these women, even in Africa, because some of these women starting to make videos. And the reality is, in these travel groups, I'm seeing more and more dudes go to Africa. But go ahead, my bad.
but the reality is, I mean, look, man, the average woman in America, let's face it, superficial, materialistic, narcissistic, egotistic,
Yeah, yep.
and just irascible. Like, you know, like everything that the Bible says in Proverbs about it's better to be on the roof than to live in a house with a quarrelsome woman. It is what it is. Like
Yeah,
you dealing with quarrelsome. America has created a culture of purposefully quarrelsome women. They don't need a rhyme or reason. All they know is they want their way. It's like motherfucking like back in the day, that group NSYNC, I don't know whatever the Backstreet Boys, I want it that way. Well, it don't even have to make sense what they want. Okay? But they're gonna get it because they have the power to have it that way.
Yeah,
The judicial and the policies. The judicial
well,
we were talking about that. Okay.
Go ahead, AB.
We were talking about that earlier, GG. The Bible actually promotes passport bros. It says it's better go live in a desert than to argue with a quarrelsome woman.
Yeah, that's funny. The thing is, though, all that can only work if the men co-sign it, and eventually the men are gonna revolt. And this ain't no bullshit where y'all can't. This ain't no slave revolt. So y'all can't pull that shit on white men like y'all can pull that shit on black men, and it ain't enough black men. So that's why when people are saying, "Oh, they're gonna change the laws to prevent black men to travel," there's nothing they can do without doing it to white men, because white men been doing it more for longer, and they're a bigger group. There's no way to target. Like, even if you say, okay, we're going to target child support, 45% of white women are single mothers that have kids. There's no way to target black men without targeting white men. There's no way to do that. And then you got to ask yourself, that doesn't look good if you're trying to keep men in here. That doesn't look good at all. So, yeah, man. If men are not protected, this is why these women see this. And it's not just black women, by the way. I'm starting to be shown more white women talking shit about Filipino women, which that's not typically what white men are going for anyway. They're going for a different type of Asian. And they say, and it's all the same thing. These chicks are not attractive, not like that, or they're post-wall. You got to remember, white women crashing that wall in their 30s. Black women can, at least because of the culture, try to push that shit upper to their upper 30s, versus white women, they get 27, 28, they're done. And like I said, these women don't know what to do because they haven't been taught shit. So I keep saying, because Culture Clinician asked me, what should men do? I said, all men need to just push that shit to the 100 degree. Push that shit forward. Because at the end of the day, these women are clearly showing they ain't got no value if men ain't playing with their ass. And men don't play this game with them, which is why black men got to get off this I want to be chose shit. Black men got to stop looking for their manhood. Like, niggas literally got mad at me for saying that. Niggas got to stop caring about being chose more than they care about power. You know, and yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, like my whole thoughts on it are, man, like the brother was saying here, I think he's forever blessed. Like if you're rejected and you can't gain any ground where you are, man, you got to explore other options, man. And you know, I was trying to tell Amiri Brown, this is all I was trying to explain to him, right? Like, a lot of guys think that they can save the black community through black love. But see, one of the things that people don't understand is that traditionally, marriage in and of itself was not predicated upon love, man. You know what I'm saying? Like arranged marriages were the norm. Like, okay, like your parents had to approve of it. It wasn't like, okay, well, I'm just getting married because I like the way this girl looks, or I like the way this guy looks, and we favor each other and we feel cool around each other. Like, no, man. Like, infants were being married off in England, man. As like when we're talking about the Court of Chancery and shit like that, then you had motherfuckers 9, 10 years old being married off in the families and shit.
Yeah. Niggas believing you can say, like, I didn't hear none of that conversation y'all had earlier on Faulkner's with Amiri. But the concept of love will save the black community, I'm not about to fuck up your channel. But that's some of the most bitch-made castrated coming from a. I can see a woman saying that shit, and even then, I would say, as a woman in 2023, if you saying that shit, you are clearly not fucking paying attention to what's going on. But if a dude is saying that, that is some absolute. Ain't that? Didn't that motherfucker catch somebody cheating on his ass? Like they. That is the.
Who,
That's what I
America?
heard from Keeping 100, but I don't know if that's true. I
Nah,
don't know.
man, look, man, that's speculation. I'm not about to get into
Well,
that.
my point is this idea of love, like coming from men. That's how you know, because there is no logic in love. Let me just keep it here. There's no logic in love. So when you're sitting here and saying that love is going to fix the community, what you're essentially saying is I have no logical answer to this, and that you're not a man without logic. I'm sorry. Like in any concept, you've pretty much advocated your manhood, like at least in that particular conversation. But really, Amiri Brown shit is black men ain't shit, and black men need to get up under these hoes and the match in the what they call it, the matriarchal standard. That nigga, that's what that nigga believes. That nigga actually believes in the hive bug queen model, and that shit is on some weird shit to me. But
It's on some Starship Trooper shit.
yeah, at the end of the day, if black men, if men in general don't play this game, that's the leverage. Your greatest power as a man is your power of choice. That's the one thing I haven't taken from you yet. And if you choose to not exercise it, they want. That's why they want to keep men deaf, dumb, and blind, because they don't want you asking, like you thinking too much is a problem. By the way, a lot of stuff you saying, Gigi, was I've heard you say first. Andrew Tate is saying, but on a massive influencer scale. Andrew Tate literally has a thing called Hustlers Kung Fu that he's a part of. That shit has a server with 200,000 folks in it, all of them paying $50 into it. That's like a $6 million a month generator. And it's teaching dudes how to do different shit, business, copywriting, crypto, stuff like that. The point is that dude is influencing a lot of men, particularly white dudes. And you got to think when you're looking at Europe, these dudes are seeing Muslims just fuck their women. They women choosing on these Muslims, by the way. Not to mention, what white people call white genocide. This has been going on for a minute, and it's getting to the point where at some point y'all gonna have to stop blaming other groups of men and start realizing where the central point, the commonality all this is. And it's like they want to do. It's crazy because when you look at the dudes and certain dudes that'll be a part of these bills, it's like what do you think is gonna happen? Like, do you all think that we'll just get to where AI automation is gonna take over so the women, like, what end goal are you trying to get to? Like y'all actually think the dudes are just gonna continue to deal with this shit, or y'all and the motherfuckers are not gonna be open to being taken over or some shit? It's crazy, like the mindsets with these people, and they just start the babbling, man. When you actually ask them real questions, is insane. But yeah, they forever trying to keep that nigga in jail. They ain't even charge that motherfucker with shit, and they about to keep him in jail for 60, 90 days. They give him straight nigga treatment. They give him take the nigga treatment.
Well, I mean, what they say about truth tellers, they get in trouble for telling the truth.
Yeah, but black women, and remember, the black community is always 20 years ahead of the shit because the bullshit we done dealt with. So yeah, man. These
Niggas telling them that ban the ship, man. It's like, okay, you know how the motherfuckers in them sci-fi movies, man, say, the earth is about to be fucked up. You know what I'm saying? We about to get on this ship, man, and go ahead and try to find a new colony somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, that's the other part that I was gonna say too, GG. The argument is always black men are dejected, and that's a big argument. That's a majority argument. I won't say it isn't, but black men are dejected, and I know, and you meant like disenfranchised. I know you didn't mean rejected by women. But that's how a lot of lower thinkers kind of resonate with that. But the thing is, too, a lot of dudes, it used to be that if you could get, let's say you from New York and you can get women from New York, but you be like, I can get women from New York, but these bitches are not wives. I'm tired of them back talking. I'm tired of them calling me bro. I'm tired of telling me to get my nuts up. Are you mad? I'm going to smack one of these bitches one day and then go to jail. Let me go ahead and go get a chick from the South. She know how to cook. She may be a little bit bigger, but she knows she got the wife skills right. That's how it used to be before hip hop really got. Before hip hop really, before the South had they fucking turn in hip hop, that's how it used to be. And so the thing is or just like in New York real estate, you may be able to afford real estate, house in New York or apartment in New York, but it's like if you can get a job somewhere else and still make similar amounts of money that you make in New York, if you cool with not being around everything, I ain't even talk about rural areas, but you are where everything ain't New York, and New York is only New York, right? You go to a Raleigh or a secondary city of Charlotte, okay, you get in a house and you get a bigger house, a newer house, everything's new, green. You see what I'm saying? It's like when people go to Vegas and shit like that. That's how it also is. It's not everybody ain't, oh, you don't get pussy, or you only get an ugly bitch. It also is a lot of niggas are like, this shit ain't worth this shit in the long term, and I'm going to what's more efficient and economically for my benefit.
Because it's not worth it anymore. Like even that whole shit about these chicks down south. These chicks down south don't cook.
Oh
they
no,
don't.
not anymore.
They do not cook. Yeah, I've been in so many damn dirty houses.
But
chicks
that used to be the reputation.
The thing I've always gotten for me is that women down south have been telling me from this since they knew I knew how to cook. Oh, you know how to cook for your wife. And I'm looking at them like, bitch, this is the South.
Man, I don't know what type of bitch y'all be fucking with, boy. Every chick I done fuck with from the South, I was fucking with. Okay, I was in high school.
What year was this?
Well, okay, let me just say this. Recently, I was fucking with some chick, well, at least two chicks, but the baddest of the two.
How old are they?
Well, the chick was in her 30s, but the whole point is, and I'm in my 50s, so but the whole point is, I went over to the chick house, man. The bitch had the food cooked already, and handed me the remote control, gave me a motherfucking cup of motherfucking iced tea, and said, "What you want to watch?" And the bitch had pork chops, fried chicken, baked chicken, and the whole, the bitch had the shit set out. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I get you. 30s is good. Because pretty much what I'm talking about is women like women under 40. So 30s, yeah, that's good. Okay, that's good. But like if you talk, but what we talking about, because women like 40 and up, they come from kind of a slightly different situation. So like in 2012,
Big Mama was still around.
Yeah, we talk about before hip hop really got up in like in the 90s and probably early 2000s. But I believe that shit was completely dead after the 20s.
But like my youngest daughter can't cook. Like I was fucking around with some chick, man, maybe a couple of years ago too.
You taught her to play the piano, but not how to cook. No, I'm playing.
No, but I look, dude, I can cook, man. And my whole thing is, if you can't do some, like a lot of these women are just faking the front because they lazy as a motherfucker, right? Because look, if I can do it, another motherfucker can do it. Because all I'm doing is reading directions. You know what I'm saying? Like cooking is, okay, you know what cooking is? Paying attention and not burning the shit because you cooking it slow.
Stop cooking everything on high.
That's all cooking is, nigga. Like it doesn't require a genius to put cheese, in motherfucking macaroni and to beat an egg and to put the motherfucking garlic powder in the shit and
But this is the problem with that though. What I've found out from women, they look at it as it's like it's a demeaning act to cook for your husband. Because I had a video that I posted on Twitter about women not cook for the husbands. Because I had guys at my job.
Illness.
I've had guys at my job who has a wife at home. She's a stay-at-home wife. She cooks for the kids. She cooks for herself, but she will not cook for her man. Her man will not have a fucking plate at home. He has to go to fucking these gas stations or a 24-hour burger joint to get food. That one will go in that house and cook the food and will not even set a plate aside for the damn man.
What's demeaning is when I organize a fucking potluck for you stupid ass agents and the bitches aren't bringing food. And we look, then you mad and want to call HR because everybody looking at you, including other females, like you a dumbass. The Hispanic women brought some shit, but a couple black chicks didn't. Y'all want to get some store-bought shit, and now y'all upset because y'all look stupid. And then they talk about, oh yeah, this is my boy. I'm gonna show me how to do this. And then y'all mad. Then I gotta explain, hey, they brought fucking muffins from the goddamn area. That ain't my fight. I mean, I ain't see them looking at them. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. Man, you've been told. I'm like, told about what? Like, it's funny because that's a mental illness. And I call not for real, but like a social mental illness. Like I was in the deli when I was in high school. I played sports a little bit, but I was one of them niggas that got a job, got a car, that shit. So I worked in the deli, Lowe's Foods, art. And in Lowe's Foods, they had this thing called Boar's Head. Dudes from New York, I know what that is. And then you got trained to be like Boar's Head certified. So you learn about how the stuff is made, how it's together, blah, 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 blah. And I took those skills that I learned in the deli. I also worked in the bakery. I was making like $13.50, and I'm talking about in 2003. When I was like, and I wasn't 18 yet. Yeah, because, you know, and then white boys always let me remember it too. Because I was a stalker and I'm not Hispanic. So I couldn't stock like the other Hispanics could. So they brought my ass back in the thing. Anyway, long story short, that's how, and then my mom taught me how to cook to a certain extent too. But that's really how I learned. And so as far as chicken and the basic stuff that Gigi's talking about, you learn that same thing with bread, how it goes on. But here's another thing. You dumb bitches, it got YouTube. Like, when I need to learn how to cook that Chinese shit, because, you know, I'm like, the only thing that black people don't really know how to make is the fucking rice. And then to get the, like, you know, how the orange chicken and stuff, how they get it breaded and stuff. You got YouTube. And then these hoes, you know how these hoes can't cook? Because how fat they are. And like, so how you fat, but it's you fat because you can't cook. So as far as
I know how they fat.
Well, you know, fast food. But my thing is the level, like talking about demeaning. Now these hoes can't clean. Now it's to the point where quiet as it's kept. And this is what Austin said. A lot of these bitches can't even. I'm sorry, I get it. A lot of these bitches don't even know how to clean out their own pussy. Because like that, like it's like a lot of shit. Like fuck. Okay, you want to demean a man? Cool. Y'all don't even know how to do this shit yourself. Because here's the thing. Y'all, even if you knew how to cook and you didn't want to cook for a man, that means you should have control over the food you putting in your own body. No, they use that as an excuse, and then all that shit atrophies. And the truth is, now like you got 2 generations of this shit now. So grandma done died. So guess what? Your mama don't know how to cook, so you fucked. So now the dudes are learning how to do it, and there's more male chefs than females anyway. So the reality is, men don't look at it that way. Men are like, yeah, like, you know how many YouTube, like, it ain't that many. But I just bought me one of them Ninja foodie air fryer grills, and I'm literally looking at a food saver right now that I need to open. And like, I got a new wave oven as well. Do you understand? There's quite a few black men now. There's black women too, to be fair, but there's quite a few black men that they have YouTube channels built around how to use those products, how to cook wings, how to cook stuff black men or other men like wings for the game, this, that, why, you know, and they literally have channels built around that. Like it's like women, this feminism got these hoes so fucked up.
It takes on average 30 minutes a TV show to cook a meal for your family. That's how long it should take you to cook a meal for your fucking family. And you ain't got to do all that. All you got to do is open the fucking canned good and put it in some boiling water.
Not to mention food prep. Not to mention food prep.
That's all you have to do. That's all the fucking do. And the simple fact that they think that is them being suppressed by the patriarchy is fucking laughable to me.
Yeah, it really is. Because one of the advantages, and this is what I would tell, like I've told sisters this, I say, you dumb bitch, and I've said it just like that. Do you realize that one of your main advantages over the white woman was your ability to season some shit?
Yes, sir.
Like you were so like what? Like y'all literally let them white chicks take all of y'all superpowers and they basically convince y'all that shit ain't worth shit. And on top of that, now these hoes are starting to get some ass and they learning how to put seasoning salt on shit and taking your best fucking men. But y'all still support that.
All I can say, look,
let Gigi say, because I want him to look at this video after you, AB.
Well, all I can say is today, I made something called jambalaya. I love to make jambalaya. You gotta cut the celery up. You got to cut the bell pepper up. You got to cut the onion up. You got to get fucking thyme. You got to get garlic powder, onion powder, salt, pepper, paprika, and motherfucking garlic and shit like that. You got to cook bacon. Then you got to cook chicken. Then you got to cook the andouille. Then you got to cook the shrimp. You know what I'm saying? Set all that shit off to the side. Then you got to fucking saute all the vegetables and shit with the garlic and butter. Then you gotta fucking put in the crushed tomatoes and the tomato paste. and chicken stock and shit and season it, but it takes time. But when you finish doing it, you fucking it's good as shit. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
And I was reared around women who didn't give a fuck. Them ladies was in the kitchen, sun up to sundown, and the whole family was just kicking
Good
it,
greens all day.
chilling, man.
GG, pretty much cussed my mom out because she got out of the fucking surgery right around like Thanksgiving. I'm talking about she had a third of her lung removed. She had a mass. Thankfully it wasn't creating cancer. And she was trying to get food to fucking cook Thanksgiving, and she only had to tell me because she needed somebody to get to pick up the turkey. And I said, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing? You should be asleep." Da 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 da. Guess who won that fight? We had Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Like, see, I'm like, wow, man. I got the turkey. She lied to me. She told me, "Oh well, we'll just save it for Christmas." Then I said, "All right." And then next thing you know, she went to Honey Bake to get the ham, and then $50 fucking ham. The fuck.
Ed,
Anyway,
Ed.
that's how some of these, and that's the BGS talk about that training. But you got these like it's crazy. It's man, go ahead.
Ed, real quick, Ed. How sad is it that these bitches lost to the bitches that used to put raisins in potato salad?
Yeah, I never liked potato salad, but yeah, you're right, man. It's like
That's sad, man. That's sad.
you know what's sad? I'm listening to what Gigi's talking about, and you notice how with Shira 7, I know I don't listen to these chicks. I know none of y'all do, but the chicks that be talking about how to manipulate men and game men and getting resources out of men without doing shit. Yo, you notice how these bitches never talk about the game? Describe a story of something you cook. If you was a chick and you was somewhat attractive and you told that same story that Gigi told, even if you never cooked that shit in your life or cooked that shit for that dude, I bet you could extract a lot of shit from a dude just off the strength of hustling like you kind of can cook, even if you never cook. This is how gameless a lot of these chicks are, because a lot of the ways to a man's heart is through his stomach. And even if y'all learn how to tell stories about shit you cook that you never cook, because you know these women be having mad conviction when they lie. That's why dudes be believing them. I ain't gonna lie. These chicks be having me fooled sometimes with their convictions on how much they be believing shit when they lie. But see, they feminism won't allow them to do that because to them, and the same white bitches that will cook for their dude is the same white bitches that'll tell these chicks this shit. And it's like, yo, bitch, it's cooking. It ain't like, anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
GG, you still
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, let me. I'm going to play this video. I want you to give me your analysis on this.
Keep it going.
Also, we were talking downstairs before
it?
we came in about the ways in which you think that masculinity, in a sense, is called into question. This is a discussion about feminism, truth and lies, but this is also has to be a conversation about masculinity and what that might mean. So you can answer either of those. You can forget about the happiness and just do the masculinity, whichever way.
Well, the Happiness Project one, I think, is part of the earlier piece of the backlash. I mean, I think the idea that, Ariana Huffington, again, has done the third metric, that we should be measuring our lives and our success or achievement, whatever word you want, in terms of what makes us fulfilled. And the answer to that is rarely just another rung on the career ladder or more money or more power. It is the sum total of our relationships as human beings, and our appreciation of beauty. And, I get more pleasure watching my birds in the bird feeder every morning than countless things I do later in the day. I'm going to make time to do that, or my first cup of coffee, or, the site of the Princeton campus, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world. So I think that, again, that's just the pendulum swinging back, and we do need it. We've gotten way, way, way out of whack. Men and masculinity.
Yeah.
So
this is a new book, right?
This is what I'm writing about in my book, and as the sister of two brothers and the mother of two sons, particularly as the mother of two sons, I think about this a lot. And this goes exactly to truth and lies, because as feminist women, we want to be equal. But if you say to us, yeah, but you know what, male CEOs have full-time caregivers at home. Find me a male CEO who has a family, who has a wife or a partner who is not the lead caregiver. I defy you to find me that person. So then you say to the same women, so if we want to be CEOs, yes, we're superhuman and all that stuff, but you know what? Actually, you can't really expect us to do 24/7 jobs any differently than the guys do. So if we're going to be there and we're going to be in those top positions, we need a lead caregiver at home, as I have. My husband obviously has a full-time job. That's great, but he's the lead parent because I could not be the lead breadwinner if he were not the lead parent. I simply couldn't. Somebody's got to be home. I mean, even at 15 and 7, actually, particularly at 15 and 17, somebody has to be home.
Yeah, right.
As we discovered, we saw the Doll's House last night. We came home. Our 15-year-old had been home alone. Somebody ought to be home. So
the place was trash.
it's a bit. Pizza boxes. We won't go there. So then you say, okay, so you want to be the CEO or the president of the university or the surgeon or the scientist, whatever. You've got to marry somebody who is willing to support you in the homework, the family work, in the way he's going to support you. Believe me, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do without him, but that's probably what you're going to have to do. And maybe you'll trade off, but he's going to have to do that part of the time. And at that point, many women get off the bus. They don't want to marry a guy like that. They don't think a guy like that is masculine. Indeed, the guys who do that, I know I'm in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is the home of, Brooklyn gives the lie to all this. There are more stay-at-home dads here than probably anywhere else in the U.S.
Yeah, that's it.
Work-from-home dads or lead caregiver dads, or however you want to put it. But
done?
in most places in the U.S.
No, you can pause it for a second, though, because I got something to say about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been saying this. I don't know, I know she, it took a while for her to get to that point. She was circuitous in her, delineation of what her viewpoint was. But ultimately, women don't have an issue at all with being a boss bitch going to work or whatever the case may be. But when they going off to do that, they still want to be moms, but they don't want to have a husband that's playing the fucking homemaker role. They can't perceive themselves as handing over anything, like supporting and funding a male in that role, because to them that's not what masculinity is. They're not attracted to it.
Nope,
I showed a study, man. Like, women don't want to marry men who make less money than they make, or if anything less than equal to them, they don't want to fucking deal with it. All right, and if they do marry a man who makes less than they make, then guess what? The marriage ends up fucking damn near. It's highly likely it's going to end in divorce. Just is what it is. So women have demanded, and she said something earlier that was really important, but it doesn't seem like it's important. Women think that they can check off like items on a list, and that somehow will give them status and lead towards their happiness. It's not just black women; it's white women. It's women in Western culture.
Yeah, they want that status, but they also still want to be mom at home.
But here's the deal. That's why I said earlier, and I'll say it again. Before there was jobs and hierarchies and honors, delineated to whoever had, the highest, amount of cash or money as it was traded even in ancient times. Before there was even any of that, there was men and women who had relationships, who had to stick together in order to have children so that, the human population could continue to increase and begin to thrive and to burgeon. So before any of this shit, you had male and female relationships. Now you add in the artificiality of the market. You get people with all these fake ass desires that are given to them by society. Like, the television gives you desires and gives you, impulses to buy shit you don't even fucking need.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna say I'm not guilty of it, you know what I'm saying? Because I am. Like, I mean, I think I need a new iPhone, or I think I might need, new shoes, or a new shirt, or a new car, or whatever the case may be. You get locked into thinking that these are the things that you need. But the most important things in life actually are relationships. The quality of your life is pretty much going to be a reflection of the quality of relationships that you have. And unfortunately, in Western culture, the cultivation and the ethos surrounding relationships is the last priority. It's not high on the priority scale. And everybody wonders what the fuck is breaking down in Western culture. We're not cultivating strong friendships, extended family networks. We're not doing anything other than being like, you can't tell me what to fucking do. I'm the boss of me. And I mean, it works to a certain, extent, but like, if you have no friends, you can have all the goddamn money in the world. We've seen it with celebrities and shit who kill themselves, or
Yep.
who engage in, even like, let's take for example my era, right? I was
Right.
born in 71. The biggest star when I was living, man, was Michael Jackson and Prince. You know what I'm saying? Like, them the biggest fucking stars ever, man. Whitney Houston. Okay. Each one of them motherfuckers was on drugs to the point where they fucking killed themselves. I
Yeah.
mean, we're talking about the most famous people in the black community, bro, or the black population, killed themselves. Michael Jackson, propofol. They say Prince was doing the same shit. We know Whitney Houston was smoking 8 balls all goddamn day, and she got Poppy on speed dial with a bank account that don't stop. So it happens with white people too. Robin Williams, you know what I'm saying? Sam Kinison, people, Amy Winehouse, Kurt Cobain, people who got shit ton of money and fame. That's just not enough, man. The money by itself is not enough. The fame, the status, is not enough. It's the quality of the relationships that you have, man, that makes life worth living. If you don't have friends and people who really give a fuck about you, who care about you in your circle, then you don't have shit. What do you have? Like, if you a CEO of a company and you got millions of dollars, dog, and you ain't got no partners, you ain't got no friends you can trust, or nobody in your circle, what's the use of having it?
Might as well be broke.
And if you don't, but if the niggas are surrounding you and you don't know them, you know what I'm saying, and you a millionaire, you can best believe them motherfuckers trying to gas your ass and use you. You know that.
How many times have we heard celebrities with their closest friend being their financial advisor, and they running off with their damn money?
Man, all I can say is the best shit in life is free. But motherfuckers can't see that they so worried about not getting manipulated or getting used or being demonized or dehumanized. I can see if it's white folks. I get that. But amongst each other, like, bitch, you can't even give a nigga a plate of food. That's beneath you.
But that's the point. It's like, how can you have friends if you're not a friendly individual?
Exactly. How can you be served if you're not willing to serve? How can you receive without being willing to give? Like, and I say this, built within the concept of a relationship in and of itself is the ability to come back again. That's what it means. Lation comes from the word lateral.
This is one of the problems that you see online so much. All this introvert, especially with the women, they promote an introvert. I call it introvertism. You know what I'm saying? As it's the most coolest thing in the world, being alone, being by yourself. But the way they promote it, it's like they doing it 24/7. You see their Instagram reels, how they doing all these comedy skits by themselves so much. And it's like, yo, it might be funny, but then this might be a sign to that. Like, you like being by yourself so much like that, like, to that point, like, especially some females I see that even they be looking cute, and it's like they promote being introvert so much. It's like, why are you trying to take away dudes want to step to you, being that you like being by yourself so much?
I mean, look at Homegirl, who's the psychiatrist who got put on blast. You can literally see the mental health, the mental stability break down in her. But it's her fault. She thinks so low of men, and this is the dichotomy that they deal with. They don't think men are shit, but they want them.
They don't think men are shit, but they need them.
Exactly.
They don't think men are shit, but they want them. Like you said, Charles, and good evening, everybody. They don't think men are shit, but they want to be in their spaces. And I will use this they want to be in men's spaces online. And you're like, bitch, you just said you don't need us. So why are you trying to be with us?
That is a lie. They do need us.
Oh,
They hate the fact that they do need us. That's the main issue that they have.
they hate their own lie.
Well, they trying to be men. And,
Mhm.
and see, men can practice stoicism and not really worry about too much. Even though, yes, human beings need interaction, but men do better, can do a hell of a lot better than women without it. And what fundamentally happens, for example, like the therapist, one minute you see her talking about passport bros, there ain't this and ain't that, but then she's crying about she lost her job and she's never had a real relationship. I think it's weird that the average female never been in a real relationship. They've been a hit it and quit it girl. And it's their fault. What do you have to offer? Don't give me your degrees. Don't give me none of that shit. What do you have to offer?
See, it's
You know, man, look, I'm about to burn on out. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the only thing I'm just trying to say is, look, I don't have a problem with chicks making their money.
Let's mute up for a second, Charles.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go
Without
ahead.
all that back static? Yeah. So I don't have a problem with chicks making money, but here's the issue, and that's the issue that the video pointed out, and I've been saying it. You got women who want to do what men have traditionally done, but they don't want to fucking have any duties or responsibilities that men have traditionally had to fucking take on. They want to be able to enjoy the accoutrements of manhood, but they don't want to take on the responsibilities and the duties associated with manhood. And my thing is, this gender shit ain't like a la carte, you know, like cafeteria type experience, man. It ain't like, okay, well, I'm gonna just choose and select. Like, you know, it's like going to the motherfucking car dealership and you know, saying, okay, I want my car to be black. I want the motherfucker with leather interior. I want 20-inch rims on it. I want the rims to be, you know, black. I want the paint job to be, like you said, I want it black. I want a sun. Bitch, you don't get to do all this choosing and deciding about what the best is, and then you're gonna take all the best elements and parts and then leave off all the shit that's negative, all the burden. So ultimately what you want is all the benefits of the social arrangement, but you don't want to have any of the burdens. You don't want to take on any of the risk. You just want to fucking just be on easy street. Bitch, life don't work like that. Life don't work like that, bro.
It's like you said. It's like
It
you
ain't
just
never
said,
worked like
GG.
that.
I'm sorry, GG. Go ahead.
No, all I'm saying is life don't work where you get to pick the best of the best of the best, and then you don't have to share in the burdens. If you're gonna share in the benefits, you're gonna share in the fucking burdens. It is what it is. So I'm gonna holler at y'all later, man. I
Appreciate
got
you coming on, BG.
Appreciate you, GG.
for sure, man.
And you know, I was just debating with someone when they saw this video of there was a husband and wife though, yeah, no, because I'm familiar with them, yeah. When they made the video about she was asking him a question like do I pay for anything? And he was like, no, you don't pay for anything. Any woman I'm with, she ain't paying for nothing, period. Because I take care of all that. So you know, I have no problem with a man doing that if he finds himself a woman that's worthy of doing that with. My whole thing is, it's just like I seen that same type of concept video when Ms. Farrakhan said that, and you see how women took that as, you know, you see, y'all know their reaction. My thing is like, in order for women, because I don't think all women should get that treatment. Why? Because not all women are worthy of that treatment, and we
Or have
see it
they
now
earned
this
it?
day and stuff. And most likely, we gotta be careful when we post this message. I'm not taking away from what he do for his wife, but there's certain concepts that we can't just teach a man he's supposed to do for his wife if he's doing it for any woman based upon she just looking good and giving him good wop.
You
Period.
know,
Because there's some naive dudes out there that, you know what, they feel like this is a good woman, but she really does no value to him. And then when he gets juiced and everything, which he might have saw that, and his friends probably saw that months prior before he went too far with that. Like that's when we felt saw the upsetness of him when things don't go right.
you know, Mel,
You know?
it's the rarest of the rarest of the rare when a man finds a woman who is willing to be there with him through any and everything. And it's extremely rare for me. I mean, hell, I'm just coming off of cancer surgery. Let me pose a question to the panel. Had I been married to a woman of my own kind, What's the percentage of possibility that she would have left when I got diagnosed?
Pretty good, my thing. Pretty good.
Well, I'm very blessed because Jody didn't leave. Matter of fact, Jody kicked it into high gear.
Exactly.
Jody said, I know you love living in North Carolina, but we got to go back to Indiana so we can figure this cancer shit out and get a second opinion. Because the folks at Duke basically told her to prepare me for a casket. And Dr. K wasn't having it.
You know what, Snowman? I just know something too. Another point that you just proven when I was having that debate, with a friend of mine and
What's that?
everything. You're not. Would you say you were not? Remember, you just admitted too before other panels. You don't pay 100% of the bills right now, but your wife still give you the cane treatment and stuff because you still in your masculine core, whatever. I know you may feel hopeless, but she, you know what I'm saying. My thing is like, okay, not every marriage couple is going to get that type of marriage and everything. Right. I remember Charles was telling that chick on this panel a while ago how many marriages have a man that pays everything. She was trying to tell her, it's telling you like 10%. Everything. So what about the other people that's like, have to do 50-50 or 60-40, when both parties have to work?
But Mel, the funniest thing when I had that chick, the Olympic silver medalist on, she makes twice as much as her boyfriend.
Exactly.
Really think if they live together, do you really think she's the type of woman not to throw it in his face?
Yep.
And it's funny because I'm kind of conflicted. I think a woman should pay at some point because it's one thing if she paid up, if you feel like paying all the bills, but she's got to pay. And for too long, women have been on easy street. Nowadays, you got to earn your keep. What are you doing for me to pay all the bills? I could get any pretty bitch to do the same shit you do.
Exactly.
It's like the funny thing about it, the point of her working is supposed to be as a backup. So just in case,
No. I can't let you get that off, man. It takes two people. The average man cannot support a whole entire family off his back unless you live in strict poverty. It's not. If you want something out of this life, then both of y'all gonna have to work, and then y'all have to come together as a group to figure some shit out and make sure your roles are in place. Yeah. She needs to have her fucking role, and you need to have your fucking role.
You know what?
But my point is also too with some couples that want to do it that way. Like I was about to say, she's supposed to be a backup and stuff like that, just in case if, like I said, if he winds up sick and everything, she would, we got her income to rely on for a while and stuff like that. That's how it's supposed to be.
You know what?
Whoa! Everybody just came up here. Yeah. Hold on. Look, anything can happen to anybody. You're supposed to have each other's back. It's not about a backup. When my mom got sick, my dad had to help support her. Mm-hmm. So that way she can go to the hospital, try to get tests done before she passed. But that's what he had to do. It's about helping each other. Just like if I am a man who's paying all the fucking bills, at least that woman can do is fix me a damn plate when I get home. I should not have to go to fucking McDonald's to get me some fucking food if you are at the fucking house. That is the problem now. Because too many damn lazy ass motherfucking bitches are not fucking actually taking care of their fucking husbands, and they're getting pissed. Their husbands are getting pissed. They're not saying it out loud, but in their fucking face. What I see them when they say, "Oh, I have to go to McDonald's, but my wife cooked food for the kids and herself."
You know what, Art?
There
was a reason why I did my rant the other day. I was talking to a female friend of mine, and that's what I said. Black women are done. And she was like, when I tried to tell her, a lot of you women, she worked at the fire department the same time I went to the police department. Now she works like caretaking shit. And she was telling me how much these wives have to get help for their husbands. I said, you know why? Because those husbands took really bad, high stress jobs to take care of a family because that's what pays the most. I said, when you look at studies, women who take on high stress jobs such as military, police, firefighters, their testosterone goes up, and so they start to suffer from the same stress related disease men traditionally went through. And
what would I see?
yeah, you got me up.
No, what would I see?
I got him.
And she was like, she didn't comprehend. She said, "What about the men?" I said, "If I already said that the men suffer from it traditionally, I already spoke on that." And she was refusing to comprehend. And I said, "Well, how old are these men?" "Well, they're from 50 to 90. I said, "Yeah, women back then didn't work the high level stress jobs at all." And she was like, but why can't the men, why do they get all broken down?" I said, "Well, if the man's job is to provide for the family, it should be the wife's job to make sure that he's well and fed." She was like, "Oh my God, y'all blaming everything on the black woman." I said, "See, that's the reason why you bitches aren't married. You're lazy. You're despicable. You're lazy. You want somebody to shower and pay all the bills, but your mama never got a guy to pay all the bills, did she?" I don't know where this fucking particular shit is because very few people I know parents were married. Mine were. So y'all didn't see households full of motherfuckers paying both the bills.
No, you know where it come from, Charles. Listen, Charles. It come from them sitting at home not doing shit while the government pay the bills. The, I tell people this all the time, man. I don't know where this women not going to work shit didn't come from. Everybody got to work to eat, man. Everybody got to work to eat. What type of people don't want to contribute to their own family? Think about what type of person is so selfish that they just want to sit back while everybody else do the work and they eat off of it. I don't want to hear that housework shit, that all the housework, that shit is not work, that's living. That's living. Cleaning the house, cooking food, doing laundry, that's living. If you didn't have me, you would have to work and do that shit anyway.
So even when the woman stay at home, she still want to think of other ideas to bring in income. She just make the husband just makes it easier for her to stay home that way. After she do the cooking and cleaning, then what about the other hours she doing?
But that's the point. That's the thing. TV has warped people's minds. There's been no time in history where men was just working and women was sitting at home not doing nothing. Like that. That's some weird.
Even
TV
when women
stuff.
were washing clothes, they had to wash clothes as a group to wash all the clothes they had, and they came together as a group to do that.
Let's be serious, man. Men have taken 95% of the hard work that it needs to clean and maintain a house. You literally don't even have to wash clothes by hand. You don't see women going out back cutting the chicken head off, making firewood, carrying buckets of fucking heavy ass water. You don't see that shit. But women, like I told homegirl, I said, this is the reason why y'all really are fucked up creatures. Y'all don't want to do anything. You want everything to benefit you and nothing to benefit the man. Well, why can't he pay all the bills? Why? Who the fuck's gonna pay all your bills? Like literally, chick, you got 2 kids by 2 different men. Who's gonna pay your bills? He was like, I heard your live stream and you talked about single mothers don't have value. I said, y'all have value. You're just low on the totem pole. I said, if you really want a man, you gotta be even more feminine. You gotta be 50 times more feminine than a chick without kids. Because now you're a burden. I said, that's how I'm looking at you. I said, y'all lazy. Y'all don't bring any value to the table because you think somebody owes you shit. Like you're born fucking Queen Elizabeth, but even she died. Get the fuck out of here. Go ahead, B.
Well, this is the thing. Where do this stuff come from, man? The women work in Asia, the women work in South America, the women work in Canada, the women work in Europe, the women work on every island known to man. Like, where is this idea that women don't work at? Like, where did this stuff come from and how did it manifest itself in our society? This shit is
Got
not
a
even
particular
real.
class. That's why.
But that's what I'm saying. Who, the king and queen? That's the
too.
only class you could be. The only class you
That
could be talking about is the
exactly
king and the queen.
monetary, the upper rich class, and everything back in the 20s, probably that way
Even the
also too.
queen has her job.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Everybody, the the president. I'm at the vice president. I'm sorry. The first lady got a job at the White House, nigga.
Mhm.
What do you mean? She working. You know what I'm saying? The first lady don't just sit in the White House drinking tea and shit. She got to head all type of boards and run meetings and have social gatherings for shit, all type of stuff going on. So that's why like, but the whole point of what I'm saying is, who doesn't want to contribute to the family?
What's up, G
What's
Serotonin?
what's up with it, bro? How you
The
doing?
only the only thing I can say that they probably don't want to admit because they don't want to do the other benefits would technically be sugar babies, sex workers, and they had an
No, no.
unrealistic view with that.
Regardless of that,
Me
man.
look
Listen,
good on a rich man's shoulder and not do nothing. He buy me all this crap and everything.
Basically, a sugar baby, you're just paying for a service.
Mhm.
That's not a wife.
But that's where they get that from in on some parts and
not
not have an
sugar. No, they
unrealistic
get
view
that from
about it.
feminist thinking, man. 'Cause like I said, they got a lot of feminists out here that say that they want to make their own money, but they don't
Mhm.
want none of their money to benefit the household. They want the man to pay 100% of the bills. How selfish is that fucking shit?
exactly. Well, you
You,
know what
you
that's
know the
called. You know what
thing.
that's called, man. That's called prostitute thinking.
Mhm.
That's how prostitutes think.
The thing
You-
with
it-
Jody and
it-
I, the thing with Jody and I, when we were living in North Carolina, Jody sustained an Achilles injury while we were working at Amazon, and I didn't know what to do. So she was a couple of months out from finding another job. I kept going. I kept going. She looked me in the eye and says, "Baby, you're gonna have to carry us for a while until we both find different jobs." I thought nothing of it. It's like, okay, what I need to do is what I'm gonna do. Did I last long there after that? No, because, well, frankly, my depression was kicking into high gear, and I didn't have enough medicine. But doggone it, I carried it as far as I could.
but that's the thing, though. But you understand, men usually understand a team effort, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team. The reason we together is so two is better than one.
Yeah.
We not together so I could carry you up the mountain, bitch. Like you got to carry something too. If I'm carrying the tent and the motherfucking camp stove, you got to carry the food and the covers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We can't be like we got to hike across. Imagine if we settlers, right, and we come into a different place.
And we got
Imagine we get reparations, right? We
yeah.
get reparations, and they give us the state of Tennessee, Georgia, and Louisiana. We get these three states, and these bitches get there and say, "Well, we don't want to do no work." Man, y'all need to go do all the work. So we got to run the hotels. We got to run the power plants. We got to do the plumbing, run the sewer system, the trash system, the police departments,
Basically the
everything else.
infrastructure.
Then we got to do the laundry. Then we got to do the
Yeah.
groceries, be
Yeah.
the cooks. We got to do everything.
We got to set up basically the infrastructure.
You
And
know
this
it's so
No,
funny because
but no,
I
I'm
had to,
saying this.
One at a time, guy. One at a time.
I'm being facetious. Listen to what I'm saying. If they're saying we have to do everything, so we coming into getting reparations, man. They giving us three states and the funding to operate the three states to get the government grants. And our women are saying, yeah, we're not going to do nothing. Y'all do everything. First off, numerically, that's impossible. We don't have enough people to do everything across three states with just the men. You get what I'm saying? So are y'all like listen to the logic of this? Like build Wakanda. Like first and foremost, I'm not saying it's possible in this movie, but didn't y'all notice that all the women in Wakanda was doing something? You know what I'm saying? Like all the women in Wakanda had a job. They wasn't sitting around not doing nothing. So why do these bitches think that they gonna sit around and not do nothing?
it's just like us now. Some females starting to if they give it a rich guy, they want to start to admit that technically it's not what you think it is, not glitz and glamour. I'm got a guy that I want. Oh, he's rich, but I want his attention. Well, that ain't gonna happen because if order him to stay rich and pay for your lifestyle, he's going to have to work like crazy, and then they still complain later and later and stuff like
But
that.
even that has trade offs because if
Yeah.
a man is working all the fucking time, and he doesn't get and he's not seeing you. Like I think Melanie King brought this video out saying what there's a black guy who was making all this money. He got a white wife. She sees him for lunch. That's it.
Oh, I know you're talking about that real estate dude.
Yeah, she sees him for lunch, and that's it. And it's pretty much like a business arrangement. She takes care of the family, the kids, and part of his financial business parts. And he goes out there, he makes money for the family and make sure that they're okay.
That's like most of the announcer
so funny, Art. She works also too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These women out here thinking that you ain't gonna be working. Yeah, you gonna be working. If you're not gonna be working as for somebody else, you're gonna be working for him. Making sure his money's straight.
The situation you talked about, Art, is the situation of most of the announcer buddies I know, because one of my dearest friends, Dave Sims, is in two places twice a year. Once he's out east. He's out east right now, covering basketball, and then for the summer he's out in Seattle and doing 162 games a year. Meanwhile, his wife and his children. His wife takes care of the children. They communicate with each other, and it's the same with Jody and me. We communicate with each other because the moment I got diagnosed, she said we're going to get through this, and she also looked me in the eye and said, "Look, until you get well, and all I want you to do is to heal, I'm going to carry us." And I said, "Baby, it's going to tear me up that I can't help." And she stopped me right there, and she continues to stop me every time I get depressed about it. And she says, "Look, you're getting stronger. You're healing from cancer. That's what I need you to do. I need my husband." And in the midst of a depression fit,
Admiral Smoke, is this you?
Yo, it's me.
Okay.
What's up, Admiral Smoke?
What's going on, Snowman?
Sorry, Snowman. Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, I'll finish up real quick, and then I got to say goodnight because I got to get my honey to bed. But she looked me in the eye and she said, I'm going to carry us. I'm going to carry us as long as necessary while you heal, you kick cancer in the ass, and we get the all clear. Once we get the all clear, we're the fuck about Indiana. And I have days, hell, let me be straight, because I've talked to Charles about this off mic. I've had weeks at a time where I feel so bad that I can't carry the family financially. And she'll just sit me down and say, "Look, I know I've noticed you not taking your meds regularly. It just seems to me like you're quitting. I don't need you to quit." Well, I'll just say the message finally hit home, and now I'm finally getting everything in shape. Because once we're out of here, and once my shows take off and everything, I'm gonna get to the point where we were back in North Carolina, where I can carry us. But we're both gonna carry each other as far as we can.
Yeah. Roby, who are you? Roby, who are you?
Sorry about that, bro. So, yeah, I stepped away for a moment. Yeah, just joining the chat. I'm in the space from time to time. I appreciate the contributions from your show, BGS, Green Gorilla. So I stay in the loop of knowledge. I'm not sure what this particular segment is about, but I am in Thailand right now, and one of the things that I wanted to do for the brothers that's traveling, I know Passport Bros is taking a big stance now and getting popularity, but just want to give brothers a dose of reality, because I feel some content creators are creating this euphoria situation, and with real boots on the ground, like, you're still a black man no matter where you go on this earth, no matter what your status is, and your experience is very counter to especially like Europeans. So I don't know if this off topic, but it's even to the point to whereas I'm even considering creating content to give a more realistic look to us, because I don't want us going around and basically being played and being subjugated to the lower quality of the various ethnicities around the globe. You know, because I'm older. I'm 50 years old. I've been traveling for at least 15 years, and when I go around, to be honest, it's a lot of tricking. If you're not spending money, you're not really getting that type of attention outside of those people who.
So it's just like the U.S. It's good.
Yeah. Unless you actually live there and you're staying there. But here's my thing. Like, I'm in Chiang Mai now, and like some people speak, a lot of people look away. And definitely, as far as like trying to date naps, just trying to have simple coffee. Like, my options are extremely limited unless I'm willing to spend some money.
So
You know?
why is your experience different than some of the people that we do know personally who have traveled outside the United States? So why is your experience different than what theirs are? Because what you're saying is what you're saying is completely different, opposite to, let's say, Smitty, who has been a person that's been who has been overseas, been to Brazil, been to UK, he's been a lot of places. He's been to China.
Okay, but I would ask, what are those people taking? Are they getting the creme de la creme as far as looks, body, attitude, no children, or are they grabbing women that's maybe been in the industry for a few years? Now they're, late 20s, early 30s. They've had a kid or two. They dated all sorts of men, and now here I am. I'm supposed to grab this person, no matter how kind they are to me, and none of that is supposed to matter.
No,
like
one of his encounters, he said the chick had no kids. She then the family welcomed them to have breakfast with them.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, that's anecdotal, but I'm saying I've traveled.
Well, what you're saying is anecdotal too.
Well, I see it around. Like I see it around. I talk to people. I'm actually involved in other boards outside of more mainstream boards, and I'm just saying, even if people can have a certain level of success, I'm just saying, let's bring down the excitement a little bit, and let's be honest. And all these brothers that's running to DR, Colombia, and maybe Brazil is slightly different. I've never been to Brazil. I've been to Colombia. I've been to DR 10, 13 times. And brothers are, and I'm not coming down. I feel I'm in the manosphere, man. Go your own way, like all of that. I'm not one of these haters.
So I got a question. I got a question for you, bro. Is it better than America?
Yes, it is.
So what's the point of saying all the other stuff?
Here's the thing.
But it's the thing. They not making it seem. Everybody else is making it seem like that.
No,
the brothers is just saying that you get a better deal other places. Everybody else is putting it has to be a. Listen, man. We know the internet is a bunch of capping. A lot of people capping on the internet, man. We understand this. But we understand too that the brothers are simply saying it's better than America. They're not saying you're gonna have a miracle. They're not saying you're gonna move there and be Jaffe Joe over there. They just saying, look, bro, it's better.
It's a better deal.
It's a better deal.
And I said it on one of my videos, right? About this, right? Okay. Is it tricking? Sure. You trick here in the United States, right? Okay. If you want a dime chick, you're gonna have to pay, right? In the United States or wherever you go, right? If you want a dime chick, you'll have to pay. But you get, say, a guy that's making $50,000 a year. Say if you can make $50,000 a year someplace else, right? You make it in the United States, you gonna get your dime chick? No. Okay. How much do you have to pay to get a dime chick in the United States? What's your estimate?
Dime chick in the U.S., you got to make $500,000.
$500,000. Yeah, you do. What I'm saying is, yes, you do. If you're gonna get a true dime, a true dime. We're not talking about a relative dime. A true dime.
We're talking about like what's your dime, BGS?
What's your name? Eddie Murphy.
He calls them diesel.
No. Diesel is a prostitute.
You talking about some Spice Girl? You talking about the Spice Girl?
I'm talking about Nicole Murphy.
Nicole Murphy.
Yeah, that's the Spice Girl, right?
No, she's not Spice Girl. That's Eddie Murphy's
ex-wife.
ex-wife.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of his baby mamas, Mel B. No, you talking about Nicole Murphy's first one.
Or Lori Harvey would be like an 8+. Okay, somebody Sierra would be like close to 8+ or 9. Okay, those high quality model chicks. Okay, that's what we're talking about, right? But like you said, you're gonna need $500,000. But guess what? You can go to Colombia, you can go to Brazil, you can go to East Africa, you can go to whatchamacallit, and you can actually get that, make $50,000 a year and get something 8, 9, or 10. Okay, you're gonna have to be, of course, you're gonna have to provide and pay. But thing is, guess what? You're getting it for pennies on the dollar. That's the. And plus, you have the blue passport, so basically your SMV goes up. So everything about it is a plus. The thing is, yeah, do the rules still apply? Sure.
That's Nicole Murphy.
Yeah. The
And
rules still
then on
apply.
top of that, BGS, we know that the brothers ain't looking for 8, 9s, and 10s.
No.
They looking for a woman that don't weigh 300 motherfucking pounds and got an attitude. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, as long as she don't got an attitude, she gonna work with me. She cool. She not about to nag me all day. I'm good with that.
Yeah. But anybody knows you're not gonna blow anywhere for 2 weeks and get you a wife quality woman. It's not gonna happen that way. Okay. You're gonna trick, or you're gonna date or something like that. So it happens.
That's his ex-wife, Nicole Murphy.
Yeah. So that's all we simply. I understand that brothers exaggerate a lot, but we know what the brothers are saying, and we know what's realistic too. We know other brothers. We know tricking, like that shit regular. It's normal. We all men. We know what's going on.
I mean,
we all men.
Yeah, but you should make your content. But the brothers I've seen are pretty realistic about it.
But my best experience, honestly, was in Africa. When I went to Kenya, I spent a week in Nairobi, a week in Mombasa, and although it wasn't,
guess what Mombasa is, bro?
Sex tourism.
Sex tourism.
but one of my best experiences was there, and I didn't give her a dime. Like I didn't give her one dime.
It can't happen. What would you rate her?
Oh, I would rate her a solid 7.5, 8, and her body was amazing. Like, and that's really for face.
Hey,
like 7.5.
And it can't happen. But the thing is it it can happen to anybody. If you're in the right spot at the right time, it can happen to anybody. But the thing is,
and I ain't gonna lie, BGS. Some of the brothers showed me some of them girls, even in like what's the main Ghana, the main place in Ghana. Man, that's normal. Like they understand that's going on. They don't trip off of that shit.
Yeah. And I would just say what adds more to it is the comfort level. Just walking down the street, seeing other black faces, nobody particularly paying you any extra mind. You get a chance to really relax that racism factor. Whereas here in Thailand, like people look away. You see them be happy and more friendly toward Europeans, and here you walk next, and the eyes dart away. Like I'm not shooting down anything, but it is a real.
And there was a brother that was in Thailand, maybe about 5 years ago. He had spent like 6 months there, right? And he says it's like anything else. It depends on what city you're in, right? In Thailand, if you buy the tourist trap where all the white guys are that are spending money, it's one thing. If you get outside of that, it's a different story. I always say you gotta, if you really gonna go to, if you're there as to actually be an expat and you're there to actually find a wife or find a mate, you got to get outside the tourist areas. You got to get outside the big city.
All right, I need to read my cash apps real quick. Cool Hand from last week. He says for dropping Zulu, much respect. I didn't read that last week. Hey, I want to mute you real quick. All right. Elwood, appreciate you. Final Watcher, appreciate you. Aquateki, appreciate you. MJ, I'll just say that. Appreciate you. Holiday for paying my dues. D. Scott, he says for the plate. Ray June, appreciate you. Bless King, he says BGSGG and panel tax.
Okay.
And F Holiday, appreciate you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the thing is that just like attraction works the same way, man. If you close to 40 and you out there looking for a chick, it's gonna be the mix is gonna be different, right? Whereas a guy traveling like Austin Holloman and he's 23 and he's physically fit, he's gonna get a different reaction than you would. He's gonna get a different reaction. The rules still apply. The thing is that uh, like most people said, like I said, okay, the thing is that whatever you decide to do, whether it's sex tourism, whether it's tricking, whether it's dating, whether it's you're looking for a wife because you're an expat, okay, you're getting it at least 50% off. So a guy making $50,000 a year, he can get him a set 8, 9, or 10. Okay, whereas a guy that's making 50 grand, especially if you're a black man, you're gonna get you a 4, 5, or 6. It's a big difference.
Yeah. And me and Z was talking about it like this earlier, exactly. But it was segmented and we was talking about women working and stuff. In general, women always work. Like I don't understand why it's perceived that they don't. But when we were talking about the issue and brothers talking about money, 50,000 is enough money.
It is enough money.
What's going on is a delusion thing. See, we're not fighting an economic thing, really. It's really not economic. It's really a delusional thing.
The average black household earnings is what? $42,000 a year. You make 50, you can support a whole household. Okay, so you might have to do it a little less here or there, but thing is, you can support a whole household of 50 grand. You can, unless you're in one of the huge cities like L.A. or New York or something like that, or San Francisco. You can support a household.
Especially in the countryside, shit.
Oh well, anything outside of the
metropolis,
big metropolis. You can like Phoenix, Las Vegas, Dallas, Houston, places like that. You can.
But
North
no,
Carolina,
I got partners. Listen, I got partners that live in Phoenix, and the rent is high. Don't get it. Like there's some places where rent is extremely high, like L.A., San Francisco, New York. They just got obscene rent because it's so. But it's not everywhere. The rent isn't high everywhere in New York. It's high in the premium areas.
Yeah, in New York
so if
City.
you want to live in Manhattan, you want to live in downtown Brooklyn, you want to live in the urban, like the super urban areas, you're going to pay that money. You're in financial district.
They starting to jack up the rent in the Bronx also too. Not from the Bronx.
Yeah, because it's gentrification. But
they're building a lot of so-called, put in quotations, affordable housing, was not really. They even make it hard for people to get into those.
Like I got a partner.
Sooner or later, what the New York's got to do the same thing that people in LA are doing. You're gonna have to move away.
Bronx was the last affordable borough, and they be renovating the whole Bronx and everything.
Hold on, go ahead, El.
Look, I just want to touch on exactly what y'all talking about a while ago because I seen something today and it fucked me up, and I wanted to hit BGS up on it.
Okay.
It was an old school professor. I can't recall his last name right now. Somebody said he had wrote this, and it was 1908. He said this is worse than what rent control in America. What they're doing right now, if they keep going the rate they're going, it could literally hurt us worse than it did the people in World War II in Europe. Because the way these damn landlords are doing this rent, because these old boys, the two old boys from New York, Mel and old boy, they know about rent control. Because rent control is still really the main hub of that shit is like up east and in the Midwest. Those landlords will literally set a price, reset a price, reset a price to force you out. And unless you was grandfathered in under what that rent was, BJ knows about this. They doing it in Austin right now. We're doing rent control and trying to say, oh, it's to protect the community. No, it's to run people away from the community. It's like another form of red line. Go ahead.
What the thing is, if Austin is a different story because Austin is hot, right? We're trying to turn Austin into Silicon Valley in Texas. Yeah, that's the problem with Austin. But the thing is, in New York, in fact, Rossman said it, right? What's going on in New York, right? Basically, is it's not that there's not enough available housing, right? The thing is that there's too many empty apartments, too many empty places, right? There's a lot of buildings that are empty, right? But the banks can't afford to rent them out at the prices that the that people can pay, or that the market will bear, is because they will lose money on their bottom line, on their balance sheet. So the problem with New York is basically is there's a lot of foreigners and this stuff that own apartment buildings and buildings like that. They're not in them, so you have lots and lots and lots of empty condos and apartment houses, apartment buildings in New York that people aren't occupying, but that the bank is still holding, but they won't rent them out, because as soon as you uh, cave into market forces, that rent's going to go down, and the value of the housing is going to go down. They could get rid of housing tomorrow. Okay, and really, you could alleviate New York by moving the freaking jobs. Okay, that's
Shit,
all you got to
it's
do.
artificial inflation.
Yeah.
And
They're doing the same thing in Raleigh right now. There's a lot of
Yeah.
apartment buildings that's not like
BlackRock is buying. BlackRock and these kind of people are holding on to, 1 out of every 6 single family homes is owned by a real estate trust. Okay, and they're holding on to them, to basically to keep the prices up. That's what's going on. They could build housing, for, especially you have all these single people. They could literally, they can literally build like if they bring in the machines, they can literally build what is it, 500 square, 600 square foot houses, small houses, tiny houses, right, for like $10,000 if they really wanted to, because they did that shit in Mexico. Mexico built a whole bunch of basically well, they're peasant, but the thing is they built up a whole bunch of 600 square foot tiny houses, man. They cost like around $7,000 or $8,000. They can do that if they want to, but they don't want to because it's going to bring the value of the other real estate down.
Yeah. And then
also too, like I met people that
you got next.
I'm getting transferred from one apartment to another building and everything, and they on Section 8, and when they told me they rent, I was like, that's too high even for a Section 8 apartment, because these landlords jacked the rent up so much to try to juice not only Section 8, but even the tenants. Like $3,000, and that's a Section 8 minimum apartment.
It's not going. But y'all ain't gonna leave, so it's not gonna go down. Okay,
exactly.
Y'all ain't gonna leave. So and that's like they're trying to. That's like but to bolster the population that's starting to leave, is that they're bringing a whole bunch of immigrants. So we'll have to see how it works with New York. New York is New York real estate is actually run by the bankers, but that's up to you guys. You guys live there because in LA people move. Okay, the rent's high, stuff like that. People move. Yeah, go ahead.
I personally don't understand the attack. Why would you want to live somewhere you can't afford to? Like, that don't make no sense. Like, it doesn't make. If the job market can't support you, you're not a skill. If your skill set is not geared toward that market, you got to leave the market.
Yeah,
you can't make the market bad. Like, the market going to kick you out and get the people that can come.
New York without people. New York really can't run. New York needs a lot of people.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is, if eventually you're gonna create serfs.
Yeah, you will.
You're
going to create escapees. You already during COVID, you had a whole bunch of New York escapees that left, man. Especially rich people just left. It's too high. It's too expensive. You're not getting the juice is not worth the squeeze, and they left. Like Louis Rossman, he was a big proponent of staying in New York, right? But he bailed. He's in Texas now. He just bailed. I said, I can't afford this no more.
Man, I had a friend that moved, and then he moved back. I was like, what was you even thinking? Like, why would you even try to, like, what are you doing there? I'll be trying to figure out, what are you doing there that you can't leave?
Yeah.
And everybody just looks around like,
because it's New York. That's why,
I know the same thing with LA. I tell like everybody in LA seems to think that there's some type of superstar.
People know why you stay in LA. It's the weather. But that's why people don't live in LA.
But no, I'm saying when I talk to people, I got a lot of people that live in the Dallas area that live in Rockwall, right? And that's like an expensive little suburb outside Dallas. It's called Rockwall. And I had a family member that was staying there, and it was like before she would move, she literally had to go bankrupt. And we was just looking at her like, why don't you just leave? You about to go bankrupt in Rockwall.
Man, you know how fucking small Rockwall is? I mean, I'm talking about in and fucking out. You can spit and you go.
Yeah.
That's how fucking small it is, bro. That's been a country small town for like ever. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when she got I'm like, damn, this house costs $300,000 and something. why is you trying to stay in this? Like, I couldn't figure it out, bro. And it was all that land around Texas, all that cheap property, and people trying to stay in 3 places.
Yeah.
Hold on, Mayor. For the record, ain't no land cheap in Texas. Just let me let you know that, okay? That it ain't what y'all think.
Compared to where?
Yeah, I'm about to say,
try to California,
shit.
boss.
Y'all, you can actually buy.
You can have that earthquake-ridden state. I really be praying for you to fucking get your family and get up and leave.
Hey, AL, you come stay here for a year, and basically it's 70 degrees year round, and you get used to it. That you see why people don't leave.
Yeah,
It's the lifestyle. That's the same thing in New York. It's the
lifestyle. There's only 2 places in the world where you have basically this kind of weather at sea level, and that's the Mediterranean, right around France and Spain and Los Angeles. Okay, so Southern California. That's the only 2 places in the world where you got that kind of weather.
I got a rule, BJ. I refuse to go to any state that can fall off the map at any given fucking moment. Y'all are some crazy SOBs. Ain't no fucking way. That San Andreas fault go all the way from Alaska, go all the way through your state, and then they stop in Austin, Texas at Barton Springs swimming pool. The San Andreas fault. Real shit. And when I read that shit in the 6th grade and we did a study on that, I said, ain't no way in hell I'm going to California. The teacher said, what? I said, I can't go to no state that can fall off the earth at any given moment. Earthquake. I don't know how y'all
you roll the dice, man. You roll the dice, man. Y'all have ice storms and all kind of stuff, man. We don't rock that.
Yes, we have an ice storm every 15 to 18 years, and just these last every other year, these past couple of years, it's been an anomaly. You know what I'm saying? And that's because of right now global warming. But other than that, man, the 3/4 of Texas might see snow every 20 years. Now you go get it in the Panhandle, in the Red Dallas, Fort Worth every blue moon. But snow in Texas, that's such a rarity. It's a very rare. Man, we don't suffer. Maybe a tornado here, and that's it. And then if you're down there by the bayou in Houston, you might get a.
I was born in Dallas. I got relatives in Texas. In fact, my brother, he lives just outside of Austin. The camp, what is it, Fort Hood, right? He lives there, right?
He's down the street from me. Trust me.
But the thing is that everybody knows you cannot beat anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat Southern California weather. That's how come everybody's here. That's how come you got damn near 40 million people in the state. It is what it is.
So that's why they made that song. He never rained in Southern California.
Yep.
They
My thing is, I know that people was moving certain places, and I'm just like, y'all literally willing to go starve for a nightclub. I can't figure, like, you willing to starve and go to that place because they got more nightclubs.
Yeah.
And I'll be looking like, wow, and then I just, in my head, I'll be like, you know what? I'm just a normal person too. But I couldn't imagine going somewhere and paying triple the rent because they got more nightclubs.
Some people get what they fucking deserve.
Yeah.
What happened to the world travel? He bounced. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, he I think he wasn't a passport bro. I think he was just anti, and he was just trying to say, "Oh, you guys need to watch out." Because everything he said was completely opposite from everything that we have heard, or from people who have personal experience, who have been on this. At least my platform has said. So that's why I was like, "Where are you coming from?"
Some people just like to be contrarian.
I mean, he has an argument. We can't invalidate his personal experience. But the thing is
I never do. But I've always said, make a good judgment. And
I'm back.
He's back.
I'm
What's
back.
up,
I
Captain?
haven't went
Yeah, yeah,
anywhere, and I'm
yeah.
not running. And I've traveled
No, I didn't. I know. I didn't say
extensively
you were
around.
running. I said what happened to you because you wouldn't want to continue
Oh,
the
okay.
discussion.
No, I'm
Because
saying the other comments that were made about me. Like,
oh,
I
okay.
mean,
Oh,
that's
well,
to doubt
the,
my
the,
credibility off top.
we're
That's
not
pretty
down.
off putting.
The thing is, I'm a Pan Africanist, right? Okay, and I've been trying to encourage brothers to actually repatriate to the continent for the last 20 years. Okay, I'm in contact with these people, so I know what you mean about being over being in the continent, feeling at home because people look like you. That's obvious. Okay, but you can't compare American racism to inside the United States to being outside the United States. Okay, are
No,
people going to
no.
look at you because you're foreigner? Sure, but the thing is, for the most part, okay, you don't have the same issues that you don't have the same issues in Thailand that you have in the United States. Okay, you don't. They
Like
say
there's a
that,
channel that is about black in Japan.
yeah,
Those people don't experience the same shit that we have here.
yeah. So I mean, are you black all over the globe? Well, sure, you're black all over the globe. The thing is, you're Asian all over the globe. Okay, you're white all over the globe. Will white people be preferred because this is their system that they run for the last 100 years? Yeah, but you're not going to have the same issues when you travel and get outside the United States that you do um, inside the United States because outside the United States, inside the United States, you're part of a racist class system, right? That's been in place for 300 years. Okay, when you go outside the United States, you don't face that because you're American. You're not part of them. So they're gonna look at you differently. Will they prefer white guys over black guys? It depends on where you are. Okay, if white guys are paying, if you in Chiang Mai or you in Pattaya, okay, where white guys pay more, yeah, okay, they're gonna prefer the white guys, okay, but you get outside the main city, it's gonna change. It's like anything
Well,
else.
I've been around here. My entire trip is about a month. So I started in Bangkok for
Hmm.
5 days. Then I went down to Rawai, which is a smaller town in Phuket,
Did you get a did
and
you did you get a different experience when you went to a smaller town?
Rawai was the best so far.
Yeah, why you think that is? Why you think I say that? Because it is. Okay.
Yeah, and
So in everything, the first thing I tell, if you're gonna, if depends on what you want, right? If you want a trick, okay, then you need to go to a main city and talk to a cab driver. Where the girls at? He's gonna point you to them.
right,
Okay, if that's what you
yeah,
want to do. If you're only going to be in town a week, okay, you gonna have to pay.
yeah.
Okay, you
And I
can't
mean,
expect a
I
race. Go
don't.
ahead.
No, I don't knock that. Like the purpose and even my whole trip for spending a month is that I do want to move outside of America. So I'm trying to
A,
look
a
at
month
different
is
areas.
a month is not long enough. You got to spend at least 3.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm saying even with these samplings to decide. So like I'm here, I have plans to eventually go to the Philippines. So it's like,
Hmm.
deciding which area is the best. And even in Africa, from Uganda to South America, like I'm not in a rush to make that decision. And I'm trying to get an idea of what feels good. Like with Thailand, I'm basically going to every major part. I haven't been to Pattaya yet or Koh Samui, but those are part of my legs too. But I
And
see the difference.
you get
Yeah, being
outside.
in
It
Bangkok.
gets outside of the main drag where is my boy would call where it's gringo eyes, right? You get outside the main drag where it's gringo eyes, you're gonna get a different experience.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a brother I wish I could find his videos, right? Because he spent like a year in Thailand, okay, as an expat, and he said the same thing. And when he actually gravitated to being outside the main cities, and what he found out is that actually black guys are actually preferred, but he was like 24, so your mileage may vary because he's younger.
Yeah.
But if hell, if you're 50, man, and you rolling around, hey, you're an old dude, you're gonna have to pay, okay? Because
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not, that's the thing. I'm not trying to trick anymore. Like I tricked earlier on in life and did a lot of that. So trying to really find a more substantive relationship you know, or the idea of having one in a
you
particular
got
area. So
you got to speak the language, and you got to be there for more than
Yeah.
one spot and more than a
yeah,
month.
right.
And
I understand.
I could tell you, if you're there for more than a month basically in one city, and you kind of blend in to the locals, right? They'll start finding you women. Okay, they'll start pushing women towards you. Now, will there be 8, 9s, and 10s? Maybe not. The thing is, what are you looking for?
That's just like the same thing happened over in Ghana when I was talking to. They was like, when they first got there, the Ghana brothers cheated them out of everything.
Yeah,
Like the Ghana brothers with the Ghanaians,
yeah,
just the people there, they was overcharging them,
yeah.
and they said they had to start paying attention. Like, why did I have to give more than him? You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? They said they
yeah.
had to start
You
learning the
start
culture. Like, yeah,
knowing
now
the
I'm
culture.
not a tourist. I live here now. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not a
Yeah.
tourist no more.
yeah, yeah, yeah. After because they observe you, man. Because I was in Guatemala for like 3 months, and basically the first few weeks, nobody said anything. But after about a month, being in there, they said, okay, I see you walk past here every day. Okay, what are you down here for? You working? What are you doing? Right? You start to blend in with the locals. They start to get
You
to
said
know
where in Guatemala?
in Guatemala. Yeah,
You was
I
with the
say.
Garifuni?
And the Griffin are actually in Livingston, so I was about maybe about 80, 60 miles from where they were because they're
Yeah,
close
that's
to
what my
Belize.
that's my grandfather's ethnicity.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Like
Griffin.
yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah, yeah,
Griffin.
yeah.
Yeah,
He was we went to Guyana for work, and then from Guyana he came to work in the cow fields and shit in Texas. That's how he got to America.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But Livingston is right across I think it's right across the bay from Belize.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
coastal. Yeah, it's
it's
Belize, and then it's
the Black
Honduras.
Knot. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, it's to the north it's Belize, and to
Yeah.
the other way it's
Yep, yep,
Honduras.
yep,
Shit.
yep, yep, yep,
Yeah.
yeah. What?
So,
Yeah, yeah. Because I used to eat breakfast at a certain cafe, right? And after a while, man, after about a month, they start sending different chicks to wait on me. It's like,
yeah,
which one you
because
gonna pick? Okay, are you
no,
gonna pick one of these? Okay, and
yeah,
and,
that's my
and I'm
grandpa used to
50, and
tell
they
me.
sending me 20-year-olds. Yeah,
My grandma was telling me about when he got to Dallas and stuff, and he was meeting my grandma and them.
hmm
They thought he was a Jamaican, and he had to
yeah.
tell them like, "No, man, I don't like, like I'm
Yeah,
not, like, yeah, I'm not." They didn't know, they didn't under. Most people don't know that there's a bunch of black people everywhere.
it's
You know
well,
what
well,
I'm saying? So, yeah,
well, yeah, yeah. Except maybe Asia. But a lot of times if you're black in Asia, um, and this has come from people that have been over there, right, in Japan and China. Um, you have a lot of Africans that are actually throughout Asia in certain parts, right? And if you don't open your mouth, they think that you're African.
yeah,
They don't know that
Yeah.
like
you're American. If they find out that you're American, it's, oh, they
Oh,
actually
it's
they
different.
change. Yeah, it's different because the Africans are normally what poor. Okay, they're there to work. They're immigrants. But as an American, you have a blue passport. As soon as you open your mouth, even Guatemala, right? They're waiting on me to say something, figure out where I'm from, right? As soon as I open my mouth, oh, you're American. I get a different treatment.
I knew a girl that went to Africa, and
hmm
I guess she must have did something to piss the guy off, and so he
Yeah,
was yelling at her.
yeah.
Yes, and she didn't say anything until her brother came, and then he said, "Oh, you're Americans. Oh, it's
Yeah,
different now."
it's different. Yeah, yeah.
So,
Even when you're over there, say in Ghana or Kenya or something like that, you can blend in. But the thing is that if they think you're local, they're gonna treat you a little differently than they will treat you as if you're an American. They'll charge you more, but they'll treat you better.
yeah.
Yeah. So, how many countries have you been to as far as in Africa, bro?
I've only been to Nairobi. I mean Kenya, rather.
Okay, have you? So you haven't been to the West Coast yet?
No.
Well, Kenya's more built up as far as internet and stuff like that. If you want faster internet and stuff like that, be online, Kenya's the best place. East Africa, because the Chinese are actually building more infrastructure faster on the East Coast. But if you want something closer to Western, then you go to South Africa. If you want something that's a little safer and and a different kind of culture, then you go to West Africa. Like the biggest group of African Americans are um, expats, period, in the world are actually in Ghana. I think there's like 100,000 of them in Ghana, right now. And Ghana's starting to complain about it.
Yeah.
It's like that you got a whole lot of them over here, and they starting to get they're starting to get nervous because I don't know if because there's no infrastructure or what, but there's something going on over there. I think too many too fast. Well, but the thing is, well, I think Ghana's doing it backwards. They have a lot of young people coming over first, okay, and that's the opposite of what they should do. So, but young people come over competing for jobs and stuff like that. I said they should have retirees first, where the retirees don't have to work. Do that first. But yeah, but the thing is, it just depends. We got 54 countries, so you have um, I think you probably pick Kenya because they speak English.
Yeah, generally. Yeah.
Yeah, Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, South Africa is the hot spots because they speak English. So, and whereas Thailand, Thailand probably there's more English speakers because they have a big influx of Australians.
Yeah, language not too bad here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thailand is the Australian men's playground. They
Yeah,
love
it
it
is.
they love it in Thailand. Bangkok used to be where the military people went on vacation. So it's Bangkok and Pattaya are actually trick cities. Bangkok been a trick city forever since they even had what is some remember the one night in Bangkok?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a trick city since Vietnam. But if you
Oh,
looking to
with a
settle
name like
down, you have to go,
Bangkok,
huh?
with a name
You
like
talking,
Bangkok, if you expect anything less.
Could you expect
man,
anything else? I can
sucky,
see
sucky,
Charles
love
in
you long
Bangkok.
time. Me so horny. I love you
So
long
the long
time.
time. That's
Bangkok.
exactly.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that.
That's exactly.
I suck you
Also,
down for
what you
$5.
basically said, hold on, you saying that
And you
Bangkok is you saying that Bangkok is the Houston of Asia, huh?
I would say Bangkok is more like the Atlanta of Asia.
The Atlanta, okay, it's more like Atlanta because Atlanta and Houston is the trick capitals of the
Is
United
you?
States.
Yeah, it is. It
And
is.
L.A. and
Yeah. It
oh
also
Lord, that's all
they're
we need
also
now
very
is Asians.
gynocratic too.
That's all we need
every
now is Asian Freaknik.
Yeah.
Besides, I
Oh,
probably wouldn't go to Bangkok too much
well,
because Asian women are not that attractive to me.
I don't
okay.
even know why we surprised that the stuff that I mean, I don't know, man. I'm weird. I'm weird. I grew up in the dysfunction, so I just was surprised that everybody didn't know.
Yeah. 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 But but even all the all the passport bros, man, they say that you know they're real about what they pay. They don't make the women pay. They pay for dates. They pay for shit. They
Yeah,
do nice stuff.
Pay
They
for
show it. They
food.
show that they're doing nice stuff for them.
yeah.
But the thing
They
is,
being normal dudes.
they're being normal. They're being, well, basically, they can actually be the providers, right? Because it's cheaper. Okay, if you can uh, do the same thing for a decent chick for 80% off, you can afford to do that. You can't do
That's
that
what
in
me.
America.
Yeah, that's what me and Z was talking. That's what me and Z was talking about here. It ain't every woman here, but a large majority of these women is just prostitutes. So the way that they move it, like that's just real
It's
shit.
it,
It's just it's
it's always been transactional. The thing is
yeah,
that what are you transacting for, right?
yeah.
Um, most of these chicks ain't got wise skills. They're not wise. Okay, so
But that's the thing with BGS. These they don't got no game. So
what? It's not even
Not even
game. Okay,
game.
okay,
no, it's
okay.
not. I'm not talking about the dudes. I'm talking about the women. See, the
They're
women
not
that
trained to
lost
do
the.
things.
What I'm saying, they lost their veneer. At least back in the days, it was some game to them getting money. The niggas did like, at least you game me up nice. Now
Yeah,
it's just some rude. Fuck you, nigga. Give me some money, and I'm gonna
yeah.
go do it. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, hell no. You must think I'm stupid now.
They they, they look at they look at the chicks on the so-called sugar babies on the internet, right? Where they can just demand money, because well, really, what else do they have? They don't have anything else. What do they have? Because I always ask, when guys want to say, I want to date, I want a girl, I want a woman. I always ask, what do you want her for?
Oh
And
no, no.
I can't.
I don't want that.
I know you can. Well, what I'm saying is, 90% of the guys cannot tell me what they want out of a woman. What do you want her to do? They have no clue. Really,
No,
what they want is a sex partner and a
exactly.
companion. Yeah.
But I
I
don't know
said,
why
what?
they don't
Why?
just keep it real. I don't know why they don't just keep it real and be like, look, bro, You know, if this how I was just angry for a while because nobody told us what the fuck was going on, like with the
Okay.
social shit. I was
Okay.
never mad at the women for being hoes. I already knew you can't turn a hoe into a housewife.
Right.
Like you can't do like that's what they like. And I don't judge
And I
them.
have tried.
Yeah, and but you know what? I don't judge them harshly for being what they are. Like I don't like that's their prerogative. That's what they want to do. Like I don't. Okay, that's what you want to be a hoe. You want to do some dicks? Go ahead and do you. I'm
Yeah,
not mad about that. But
as a
don't.
young as a younger man, I couldn't do it. Right, it's hard for me to actually deal with high body. I mean, I dealt with them. The thing is, I have a different mentality about high body count chicks, right? Because I've had high body count chicks, most of my life, and I think they chose me because, well, I can't stand them tell me about their old boyfriends. I don't really give a shit. It's how you treat me.
What do you call a high body count?
Eight.
Ooh, well, actually, the tipping point is really 4. Okay, but the thing is that, um, shit. Okay, high body count, and this is you got to remember this is the '80s, right? Would be about 30.
Yeah. That's
That,
about intermediate level.
well, nowadays it's intermediate. Okay,
Yeah,
they
no.
bitches be
Yeah,
in
they
their
Nowadays,
got
that's
30s
30.
the
They
in
got
beginning.
high
30
school.
in high school. Yeah,
In
they
high
got 30.
school,
They
yeah,
got 30
yeah.
poppers in high school. That's
When I in the '80s, right? The average, the average lifetime partner for a woman was about 4. So anything over 4 was high body count, right? So I had chicks that fuck in their 30s. Okay.
yeah. That's why I just be telling the brothers like, bro, don't even be mad at like just do what you supposed to do with a hoe. Like stop trying to save the hoe. You know what I'm saying? Clark Kent had a hard job trying to save Lois ass all day and the world.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That nigga was stressed. If
Eventually,
he would have just saved the
Well,
world,
G, why do you think I came up with my 6 rules, right? Because I dealt with high body count chicks, right? Take care of me, take care of the house, take care of the kids, right? And
right.
if you're gonna fuck around, number one, don't let me find out. But thing is, don't come on with no
Hey
diseases,
man.
babies, or attitudes, right? Okay.
Yeah.
If you do that, we fine. Cause I ain't gonna go out and look. I'm not gonna go out and look. Okay.
Listen, I assume this is how I look at it.
Uh
If they over the age of 25
huh.
and they not married, they got a high body count anyway.
Well, now they do.
Yeah,
Now it's just
Shit, that's in high school. Shit.
yeah.
well,
if
yeah,
I
that's
see
what I'm saying. But
Go ahead.
if
if
you
I
run
see
into a 33-year-old, go ahead, Charles.
if I see a chick my age at 35, 40,
Uh huh.
I'm already thinking she fucked the wrestling team, the football team, the basketball team, the
And you
tennis
already know
the
that they
croquet
did.
team.
Nigga.
I mean, she got higher body count than Mike Tyson got knockouts.
Yeah.
Actually,
And
she got Ray
Yeah.
Robinson got knockouts. That's like 110 of them
especially if
motherfuckers.
Charles,
Yeah.
especially if you say she's from a certain place. Like, are you from Houston? You from
Yeah.
Atlanta? You from
Yeah.
LA? You from a metropolis? You done got down. You done got gritty in the metropolis
Yeah.
where
Yeah. But
4 million people
If
live.
she's from
yeah.
Baltimore, she got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, that's been the case. But the thing is, it's changing though. Is because of the young people, the young kids, man, are changing. They're not having sex like they used to. So the internet and dating apps are starting to divide. You have a lot more virgins coming out now, male and female.
Is that like I
So what?
always challenge that across race because these little my little bros they knocking shit off. It's like I
Uh
don't know.
what what
They
what it
knocking
was
shit down.
what could be it could be just the white people. The thing is that
Yeah,
you have
black people have no
It's
problem.
just the white people. Black people are fucking niggas going out of style.
okay, well, it
Yeah,
could be.
Mexicans is too. Like Mexicans, black people. Matter of fact, the Mexicans and blacks hang together, so it don't make a difference. All the
I mean,
Hispanic and black people live together, so
I
they
mean,
intermingling with each other.
Hispanic people fuck on the time clock. They fuck while they putting up sheetrock.
Yeah, listen, but I'm saying we live together, so it's like our cultures cross mingle each other so deeply because we always live by each other. Where any urban city you is, the blacks are near the Hispanics. Or the colors or whatever the fuck they call those people now. You know, I don't know if we colored or black or like I don't know what the acronym is right now.
Don't worry, T. I'll call you colored anytime you want. Get your color ass out. Get your color ass
What's
down.
what's the politically correct term right now, Art?
What, people of color?
That's what we are now. We people of color. We ain't black no more.
We're Negro.
That is
So we Negro still.
people of color. That's what they are trying to do. Because I was asked this question to BGS about almost 7 years ago when there was Woman's Channel about what were going to be the mulattoes designated class.
Yeah, it was. It used to be. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be people of color.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what's going to happen. It's already happening. In fact, the people of color is the fastest rising group in the United States.
They talk about Patrick Mahomes and them, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those kind of people. Yeah. Those kind of folks.
That's what everybody gonna look like, right? That's the goal.
That's just one variation. Asian and black, Asian and white, Latino and black and Latino. Those kind of mixes are actually happening. So, in fact, Latino black is going to be one of the biggest mixes when they actually come out with the data in about 10 years. Go ahead.
Yeah, you ever read any books by Pierce Anthony?
I don't think so.
Well, he's a science fiction writer. He's like the same type of writer as like R.A. Salvatore, Isaac Asimov, like futuristic realism, science fiction type situation. And then in his futuristic novels, he said everybody just gonna be mixed. He said once the world, according to his ideology and this science fiction being, is that there's already a one world government. And that what the government is attempting to do now in the next 200 or the next 100 years of civilization is to blend the whole world.
It's one civilization. Western civilization is pretty much all the same, but it's not a one world government. It's still
that's what he did. That's what he said. He said they're trying to morph it into where now what's going on in this is their ideology and their futuristic. What's it called? Outlook for the future. Different social groups have their 100-year dynamic look or whatever.
Yeah.
Inside of there,
But the thing is, you can actually go look at it. It's not even science fiction anymore. I mean, in 100 years, babies will actually be designed. So what you look like will be according to what the parents want you designed as. So color won't matter. Yeah, color won't matter.
Well, that's what he's saying. That's what they're saying. The future, the next 100 years, what they believe the government should try to do, or they're going to try to influence through their super PACs and through their social movements and shit. They're going to try to push. I don't know what are the people called that fight for these social things in society. I don't know what they're called. Social social clubs, political groups,
wars. It's all of the above.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we kind of we kind of know what it's going to look like when it doesn't matter about skin color or size, something like that, because that can actually be designed in. Will there be a form that is kind of optimal that people will take? Probably so. In 100 years.
Yeah, and that's what inside of their future look is like. Okay, everybody will be. There won't be any more race classifications.
No,
there'll still probably be ethnic class, like you're still Hispanic or you come from this place, because there'll still be different languages and that like nations.
It depends on what kind of hardware they put inside you. If everybody's connected to the internet, right, then any kind of language that you have will be instantly translated. So language won't be a barrier either. It'll be much closer to Brave New World than it will be to anything.
Yeah, well, that's what they're getting. They're getting at. They're trying to, in their ideal future, there'll be 7 major cities, one city on every major continent, and that's where the populations will live. And they'll just harvest the rest of the world for space exploration.
Could be. It's possible. That's a possible future. I don't think so.
Well, not seven exactly, but there will be a certain number of cities, mega cities, on each continent, and then there will be the supporting. But it won't be like it is now. Just now we have thousands of cities.
Human beings tend to decentralize, more than centralize, because the megapolises are pretty unwieldy. I think it's going to actually go the other way.
You think it'll be a bunch of smaller?
I think more smaller communities. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to the political structure they're talking about. Yeah.
That's always in flux. That's always in flux. Having a one world government is pretty difficult. to actually keep human beings all on the same accord, unless you turn them into the Borg collective. Because they tried. The United States tried. They tried for like 50 years, and it's coming apart. So
Well, that's why these people are trying to fight. Well, let me slow down and articulate it correctly what I was reading.
okay.
The reason that they're trying to achieve a one world government is so they can achieve type 1 civilization.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
And colonize space. So they
Well,
said at least until we colonize space, we need to orchestrate one world government first.
Guess
colonize
what?
Space, yeah.
guess what you have in Star Trek?
One world.
Yeah, that's the idea behind the Gene Roddenberry. That's who they're modeling. Like, okay, they're not modeling after that because that's fiction, but they're saying in a real scientific way, how could we bring this about? You know what I mean? How could we bring about one world government with technology, but they can't figure out how to get rid of money. Nobody can figure out how to get rid of money. So
well, money's nothing but credits. So credits, how do you determine the value of anything, right? You have to have some kind of credit. So we call it money, but it could be anything.
That's what they're trying to figure out. How do we achieve a society and still get people to do stuff without not money, but that concept of work get paid.
All money is a medium of exchange. Instead of chickens, eggs, and whatever it is, you replace it with paper with pictures on it.
But they're trying to feel how do I balance? Okay, if you're an engineer and this person's a welder and that person's how do we structure it without money to where you get what I mean? Do you not deserve that's what they can't figure out, the compensation models. Okay, how do we inside of this pseudo communistic system where everybody gets what they need, or this socialist system, how do we say who's more important, or what are hierarchy scales or things of that nature? They can't figure it out.
How valuable you are to the society.
Yeah.
Just
they don't know how to do it without money. Yeah, they don't know how to do that without money. That's we don't know.
The thing is, money. All money is right. Is basically is price levels in a system, right? How do you evaluate a worth of something? How do you do that? Credits, money. What do you trade for it? Okay. How do you determine value? Got to put a value on it. Money is just a way to put value on things.
Hey, y'all, I got a quick question for y'all, and I'll roll. It's a quick question for the panel. So when we talk about Title VII, right? Because I know in the earlier conversation we were talking about the kind of social inequalities that exist between men and women today.
Title VII. What is Title VII?
Yes, Title VII. Yes.
Real quick, what was it?
So with the hijacking of Title VII, because again,
you're talking about the Civil Rights Bill.
Yes.
Okay. You got to say what bill it's from, because you have all these different systems that have titles on it. You have to say what title.
My apologies. To include the fact there's several civil rights bills in American history. So correct. So so what I'm asking DGS is that when you look at feminism throughout history, or at least as I observed it, when you looked at it, or as Sandog has observed it, what my observation has led me to believe is that under this movement, these women were always chasing the higher percentage of men, right? So if you go with American history in and of itself, the guys that would have to fight to vote and own land, the slaves that would have to fight and vote, those are not the guys that they're complaining about. They're complaining about the 10%, or higher of men. So now, once these women hijack civil rights, right? Because again, from my understanding of history and my observation, black men are like, yo, we want to be soldiers. We want to be steel workers. We want to do the railroad, right? Again, all the things, all the things that just allows you to participate in life. Whereas in juxtaposition, you got these women where their idea of equality is that they're sitting in the White House, feet up, with cigars. So once they hijack civil rights, at least from Sandog's perspective, Now civil rights becomes an overcorrection because at least in the mindset of this ideology, equality or being just means that everybody is in the top 10%.
It was supposed to be. It's supposed to be level across the board, right? But thing is, guess what? In human nature, and human interaction, guess what? It's not. They always play with it. Okay. Civil rights was actually meant, especially not civil rights, actually affirmative action that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, white women didn't need the other half. They weren't oppressed. They weren't they weren't they weren't hung. You know, they weren't beaten. They weren't chased. They were actually pretty comfortable, right? They wanted affirmative action. Okay, that's what they wanted.
Yeah. They want an equal status with their men.
They want equal financial status with their men, right? Which is part of the social contract. All feminism is actually the social contract for women. They want the same rights and privileges as men have, no matter what class that you're in. Okay, that's what they're chasing. And what they didn't want, which is that's why they didn't want black men to actually get the vote, which caused Jim Crow, is that white women didn't want black men to have what they didn't have, right? Same thing with Title VII, right? When they put sex in it, right? What did she say? She couched it, but she actually mentioned women. She couldn't actually mention men, because that would set off too many alarm bells, right? Um, what did she say? She didn't want black women, quote unquote, black people, to have rights that white women didn't have. In other words, you niggas are not gonna get something that I can't get. And that's basically what it was. But she couched it as sex. So we want women to be equal. Bullshit. You wanted the jobs that black men were gonna get through affirmative action. You didn't want that to happen. Okay. That's bullshit.
So,
they did the same. They made the same call back in with Sojourner Truth back in the 1850s. When black men were going to get the vote.
Yeah.
Black men should not have a vote that white women don't have. They said that back in the 1850s. They're pissed off about that. When they finally got the vote, and the affirmative action came in 1964 with economic rights, because that's what they're actually fighting for. They didn't want black men to have economic rights that white women didn't have. That's what they actually urged to put sex in it. And guess what? 83% of affirmative action goes to where? White women. Which skews the whole thing that was supposed to do, which is balance out the races. Okay, so basically, in other words, you can actually go back and look at the white wealth versus black wealth. In 1964 on, it skyrockets. Why? Because you have white. In fact, I just did a short on it with Dr. Johnson saying the exact same thing. Black people, white women replace black men as far as the labor force, as far as earnings, right? Because it used to be white men, black men, white women, and black women, right? And black women and white women were fairly close as far as earnings, right? White women have replaced black men, and black men have been driven down to where white women were back in the 1960s, which is right up just above black women. So guess what's going to happen to the black family when you have two breadwinners basically that are white? Their wealth is going to double compared to black people. So
because the reason why I asked BGS, and then I'll end it, and I'll let you guys get back to your conversation. Is because, again, and it's like I said, that's why I said it's a guess, right? So I'm going to use a terminology here that most people don't use anymore, which is called the scientific method, right? So I can't tell you that I have a theory because I haven't done the work to get to. I haven't done the work to get to a theory.
Okay, what's the theory?
But my theory is what I was presenting before was that about the feminist movement, that their pursuit of equality. I understand what you're saying with black men and everything else,
right?
But that their pursuit for equality was more about lodging into a particular class, because, and the reason, and my guess at this point, it comes from the fact that, at least from the numbers that I have or what I've read so far, is that white women haven't been hurt by deindustrialization, in the same ways that black men and other groups of men have had.
Well, so why? Because white women didn't really participate that much in industrialization. They actually have the soft jobs, right? That's their domain. So naturally, they wouldn't get hurt, would they?
Yes, correct. But and again, my assumption comes from the fact that the soft jobs are the jobs that, again, either require, at least at the time, a high school diploma or now a college degree, which
Right.
brings me to my assumption about class.
About class?
Yes.
Kind of. Okay, kind of. Because it used to be only 10% of people that actually graduated from a 4-year college. I think it's close to 30 now, especially after Clinton in 1996, close to 30. So you have a lot of middle class people that have degrees. Like I got 2 of them. I got 2 daughters that have middle class that have bachelor's degrees. Okay, so a bachelor's degree is not what it once was.
Yeah.
So what the thing is, I'm trying to understand your ultimate point.
Okay, let me my ultimate point was that they did not desire to quote to be equal with men, right? What they desire to be equal with a particular segment of the male population, not the male population as a whole.
Well, I'm saying it's going to naturally it's going to be equal compared to what class that you're in. Everybody's not going to be a top 10%. It's impossible, right? And naturally, who has the education and the education and the wealth to actually push this agenda. It's not going to be people at the bottom. But the thing is, you're still going to need people at the bottom to get your agenda through. You got to give them something, right?
Yes,
and basically,
correct.
if you go back and look at this, Gigi's thing about social contract, that's exactly what they're trying to achieve. The thing that happened in the mid '70s. Go back and look at Phyllis Schlafly, right? Okay. She saw what the feminists wanted. They wanted the same rights and privileges as men, right? Regardless of what is all the way across the board, right? Phyllis Schlafly didn't want to give up certain patriarchal privileges that actually accrued to women, which is child support, which is alimony, which is a whole bunch of other things, right? She wanted to keep that stuff. Phyllis Schlafly was a feminist, but the thing is, she was a moderate feminist. I'm not gonna give away all the goodies just because you bitches want to be equal, because the original feminists, second wave feminists, wanted to get rid of all that shit, child support, alimony, all that kind of stuff, right? They want to get rid of all it, where women had to sign up for the service, armed forces. They had to do the same jobs as men for the same pay, all that kind of shit, right? Schlafly said, "Hell no, we're not going for that shit." So what you have is a bastardized version of feminism. And these bitches don't want to give it up. But why? Why should they? They get the best of both worlds.
And they're still fighting about that, even now to this day.
Yeah,
they're still fighting over something like that.
Because trust and believe they're not gonna give up child support and alimony. They're still fighting over that shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, because the only reason why I bring it up, BGS, again, because in statistics you get variables, right? So when I'm looking at the phenomena, right, of Kevin Samuels and the standard deviation that brought in, right? So now, and so what brings Sandog to this guess, right? Again, it's that now my assumption is if you have women that are coming on to Kevin Samuels or other shows, okay, I'm a cashier at Walmart.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that the dude needs to be a CEO with a master's degree and everything else. So now
I want Nicole Murphy, but I'm broke. I'm not gonna get the bitch like that. Okay. I want her. I want her. I want. The thing is, on the ground, what are they gonna get? You're in the military, right?
Yeah.
You want to be general. Well, guess what? You don't qualify for sergeant. Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe lieutenant at the top, right? You get what you deserve at the end of the day. Doesn't matter what you want.
Yes.
And then we was hold on, Admiral. We was talking about this earlier too before you came. A lot of this stuff we hearing on the internet is internet babble.
Yes.
It's not real. It's not real life. These women are coming up here just talking.
Yeah.
We like. Don't you find it funny that every woman that come on the internet makes 6 figures? Or she's a nurse, or she's did this, and we know that that's a ball. Like, bro, there's not that many nurses in the damn world for all of y'all to be a nurse.
There's only 2% of single black women make 6 figures. 2%.
So when we see all these, just like we see these brothers coming up here lying about their wages and what they earn, and we know they lying because when we say show it, they don't.
Yeah.
Because if you got it, you gonna show it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you one thing, G.
Okay,
Right.
because that's the only reason why I asked.
You're breaking
because,
up pretty bad, Charles.
What about now?
You're still breaking up. Okay. Baltimore Wireless strikes again. Well, go ahead.
You good right now? But I think Claire was talking.
I don't know, but you're pretty choppy.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Go jump in, man. We'll work with it.
No, I was saying, like, if you never heard me one time brag about money, and it's funny because there's more to being a man than just money.
Exactly.
And I made pretty damn good money the year before and last year. And it's funny because when I see chicks brag about their jobs and their education, you'd be surprised how many chicks with bachelors and masters I make more than.
Yeah.
They don't.
And it's funny because it's like, they treat you different when they think they got you by the, the tiger by the tail, until the tiger fucking W-2 and say, hey, look what I got.
Yeah. Yep. My fiance did the same shit,
Listen.
man. She thought she made more. She's talking all kind of shit. When we pull out the W-2s, I asked she made more, like $1,000 more. All of a sudden she got quiet. Yep.
And Charles,
Listen,
it's really not
I've
that funny.
dated.
For the
Listen,
simple fact,
One at a time.
One time, guys. One
let
time.
me jump in real quick and then you can have it.
Yeah, go
It's
ahead,
really
Ayo, go ahead.
not that funny, BGS and Charles, when you think of it. Why you say it's funny. You know what we talk about all the time? They only major in social science type shit that don't pay nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They don't go for STEM shit. And then when you try to compare yourself to people like Charles and me and Edward and UBGS and Admiral and Art and what's your place? They can't compete. Because when you put W2 to W2 or W9 to W2, you'll see. Man, miss me with that book. But we dusty.
Pull it up, Art.
We was labeled dusty.
But here's the crazy part, AL, is that
you see that over 6 figures, right? You see that? What does that say? 2%. If over 50K, 14%. Okay.
So we know what each other made.
Stop with the bullshit. Okay.
Right? For years, what did I say? If you got a man that makes over 50K, kiss his ass because he a goddamn.
He's Superman, right? Literally. Go ahead.
And that's the thing. I would tell people that, like, I understand what I was listening. Like, a lot of this stuff is facetious on the internet, and people were doing stuff because they were trying to be funny, and people ran with that shit. They ran with that high value man shit. That shit was supposed to be funny. Like, bro, listen, it's so ridiculous what you're saying, and then you had a bunch of dudes jump on you. Go ahead, Edward. You can go. Go ahead.
No,
I just know
finish your statement.
that you had a bunch of brothers jump on here and do this. Wow, oh yeah, with 6 figures, high value man, and I'm a how. But listen, bro, we know that we are all grown men. We all know what each other make as soon as we say each other's profession, because we're grown men and we looked into these professions.
Yeah, but that's only like what BGS highlighted, right? The race to serve the gynocracy. That's a Winter Soldier chip, because here's the thing, right? If you come into the Manosphere, whether it's Rollo Tomasi, BGS, and especially when you get the Rom Wills, right? So when Rom Wills introduced non-select versus select, everybody went up in arms, and he's like, look, I'm just telling you how women think. And now here's the thing. If you understand the concepts of non-select and being select, here's the thing, right? What did you learn in the Manosphere? You learned that for many women, there's a dual mating strategy. So at the end of the day, right, I could be the guy that got her the big house and the cars, right? But then she's knocking off BGS at Foot Locker. So why is it an argument anyway between select versus non-select, or high value versus low value, when you know that the mating strategy exists? But
really, what really was a people not wanting to say what was really going on. That bitches like to fuck some dudes more than others, and they pick the dudes they like to fuck more, and they make everybody else they don't like to fuck pay more. That's it. It ain't that they don't like to have sex with all of us, but they got dudes they prefer to sleep with first. And if they can't get them dudes, they tell this nigga, you got to take me on a date. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's all it is.
I mean, the thing is, and here's the thing folks gotta understand. First of all, most of this stuff is not a manufacturing of the internet. This stuff has foundation in how people are trying to operate if in real life. It's just they cap a little bit more on the internet, but if they can pull these things off, they will pull them off. As far as what G was just saying, the dual mating strategy is something that for the most part should be understood even if you ain't got no game, unless you just want some women or sugar and spice and everything nice. And if you grow up in these communities, especially if you grow up in a single mother home and you believe in that, as a dude, you've just accepted delusion. So the dual mating strategy is where these women are fucking up. Is these women act like they're gonna be in their 20s forever. And this is pretty much how they're operating. And then they try to switch out to a relationship when, like you said, when they can't get that no more, when they age out. Or now what they're starting to do is they're starting to see there's no more insurance programs. Dudes are starting to be go more younger. Dude, no matter what age group they are, if you got your money or if you still got your looks or if your pipe game is still together. So now they want to sexually politic and call these motherfuckers predators. They want to raise the pedophile rate. So now if you 45 and you fucking a 25-year-old, you a pedophile. Even though you'll never hear these niggas call, none of these chicks call Leonardo DiCaprio that. And so they're trying to do all these ways to kind of preserve that dual mating strategy. This is why a lot of chicks are always uplifting what's her name? Angela Bassett. Because they want the idea of if you're 60 years old, you can still have it. And all this, like, this is why they want to uplift Nia Long. These chicks that are starting to enter their 50s. But at the end of the day, as far as what happened, as far as the dudes, the biggest issue is you got dudes that want to create a hierarchy. They want to say, I'm better than you because the bitches chose me. And I get money is not the only thing that makes a man, but I don't want to hear shit from no homosexual trying to tell me, cause you know, cause yeah, the bitch is fine, they chose you, but outside of that, how are you useful to another man in a partnership? And a lot of these niggas ain't got no answer, so they lean back to the bitches chose you. Why is that important? I'm gonna say this and I'm done. That's important because you have dudes that are actually, I'm talking about dudes that get pussy. That they're just as invested in a gynocracy as niggas that are simping that want the pussy.
Of course they are, Edward, because they live off the bitch.
Well, that and they also get off the hierarchical bullshit. This is why for the niggas that ain't getting pussy for whatever reason, because here's another thing: there's degrees to getting pussy and not getting pussy. Everybody in the black community, you're either a nigga that's getting all the pussy or not getting none of the pussy, and that's not really how that generally goes. Especially with black men, because a lot of black men will just fuck uglier and uglier and uglier until they land. And another thing too is a lot of niggas will just hop the fence too.
And that's the thing, Edward. It's not about money at all. So when I hear dudes talk about money, it's about money at a certain point. But in reality, it's not about money. These bitches got kids by niggas who won't buy them a sandwich.
Yeah, I understand that, but as a man,
it's not about money. So,
no.
but when we get to these talks as men get they, you know what I'm saying, go get into a sword fighting match and talk about money when we all know what each other make and it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what each other make in the system. You see what I'm saying?
Well, the reason why that argument, here's why that argument even, see, people be forgetting why these arguments even come up. The main arguments in the black manosphere are not offensive. They're really defensive or counter offensive. What does that mean? That means when you look at all of the talking points where all these arguments spew up, their origin is in countering the fact that black women are saying that they be losing because black men ain't shit. We were just talking about this earlier, how when Gigi was up here, how at the end of the day, black women hate being black. They tie everything wrong with them to being black, and they blame the black man for that. At the end of the day, there's no whether you're getting pussy or not. That's really what it comes down to. So when they get a dick in their, a microphone in their mouth, they pretty much say everything wrong with me is because of the black man. So then they say the black man is broke. The black man is this. But now this goes to what you said, G. These bitches you're having kids by broke niggas. And don't tell me that you don't have access to anybody else. Most of y'all, that's not true. Y'all are hopping over dudes that are productive And that's where the money comes in. For the niggas, you're picking with your genitals. That's cool. That's the game. It's also the game that as you age out, you gotta lay with that. Don't tell me about your fucking kids. I'm childless. Don't tell me about this or that.
Yeah.
And I don't care if you a dude that was getting pussy or you a nigga like Alan Roger Curry, where you happen to get up in age and just never get caught up with a kid, or if you a dude that it took a long, we'll call them late bloomers as they call the women. It just took a time for you to get your game, your money, or whatever, and a certain level to where women wanted you. And now it's the women that want you that got baggage, and then they mad because you won't take care of them. At the end of the day, that's the game too. But see, they want to lie about that. They want to say black men are doing all this other stuff. This is where a lot of those arguments with Paris Milan and all of them come from. Now, a lot of dudes will say, well, why is it a big deal? It's a big deal because they literally create a hostile environment. This ain't going against you. I'm just saying it. This literally creates a hostile environment for not only adult black men, but actually black boys if it doesn't go unanswered. And so it's really, so when black women stop lying, see, it'd be different. Like my mom, for example. My mom got 3 kids by 3 different dudes. My mom, I had a stepfather. On top of that, right? My mom never once said, never once said anything negative. And my mom has her problems, but she never said nothing negative about any of our dads at all. The reality is she owned what the fuck she did. She did what she wanted to do, and it was what it was. She wanted 3 sons. She got 3 sons. It took some abortions for that to happen. I'm the oldest. I was supposed to have 2 sisters. My point is, women today don't own their shit. You want the type of nigga you wanted? Cool. Own that shit. Stop fucking blaming men that don't want to face and commit to that baggage bullshit. That's all we're saying in this space. And then what happens is dudes lose sight of that. And then they start doing the sword fighting. They start saying, I'm better than those niggas. Well, at the end of the day, nigga, that bitch chose what they chose. So what? You want to prove you better by stepping up to the plate and being a stepfather? No, man, I ain't sell.
That's what these niggas want to do. These niggas want to tell these bitches.
No, they don't. Some of them will.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. These niggas want to tell these bitches, come.
Well, there are no. The stepfather system ain't like that. The stepfather system is virtual. The stepfather system, I'd say it's a little bit better than the church, but it's virtually non-existent. Them niggas ain't that goofy because you don't see a lot of niggas doing that. What you see is niggas basically hopping the fence.
But it's not about that. What the niggas
Charles next, and then L.
Well, you got to think they already own up to what they did because look who they have children by. You already, if you have a child by a nigga, there ain't shit you could tell me. Well, he wasn't no good. You do that. Any female that I meet, they hear that shit from me all the time. As soon as they begin complaining, I'll be like, look, why did you give that nigga a baby? Was he taking care of his prior kids, or was he somebody you knew who was going to stick around? He was a fun guy.
Exactly.
They hold it down. They just don't want you to throw it in their face, which they deserve for you to throw in their face.
Well, it ain't that. I mean, they really do be straight up lying to the point where they act like they say everything, but these motherfuckers took it.
Listen, man, this is what I always tell people. I don't even listen to women talk. I know they lying. Like I know you know, like I had a mother and I watched her lie every motherfucking day. So I got aunties, first off, we all grew up with black women and we know them bitches will lie in a second. Especially if it's about making themselves look better. Especially if it's about making themselves look like they did something good or getting some type of kudos or points. They're gonna lie. They know they lie. They lie to each other and go talk about each other behind their back all day.
Where I start to disagree is like you ain't said it yet, but I had this conversation just yesterday. You got dudes that they got like individually. I understand it. I'm not saying to argue with a chick individually, but black men as a collective group have this thing where we just let women just say anything and everything like it don't affect shit, and it actually does. It creates a hostile environment for us to actually live in.
Let them finish, G.
Well, it creates a hostile environment for us to live in because the reality is, you see how hostile they get when we tell the truth about them because they understand that will fuck up their ability to get mates. With us, we have this thing like our manhood is tied. Yo, other races of women do not throw their men under the bus like that. And there's a reason for that. Black men are very unique in how they have this thing where okay, where they just women, they lie. Yeah, but nigga, them lies can get you killed. But a lot of black on black crime, Charles will tell you, Charles has said this, and he a cop. He said, I said 33%. He said 66%. It's based on a bitch lying. Women
Most definitely.
like this thing with them
80%.
calling niggas sex traffickers and predators. You know, you think that ain't going through a cop's mind, a black cop in particular, all these lies and this stuff, it gives them an excuse to do it. It gives people an excuse to do it. Like that shit affects your ability to get a job. That shit affects when you in the court system and niggas just be like, endure it.
No,
I
no,
ain't
no.
like
Now
and,
let me
and
clear it
niggas
up. Let
gotta
me
get
clear it
off
up,
that
Ed.
shit.
Let me clear it up. I'm for us in the manosphere doing what the brothers do in the manosphere. But I'm talking about expecting any type of fidelity or honesty in the argument with these women online. I don't expect that. I know because I already know that they did the foul thing. You see what I'm saying? I already know you done already did the foulness. Like for you to come up here and lie, I know you're lying. It's irrelevant. But I love when the brothers cook them and you know we have the discourse and we win the actual talk because this isn't a place that they can control with the social cues. They can't call for simps. They can't virtue signal. They can't do none of that shit. So they get stuck inside of logic arguments and they
Well,
lose.
you
But
know,
I'll be
I
trying to
think
tell the
that
brothers is
our job is to the thing is, and I get it. I get what you're talking about, niggas that they actually value. They want women to like wave the white flag, and I'm like, you should
yeah, like what
never.
is like why is you doing that?
And this is why I tell black men when you're talking to these chicks online, which number one you shouldn't, but if you are, tell them motherfuckers to date white. In that, because that's real. Because everything they're doing is designed. Like it was a chick. I was on Culture Clinician today. And it was a dumb bitch. Her name was Sugar Bum, whatever. And she kept on talking about how violent black men is. And when I got up there, I said, I had to make a note. I said, you know, it's interesting how safe you feel being in a black male space on a black channel to say how violent black men are. Because you're trying to say, oh, if all black men get a passport, black women will be safer. Like, and it's like you're trolling. I'm like, why are you even in a black male space if you believe that? And this is how goofy you all are. And I just said that not for her, but to point out to all of you, this is how dumb these chicks are. Like, this is how fucking mentally ill that they are. So my point is, with a lot of our job here is to fix these niggas, to spread awareness amongst black men, and there's degrees to that. And this is where I was trying to say, you know, to AM1 yesterday. The thing is, if the black manosphere did not exist, there's a lot of conversations that would not be had in real life that are being had. There's a lot of things
Facts.
in the media thing that would not be had. And dudes, and the reality is, I'm not saying everybody has to put themselves at risk, but what I am saying is don't get in the way of the people that are doing it. What did Jessup say? I'm not expecting you to get a gun, but don't sit here and try to act like I'm part of the problem when you're not about to do what I'm doing. And the reality, like I'll give you a perfect example. People talk about black boys or how we helping the youth. The reality is, if it wasn't for us bringing up the fact as to boys' school records and everything, black women will let these motherfuckers bottom the fuck out. If it wasn't us bringing up the fact that the Ritalin, and not the Ritalin, but all of this medication, the short bus shit, the medication shit that black women, because I didn't know that black women were doing that. My mom never did that. You know,
Oh, you didn't know
basically
about
giving
that?
medication and then you get paid for that shit. Like
Yeah,
it's a
that's a
lot.
fact.
All, yeah, all black men don't know what everybody else is going through. So the reality is it builds awareness. And a lot of, even though black boys are still going through it, black women cannot just play the men wasn't their game. Men not being there didn't make you accept that shit from white folks to do your son like that. Another thing too with the boys is
All
you
right, I
can't
gotta read my cash outs.
yeah, you take the sex out of the boy. And what I mean when I say that is that now it's not about what a man did to you. That boy didn't do nothing to you. So now what you gonna say? And they have nothing for that except for, well, why aren't random black men that are childless um saving me from the decision I made? See, if we wouldn't have had the
Yeah,
that
yeah. Put a pause on it. Let him read his cash app.
oh,
See,
okay. I thought he was saying the finish. I thought he was saying the finish to do that.
Hurricane. I'm gonna make me a little video for him.
Hurricane. All you gotta do is let him know that you're trying to do something. He'll stop. You know.
Like, period.
That's like one of the first times I did it.
No, Ed's pretty good about that.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
why we don't mind it. Yeah.
But you let him go, boy.
Oh yeah, he'll go.
That nigga Ed had. I was listening to Ed in the truck, and Ed had a bitch wanting to shoot me one day.
I told you niggas, do not play me with bitches around. I'm not accountable.
Like, who the fuck is this nigga? I was like, damn, calm down.
All right, Lewis, appreciate you for the cash up because he wanted me to shout him out. He's done it.
That's all. That's it.
Hit the like button, $1 holler.
That's it. I mean, I had almost 200, but
I ain't gonna lie. The most visceral reactions I ever seen to women, like when I put on the Manosphere, was Ed and old boy. I don't know his name.
Jason Black can piss him off.
Yeah, that's his name, the Black Authority dude. Oh my god, that's the most.
Jason Black. Jason Black, bastard baby makers.
Man, listen.
But it's mostly women followers that he has.
Listen, between Ed, that dude, Black Authority dude, and Valdez, man, the bitch wanted to shoot me.
See, a lot of people, Jap kind of gives a comedy with his shit. So a lot of women kind of let that slide a little bit, but me, they know I'm not playing with your ass.
You know who else is kind of what we call toxic that had a lot of female followers?
Who?
That was Tommy Sotomayor.
Hey, that boy Tommy used to be going ham.
Hold on for just Fatty, you have your camera on. Do you want your camera on?
No, that's fine, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and it was funny because it's like, in reality, I have talked to women like this in real life. You know, it's like that's why it flows so well. It just depends, but I tell y'all niggas, don't play me in the car because shit I'm saying is not for female consumption. There's a reason I got 96% male audience. Shout out to Devin, Patricia.
Turn this camera off, Art. If you don't want his camera on.
I was gonna do something.
Yeah, Patricia dropped 100 in my PayPal, so I gave her a special picture, saying thank you. But these motherfuckers know. But yeah, you playing like because it used to be dudes that come up here saying, "Yeah, man, I bond with my girl, listen to this red pill shit." I'm like, you a dumb motherfucker.
It works.
Like they come up on the Coliseum saying that shit. Yeah, man. I'm like, you're an idiot. Like, why would you do that?
If it works, it works. So
it don't be working because what happens is that shit works at first, and somebody say something that hits too close to home. Now they mad. Now he ain't fucking. Now he mad at us. Now our problem. We're the problem. That's what Robbie was fucking talking about.
But they need to go someplace else if they can't handle the heat.
Yeah, I said that's what the purple pill dudes are for. If you want to do that bonding shit, hit those.
I always go
ahead. What you trying to do?
No, I was doing some. No, y'all go ahead. I'm trying to figure out.
You gotta save that shit for the lead attorney because he'll tell a story around the shit.
And we was on the Z channel talking, and me and Z used to have these conversations for hours with dudes. It's like, look, bro. The stuff we're talking about, when people used to ask, they used to always ask, like, we listen to the playback, they always ask BGS or R or Charles, like, what's the point of this? This is the point. They used to always try to explain, like, the point is the conversation we having right now is the point. and it's so hard for them to understand that. Like, no, that's why I used to just be laughing listening to the BGS for women because he would be explaining to them the point and they would be just still asking the same
question. My question is, what's the fucking point? What's the point of y'all giving Oprah $1 billion to all these talk shows y'all have? So, because that's shit for me. Like I said, with this passport bullshit, they'll talk all that shit. I'm like, you have trust and believe. If we compare those to what niggas are doing versus what these bitches are doing, I promise you that shit. Our shit, they shit is rated X. Our shit is like rated G. It's literally that big of a gap.
These women are letting people defecate on them. Like, come on, bro. This shit.
I can take off the
because they want to be defecated on. That's why.
Exactly.
No, we can take off the Dubai shit because that's like some special shit.
They ain't doing that in Dubai. They doing that shit in Texas.
Yeah. There's chicks that like that stuff. There's a whole bunch of chicks that like
They
to get
doing that
peed on.
shit in North
You know what's
Carolina,
crazy?
North Kakalaki.
You'll
Shit.
have Santeray, because like these chicks are such hustlers. That's why I took real exception to that grifter shit. Because I'm like, yo, Santeray with all her history. And I'm like, bitch, you used to promote, you used to be in what an orgy. I'm like, and that's fine.
She was a
But
swinger.
you ain't got no right to talk about anything decent or what nobody else is doing with your history. I'm like, he broke up a marriage, yo, and that nigga ended up homeless with her.
Yeah. In the back of a camper. Yeah.
Well, you gotta realize that when you hold chicks accountable, it's actually such a relief because like, damn, bitch, y'all really don't know what it means to be accountable.
No,
like y'all have no integrity. Like the one chick, I think BGF left off. I don't think you heard my rant about it, but I said the story earlier. How this chick literally sat down and was on the phone with me, and she kept telling me about she see a lot of the broken down black men who can't wipe their ass. I said, well, that's their wives' job. I said, first and foremost, if he's 70, 80, 90 years old and he was working, she didn't do all the hard labor. And I said, well, if it's his job to provide, then it's her job to take care and make sure he's healthy. And she started laughing.
Yeah.
Y'all want to blame everything on a black woman. No, you just a bunch of lazy bitches.
Okay, did you reverse it? Who will wipe her ass if she
Oh,
was
yeah,
sick?
I told her that. I said, who's going to wipe your ass? You're single. You got 2 babies by 2 different men. Like, you really think, and I told her, she tried to say, well, I heard you, and I knew her for years, like almost 20 years, shit. And she was like, I heard your live stream. You were saying that baby mamas have no value. I didn't say they have no value, but you're the lowest on the totem pole.
Yeah, if you're like damaged fruit. Would you buy?
You're damaged goods.
Yeah, would you pay full price for damaged fruit?
Hell no. And that's what I told her. I said, what man wants to walk into a situation with a 17, I think he's 18 now, and a 4-year-old girl?
Oh,
I said, who wants to walk into that fucking Motley crew? And then she's like, well, my kids will do this. You only have one child. I said, yeah, so.
That's a fucking
There used to be the case, but guess what? I got kids that are in their 30s, right? They're still around, okay? You still got to deal with them. So
She was like, well, my kids would do this. I take my son to Columbia. I promised them I'd take him every year. I said, you're probably mad because there's no man taking you to Columbia every year.
Well, no, well, that's the thing, Charles. They whole plan is
why does she need a man? Why she need a man?
Well, that's they whole plan is to turn their son into the support. So that, we put that shit on us in the ghetto. Oh, you gonna buy your mama a house? You gonna buy?
But here's the problem with that too. The problem with that is when you pull that bullshit, that motherfuckers like that usually are useless to any other chick.
Facts. Listen,
if you pull that off, that shit may work for you, but you pretty much can fuck that motherfucker up for anybody else. And so again, that like I said,
Edward, the prison is full of them men. Prison is full of them niggas that was trying to buy their mama a house with life sentences, sitting in the penitentiary right now. And they mama and them and just move. Don't listen,
and
man.
they keep on moving on like nothing never happened.
Moving on like nothing. Listen, bro. I met there's men in prison. Listen, Edward,
and they running out of that shit.
I actually did a video on that too.
Listen, I met men in prison that went to prison for defending a woman that slept with the man that. Listen, bro. There was a dude in prison. He killed the dude, like killed the dude for a woman. He goes to jail. The woman is fucking his enemies, like having sex with the dude family member that he killed.
Yeah, Pink Book be covering. Pink Book be good at covering stories like that. And the other thing too is one reason, like this rise of like these women to be kind of telling the truth, whether they repeating their shit or they just telling the truth. The reality is that wouldn't even be possible if we wouldn't have kind of laid the groundwork. Because they would be constantly, because they used to be stomped out back in the day by them other chicks. You know, they would be surrounded and basically gathered up. See, now it's too many of them, and too many of them that got bigger. I ain't even talk about Pearl. You got like chicks like Dee Dee. You got like a lot of them that don't even get talked about. And at the end of the day, a lot of these dudes, because of gynocracy, if a chick ain't saying it, it ain't valid. But here's the thing: if they're getting it from them, and then that's having an effect, that's still an effect. That's still like influenced by leverage. And I get it. A lot of dudes be getting mad because of the money. And I'm not saying that that's not valid, but at the end of the day, it's still influence. It's still influence. It's still power projected. And see, we don't get credit for that. See, there's a lot of stuff that we do based on leverage that folks don't want to give nobody credit for. So when shit happens, they want to act like, you know, because our subscriber counts are what they are and blah, blah, blah. When the reality is a lot of us get shadow banned. Like BGS would have been at like 89. BGS would have been like Professor Black Truth if they wouldn't have shadow banned it. Shout out to him. He's at like 180, about 120 now. And they cut his channel about 2-3 times now. Jap, they cut his channel like pretty much as much, almost. He's probably runner up to Tommy Sotomayor.
Is he back?
Who?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know Tommy's back though.
Tommy's back too. Yeah.
But Tommy don't be showing his face like that, so he's trying to be on the radar. But that ain't gonna work.
He's doing more reactions than.
Doesn't the emergence of pearly things and Melanie Kings and whatever woman it is seeks the goddess proof that most of us on this space are phonies and we are one blowjob away from the plantation? Doesn't that prove that?
Say that again, because I don't understand what you just said.
He basically said the emergence of Melanie King, Six the Goddess, and Just Pearly Thing prove that most men are phony. The answer is no, it doesn't. Because if you understand African American culture and American culture in general, American culture is heavily feminized. African American culture is a gynocracy. Yeah. So that stuff has been going on for years, and it's not so much of it. Also, Melanie King pulls from a variety. Here's the thing that doesn't get talked about: Just Pearly Things. They don't have Just Pearly Things does not have a mostly black audience. She has a lot of white folks that listen to her, which boosts her numbers.
And she has a UK audience.
Melanie King, same thing. Melanie King had generated 1 billion views in previous things. Yeah. So I mean, so you have that. Then as far as who else you mentioned, Six the Goddess. Six the Goddess is barely cracking 50. Six the Goddess is actually struggling to grow compared to her looks, and she's been everywhere. The thing about it though is even if they're number one, even Six has had to adjust what she says based on what we're saying. It'd be different. This is how you know the blowjob thing. If they were able to tell straight lies and straight bullshit and have a male audience, that would be different. They can't do that because the reality is, I've seen women say goofy. I've seen women say shit like blue collar men ain't shit, but try to be in this space, and just like that, they disappear. So, dudes, that's not what that means. But see, influence is not. The problem is people want to sit here and say because there's women here, then that means this. We're not in a patriarchy in the United States. And it's like people can't accept that shit. The reality is, and I'm not saying you gotta move this shit forward, but the fact that the women because it was one point where the women couldn't even exist. They couldn't even do it because the women that dominated, like your Paris Milan, your Cynthia G's, would be able to stomp their ass out. The fact that they can't do that anymore, and by the way, those chicks got male subscribers too.
Oh, they can. They are doing it right now.
They're not.
Let me finish then. But Pearl Things is going to become the face of the Manosphere probably.
No, bullshit. Bullshit.
No, wait.
This should be funny as hell.
So let's talk about it, Lynn. Let's talk about it. So
first off,
are you a content creator? Are you a content creator?
I'm just fatty.
Are you a content creator?
We know that much, but are you a content creator?
For now, let's say that for now.
No, I know for now. Are you not a content
okay, creator? I'm going to say no. This is going to change.
Well, then you don't have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Okay.
How do you get that?
Because I have more outside influence than even Pearl in this space. Okay.
Yeah, hold on. First of all,
wait. No. So are you saying that if I ask somebody about Manosphere or R.P.L or whatever, they are going to not say Just Pearl, they're going to say
No, they
BGS.
won't. No, they won't. No, they won't.
No, they are going to say BGS.
No,
That's what you're saying.
they would. If you in the Black Manosphere, my name will come up more often than
Hey, my man.
So,
with all due respect,
Fatty,
hey,
hold
one
on, I got a question.
Guys,
no, you got to stop talking over.
Is that me?
Hold on, I will drop everybody real quick.
I got a question. Why aren't you?
Hold on.
I'm not finished, man. Listen.
Hello.
We got you, but hold on.
One at a time. One at a time, please. I can't even hear you. I'm playing the damn game. So
okay,
who's first?
So Art, I'm sorry, but because I don't recognize the owner of the show, so this is why I didn't stop, right? But the reality is that I'm having on his space for a while.
What's a while?
And I never heard about
What's
BGS. With all due respect, right?
What's a while? What's a while?
No, my friend. So
no. Answer the question. What is a while? That doesn't mean anything. How many years?
A while is way before Kevin Samuel.
No. You know how to count. How many years have you been in this space?
2015, 2016.
No, I will say 2019. Let's say that.
In other words,
you just got here. You just got here.
I'm one of the founders of the Manosphere 2.0.
That's fine. Mr. Fantastic usually says that too. Right? No, that's fine. That's fine. I get it.
Hold on. Hey, look, man. Stop for a second, right? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? All the PhDs. Kevin Samuels actually started on my show in this space. Okay.
So BGS.
BGS Ibmore. Yes.
BGS. What? Can you tell me the name?
Ibmore. IBMOR.
If you've been with him for that long, then you should know his name. So that proves to me that you haven't been there that long, man.
So BGM, Midform, 40,000.
So my question, yeah. So my question is, of course, because and you know what your problem, Fatty, is your metric, and this is how you know you a new motherfucker.
Yeah,
your metric is purely cosmetic. You're looking just at fucking. There's people's channels that got literally deleted. I mean, I can't stand fucking Tommy. But Tommy had his channel like knocked off like damn near 17 times. So it's a lot of shit a lot of motherfuckers don't know because people are looking at the current climate. My question though that I wanted to ask, why are you not where the white boys are? Because Pearl is white, and I promise you at least 50, if not more percent of her audience is Caucasian. Just like Courtney Ryan has like 40-something subs. So my question is, why aren't you over here telling the white boys how Pearl is taking over the white manosphere?
Because I'm not white.
Okay, look. Okay, Fatty. Guess what, man? We just did this about 4 months ago, right? Explaining all this. Pearl blew up when she went where? To the UK. Her audience is based in the UK, not in America.
No, he's not. Most of us subscribers are American.
Yes, no, it's not.
No, most of us subscribers.
Hold on, no.
Jesus Christ.
You don't know.
Most of our audience is gonna be UK.
He's not even American.
So I know that most of you guys know I'm Portuguese, right?
You don't know.
Most of my subscribers. Oh my God.
You're not even American,
you keep
bro.
talking. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, my thing. Hold on. My thing is my thing is by that same definition you said because you ain't white. Well, that bitch ain't black. So the reality is you're literally taking a white female, a single white female that can draw from white people, and you're superimposing that onto a black audience. That's what you're doing. You're literally holding us accountable that she's white, and a lot of her audience is white. So, like, when you look at who has influenced her, she'll say it her damn self. Rollo Tomasi, who is Caucasian. And by the way, a lot of dudes in this space up until recently didn't even know who Rollo was.
But that's cat because she's
why do not that? No, what it is.
Explain me why do I have to stop?
Come on, guys.
Let him get it out. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Let him get it
No,
out.
just because you are from a certain place doesn't mean that you're following.
You don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Let me give you an example. For example,
you don't.
No. Let me give you an example.
Fatty.
Go ahead.
Can you look at her analytics? Can you look at her analytics?
I'm blind.
In other words, you can't, right? Because that's personal to her. She didn't blow up till she actually moved to the UK. Okay, she was only at 20K before she actually moved there.
She only started to put the work when she got to the
Patty,
UK.
stop
It's not
talking
about
over me.
location.
Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me.
Hold
Okay.
on for a second. First of all, Fatty, you're wrong because she did start on YouTube called The Whitest Girl on Earth.
Yes.
No, but that's the thing. She started that. She wasn't getting traction. And once she started to do R.P.L content on UK, started to put the work, she blew up. No, but she only blew up when she got the thing. She got that guy, the Sarah, whatever.
She moved to the UK, dude.
Yeah. So what's the problem?
That's when she blew up. It's a different
but
audience.
she didn't blow up with the.
Yes, she did. Go back and look at it.
Dude, my thing, no. The thing that pisses me off about this is, nigga, what the fuck you want to say? We a whole bunch of bitch ass niggas. We a whole bunch of bitch ass niggas at the end of the day. Stop talking around and shit. Because you always hanging around. It's like, what is your core point? That's what I want to know. Fuck the story. Fuck all of that. You come in here, you can say anything. And you chose to say the same bullshit you saying. What is your overall thesis statement?
So Ed, are you done crying? Are you done crying?
Hey,
because this
put that nigga down. Put that nigga down.
That was not my point.
Put that nigga down. Because you calling me crying or not? This is disrespectful.
That was not my point. You were the one that said that.
Hey, what is your thesis about this space? That's what the fuck I want to answer.
Ed, let him handle it.
Can I talk or you guys?
No, you can't.
No,
the host is talking.
All right. First of all, no, but I'm going to talk to Fatty. All right.
Okay.
Listen, Fatty, what is your overall point of asking the question that you're asking?
My overall point was that Edward that talks
don't talk about Edward.
I'm not going to insult you.
Stop being a woman for a second.
So who is talking?
Don't talk about.
I have a question. Who is talking? Is the owner of the panel or is the other people?
This is my panel. Yes, it's my panel. I told you. Answer. What is your overall point?
So is Art in rage, right?
Just drop in, man.
Okay, so my point is very simple. Edward was talking about the fact that pearly things and all that are net positive to the cause. Let's say that, right? Because they are going to have a reach because they are women. What I'm saying is that I agree, he is right. But what proves that to me is that women, like men, unfortunately, are one blowjob away from the plantation because there's a lot of OGs on this place. There's a lot of OGs on this place that are struggling to get 50 people watching, 1,000 views and whatever. Let me finish because
shut
I'm not
the
being
fuck up for a
disrespectful.
goddamn second.
I'm not being disrespectful.
Go drop it, man. Go drop it.
This is the problem.
Art, do you want me to drop?
You can drop it.
Yes.
No. I'm asking you as the owner of the show because I'm respectful. Do you want me to drop?
Oh my God.
Listen, you're wrong. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong.
So if I'm wrong, why you guys don't let me finish and then counterpoint my point?
Because you never finish.
Get to the point. Yeah.
I just asked you what was your overall arcing point. Don't just go ahead and just say it.
But
over here, we get to the fucking point. We don't fucking talk in fucking stories.
That's what I said. Like I was literally finishing my point, and you guys let me finish my point. My point is
your point is. Your point is invalid.
I agree.
Because I've been in here longer than you have, dude.
Yeah.
I get it.
The one thing that you need to listen to, the one thing that you definitely listen to, if somebody's been doing it for a very long time,
yes,
then you, or have been doing this for a very long time, you need to start listening to them because they've been here doing this for a long time.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
That's not.
But I didn't say that their opinion were more valid. You know where
you got that from, right? You got that from MGTOWs, right? Basically, you got that. You got the person that actually said that was Barbarossa. One blowjob away. That's anybody. I don't care.
No,
now listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, that's where it comes from. That's what it means. Okay. Anybody's one blowjob away if you don't keep your frame up. Anybody, okay? Anybody's susceptible. But
and by the way,
just pearly things doesn't mean that every guy in this space is a fraud. Okay, What we
No,
say
I
by
did, but I didn't say
listen,
that.
listen,
Hold on,
shut
listen.
up for a second, right?
If,
What
stop,
Edward
stop
meant,
listening to respond and listen to understand.
what
man.
Edward meant,
Me?
yes, you.
Yeah.
What Edward meant is
Hell
that,
yeah.
in other words, what Edward meant is that a white girl can go in different spaces than a black man can, carrying the talking points. That's what he said. That's what he meant. Okay, that's what he meant. You
Do
get
you
that?
allow me to? Do you allow me to speak,
He ain't
BGS?
even acknowledge that. You just going
Do you
first of
allow me,
all, bro,
BGS? Do you allow me
Yes.
to
If
speak,
you
BGS?
got it, say yes. Nod your head. Do you get that?
I get that. Can you allow? Do you allow me to
Go
speak,
ahead,
sir?
man. If you're wrong, we're gonna stop you.
Even
All right?
even on the white manosphere, you have, for example, guys that are struggling all the time, doing all the correct advice, and you have a woman, for example, like Roma Army, blowing past them, getting thousands of views and money like
Okay.
that. It's not about you guys. It's not about the black manosphere. It's not about the OG creators. It's about the fact that a lot of people that are on this space, men included, they are one blowjob away from the plantation.
yeah,
That
that's
means that.
anybody. That's not new. Like
That
that's not new. You make it sound like what you're saying is significant.
Edward, so you agree with me?
What? No. What's your
Dude,
point?
what
No.
you're
Get to
No,
saying,
your
no,
that's
no,
point.
no, no,
like,
no.
dude,
Hold on.
that's
Guys,
not
Fatty,
new.
get
Whoa,
to your point. Get to your
hold
point.
on. So what is the point? If you keep smiling,
My point is that
I'm not playing with you.
No,
You
my
keep
point
smiling, I'm
is,
gonna drop your ass.
do you? No, it's fine. I can be dropped and go to. That's fine. You can do that.
Go bother
Man,
somebody
get
else
these
out here.
troll, weird, foreign, fat, awkward fucks out of here, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
These dudes.
I mean, the thing about it, like,
Hold on. When I was talking,
and
hold on. This has been a problem the last couple years. These weird foreign dudes is showing up that don't know nothing about this shit. They just on the internet late at night playing with themselves, finding shit. Like I'm
If
not
they
trying to talk shit, but it's a lot of these weird foreign dudes popping up. Where
the
the how
thing
is
about that,
and these
that is,
weird foreign and I don't know how these weird foreign dudes is popping up
I'm gonna say
talking
this.
about do they understand that black American men invented the black manosphere?
I'm gonna say this, man.
I
Like
mean,
what the hell is
BGS,
wrong
he
with these
tries
dudes?
to play
You
like
got a
he
lot
is
of
one of us overseas, if we're being honest.
you got a lot of idiots who just come here just looking for clout and look at the clam. And I mean, here's the point. You know what the fuck what this is. You just came over here just to be a fucking contrarian and just a troll. Like,
well,
stop the bullshit.
he wanted to
He
clip.
thinks
He
that being
wanted
a
to what I call.
contrarian is a show of intelligence. It's
Well,
really
what he
just
wants to
highlighting
do
his
is he
stupidity.
wants to clip bait. So that's why he started smiling. You agree with me? You agree with me? It's just like when motherfuckers like niggas kill me with that bullshit. And it's like, and I gotta say something. I'm smarter than a lot of motherfuckers. Like I don't know why y'all motherfuckers keep thinking y'all gonna play this verbal chess and y'all gonna try to put a track date out here. I told y'all, a lot of people on this panel, we were going at each other, in different teams depending on what the topic was for 8 hours straight. Most of you motherfuckers won't doing that. Like week after week after. I don't know why y'all think y'all can come up, but as far as what he was talking about, like VGS said, like I said, the reality is I didn't say we need the women. That's what he keeps saying. Doesn't that prove this or prove it? Nigga, ESPN was putting bitches in front. Yeah, the Weather Channel and Univision do that. What it proves is men are warm blooded and have testosterone. That's what that hell. Even Twitch, even fucking it doesn't mean women run men. Niggas that get pussy still, can be
Why you working
influenced by
women?
it. It's
Man,
like
listen,
these dudes. It's
that
like
dude is
these
a
dudes
weird fool. He
expected to be
probably a
like the
virgin
movie.
at 30. Them weird
It's like
foreign dudes
it's
be
Hold
weird.
on, I'm gonna drop everybody. Y'all gotta stop interrupting people, man.
You gotta stop making art sound like he's about to do the Bugs Bunny dance.
It is getting hard for people to listen in on the show. You guys have to remember this is still a show. People are still have to watch this on the playback.
Man, shut up, shut up, fatty. Stop.
Go ahead and time him out.
Okay.
I apologize, Art.
that's okay.
I used to be having arguments with foreign dudes like this on like you dudes ain't even American. Y'all can't have.
I go ahead and have a chat. I got him in the chat, man.
Yeah, and it's just like we go over these contests. These dudes be disrespectful. They be disrespectful. They be uninformed. They don't understand the context we're speaking in, and then they'll come and try to come in here and tell us things
Yeah.
And in my mind, I'm just like, dude, the Black American men invented the Black Manosphere.
Well,
if it wasn't for Black American men, the bearded y'all would still be over there watching Bon Jovi and shit. This shit is weird, man.
The thing about it is that he's probably a troll, because the reason why I made my screen as big as I did, because he has some glowing yellow eyes and it went through his hands, so that's why I made my screen big.
No, he always does that goofy ass shit.
Well, I did it just in case. Now I got Big J Triple X in here.
Why?
I have no fucking idea.
But the argument.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
We know what you niggas want to say. You niggas want.
I mean,
let him finish. Let him finish.
I can't see who's talking with that thing as wide as it is. That's kind of why I'm tripping.
It's art.
Yeah. So as far as that, he's probably a troll. He got these guys in here who's never been in. So whatever. I brought him down. He ain't coming back.
Okay.
End the discussion. Move on. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Yeah.
Oh, happy day.
Yeah, when they come in talking too much and talking too fast, then they're trying to understand. They're trying to pick a fight.
Yeah.
He picks a fight every panel he goes on, though.
So I apologize, Art, man. I'm emotional. I'm an ex-Pookie, bro. I'm emotional.
Well, I get it, G. The argument is we're failures. We failed. I mean, there's too many niggas that tried to run that play. So when it's not that the manosphere is dying, the argument now is women are taking over. And like BGS said, when YouTube has feminists running it. TikTok just had an article.
Passport OG, is that you?
Oh, that's me. I'm in here to listen and pay tribute to the OG.
Oh, that's him. That's him.
TikTok just had an article come out where they readily admitted that they can dial people up if they really want to, as far as the promoting, and they often do it. YouTube probably has an algorithm the same way. The reality of the situation is that, number one, I'm gonna say it right here. Any motherfucker that's measuring the influence of this page by subscriber count, you all don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just straight, and y'all need, and that's why most of the people that do that, they came in like later on when it started to be more prevalent. So even with me, there's certain things I've said is 6,000 subscribers that's in the lexicon. I mean, when I say, I mean promote it, because I know intercultural dating, a lot of stuff. Passport Bros was nothing like that. By that metric, Austin Hollerman is the leader of Passport. Is Austin being interviewed by some people, but that ain't who Jason Whitlock is going for now. It's disrespectful. And then the other thing is, when I asked him, why don't you go to white boys and say this, he said it real mean. Well, because I'm black. No, because they gonna say, get your Portuguese ass nigga ass out of here. That's what they gonna do. They're gonna do what they did to Donovan.
Somebody go ahead and bounce Big J.
Yeah. See, they're just trolls coming in just to fuck with us. That's all.
Yeah, these niggas want to be heard. I don't know if these niggas mad with Super Slide, but they always come around. It's like every like moon, these niggas start showing up. Y'all want to be heard so bad. If we're losers, then why the fuck do you put so much energy into that?
Because this is the problem. Kevin, like we just said, is the spear.
Yeah.
He broke through, and now everybody's coming into the manosphere.
They want a piece.
Just this week, you had Angry Man talking to
Jason Whitlock.
Jason Whitlock.
Yeah.
That was a big fucking thing. You got Destiny still talking to us. You got all these people coming in here because Kevin paved the way, and now we're reaping the fruits of the hard labor that we work to put this information out there. And now you get to see it. It's not just like, oh, because I did the Kerner Commission, now somebody mentioned the Kerner Commission on TV a year later. You get to start to see all our labor being out there now. And so these guys who have hated this space for such a long time see that our hard work is paying off, and now they're mad because our voices are being heard and not theirs.
But really, this is a bigger issue, Art, that I'm saying. Like, a lot of these foreign dudes been stealing shit from us for years and acting like they created shit.
Put on tech.
And that's the issue I'll be having with a lot of those foreign dudes. A lot of these
Watch a
foreign
whole
dudes that
bunch of
talk
movies
shit
and
on
wear a
us.
New York hat and act like they from America.
Yeah, a lot of these foreign dudes that talk shit about us and then try to fucking portray the way we behave and dress like us and walk like us and act like they players like we is. Like, no, you a weird ass Nigerian dude that grew up in London. Like, nigga, you're not ADOS. You don't know nothing about game, brother. Like all this trying to talk like us and copy our style. I'm not knocking them though, because we didn't invent, we created it amongst each other. But they downplay us, they downplay our intelligence and then try to act like us socially.
But that's not what's going on right now. These are just the trolls of the Manosphere coming out just to try
Coming
to
back
troll.
because it's hot right now. So
it's hot. We're hot.
They want some shine. That's all it is.
And
Well, can I?
Well, they mad for the cape on, so they could be super mad.
No, Fatty, we don't care whether you
Man,
remember
y'all
it or
know
not,
good
man.
and
Just go away, okay? We
Y'all
try
know
to talk to you, but you wanna
Look,
think that you're smart
Fatty, it's not
in the
our
room.
fault that it's not our fault that it takes five fucking subscribers to bang your ass because you're that damn big and you stretch that far. Next time, come with a goddamn point and actually come a little humble and stop acting like you know more than the motherfuckers who spent more time pissing in the toilet than you've been in the space.
Yeah,
That's rude as fuck.
Yeah, we already
But,
did. We already did the just pearly things like 3 or 4 months ago, right? And you coming on the late end. Go ahead. Somebody's trying to get in. I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying
And
to
the
just make
thing
a
is,
statement
he's
in
talking about
general.
he's got it. He's just trying to grow his channel.
That's all. Yeah, go ahead.
He only got 353 subscribers. He's got one video.
He said that off the rip. I thought
trying to
you
get
were
in.
humble when he said
Yeah,
that.
I'm trying to get a point off.
Yeah, go Robbie, and then who else?
Robbie.
Passport, I think.
Yeah.
Robbie,
I want to make a point in general, like it as far as the space, like even though Kevin Samuels, he created the popularity of it, brought in men to spaces to hearing arguments that they've never heard before, which was great, but what happened too with his passing was that, okay, so now this thirst for this information kind of was started. So then you're looking around these spaces and you're trying to see where more information is. And true, these names may not have a lot of followings, but anybody who desire facts and research and intelligent reasoning, you go back and you appreciate a Dr. Ron O'Neill, a GG, BGS, Ibmore, Tiasan Johnson. I'm new to the space, but I'm saying there are those of us who want to learn more and learn more from a research perspective and not just somebody talking off the cusp or these fly-by-night people who may have the following, but they're not really creating the talking points. They just commercializing the
You'd be surprised where the talking points came from. Because a lot of the talking points you found in this space just came off of just being on Google Hangout. I mean, a lot of y'all weren't here when we used to go to other people's panels, myself, Valdez, Cerulean, BGS, and a few
Edward.
others. We used to go, Edward. We used to go to people's platforms and debate them. So a lot of times it gets very disrespectful and disingenuous for people to come up here and to say, well, the only time they heard about the space is Kevin Samuels. And Kevin, a couple of years back, about 5 years ago, y'all niggas weren't listening to Kevin when he was doing the style and the cologne. And when he said, didn't get your suit game up, the same niggas who praise him now were the same niggas who were saying, I ain't wearing no goddamn suit. So it gets a little phony because you're going up against people who are time tested. And I, for one, look at a lot of people and be like, look, get some time under your belt before you talk to anybody about something about the space. Please, just watch a few of. The space is actually multifaceted. To be honest with you, if you're not going to do that type of research, then just shut the fuck up and listen. That's the least you could do.
Well, the thing is, like I said, if you want to basically say, niggas, you failed, you letting women take over your shit. I mean, you gotta worry about before you go and fucking do shit that y'all need to deal with, right? And stop worrying about what the fuck you
sound like you're far away.
This is the short end of it.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
You sound like you're underwater, Ed.
Did you change microphones?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
All right, like I said, here's the overall point was basically, we fucking failed. Ha ha. Their TV got more subscriber count than me. Like anything. Like you see this with that FTX bullshit, with all these motherfuckers that had in the finance industry. Glenn is talking about it. All these other folks in the finance industry that pretty much push that FTX now got egg on their face. The biggest people are not always maybe they're the most entertaining in the entertainment part, but the biggest people are not always where the best information is. So again, no folks are what I was saying and BGS was saying at the end of the day, the message is still being pushed. But see, that's not the metric he's measuring it by. He's measuring it through vanity metrics. We're talking about activism type stuff. We're talking about getting other black men and other folks to be more aware of these things so this can affect the voting populace and stuff like that.
In our country, he's not part of our country. He doesn't understand what we're trying to do.
That's the
Because not
same
part
argument
of
that
I would never
epicenter,
tell him
man.
shit about Portugal.
He's not even in Portugal. Oh, he is in Portugal.
He ain't even in Brazil. And like I said, and Portugal
That's the
last time
thing.
I checked was a white country.
And then that's the thing, Ed. We going in and we talk about these things, and a lot of us was here in a space because it was before the money. Like even though people was getting sued, like we came in this space not for the clout, not because we heard it on a popular mainstream slip. A lot of us been here for years. Like he said, we 7 years and 8 years deep listening to this stuff. So when these dudes pop up and they come in here like, okay, I know I first started listening to the Manosphere like the end of 2016, the beginning of 2017. You know what I'm saying? When BGS was really doing the stuff with the women. That's when I first started listening. When I started listening when you didn't even have a channel yet, Ed. You was just on panels. You know what I'm saying? And Charles didn't have a channel either. He was just on panels. I remember Charles started his channel. You know what I mean? So, and it's just like in general, we talk about these important things, and the manosphere is broad, and there's more, and people don't know we talk about more than just women and relationships. We're talking about sociology, economics, the job market. That's why the manosphere itself, I'm not gonna count myself in that, brought the PhDs in to back up the stuff we were seeing and saying.
Yep.
You see what I mean? So we're talking about a wide spectrum of things. And these dudes is jumping on a bandwagon and trying to reduce what we do down to, or not what we do, what you guys do, the great man of the manosphere, Art, Ed, Colin
Well, the
O'Fokker,
audience
like
is a
all them.
part of the Manosphere as well. We got some great folks that don't. Actually, I got to check
Artists,
out
we got a lot of
Kendra's
great, he's just
video.
not here. Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be done with Fatty. Let Fatty tell it. You know that Arthur Holloman shit was the end of Passport, bro. That's to the extent of his knowledge. And that's important because going back to what Charles said is about you being here. He wasn't here when we had that apocalypse. So you got all these little scared dudes because people forget. Kevin made very few mistakes. And so it's almost like if something happens, oh my God, that's the end of the world because they got used to Kevin pretty much almost not, and they don't understand that it's over and this. Even the purple pill guy, you gotta think about it. The purple pill guy
You're
used to
muffled
be the
again,
blue
Ed.
pill shit.
You're muffled again, Ed.
He must be outside or something.
Oh, me? That ain't me.
Or you got your earbuds in or something like that.
No, that ain't me. But I'm gonna say this about
I'm saying your voice is getting muffled.
Oh shit. They get me, man. But the purple pill, even with the purple pill guy, I'm gonna say this quick, I'm done. Even with the purple pill guys, that shit is basically a zoo for basic bitches, where they just come up there. Even Obie Allen shit, all them hoes are basically all out of pocket, except for maybe Courtney. It ain't like Obie putting up Shay Sade or anything like that to give these niggas hope. You basically a walking SYSBM infomercial, and he get mad when people use it like that. I'm like, shit. YouTube lets you embed shit and clip shit now. I mean, so even the purple bill guys are doing the business. Now, are they getting paid for it? Sure. And that's not a bad thing. Why? Because they're going to keep on doing that shit. It's going to be self-sustaining. But
All right, I'll see you guys later. Hey, I'm going on up, PK. I'm out of here. See you guys later, buddy.
All right, bro. Can I get in real quick after Passport?
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. I think you were trying to talk.
Yeah. So, man, as soon as that Negro said that he's been in the space since 2019, y'all should have just dropped that nigga then. 2019, man. You don't know shit. But the point is, like, when you look, one of the benefits and strengths of the manosphere is how diverse the space is, right? So it's like, really, when you think about it, I always say it's kind of like the MCU or like its own universe or some shit, because you have content creators on different levels. You know what I mean? You have big size content creators, medium size. You have small channels, 1,000 and stuff. And it's like all of these content creators and the audience itself is pushing pretty much towards the same goals, whether it's whatever it is. Like, we pushing towards the same goal. You even have people that aren't even content creators that help and benefit the space. You have guys that help finance the content creators, guys like Theo Wav, that not only donate, to content creators, but they also are bringing brothers in and training them on how to make six figures. So it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like a paradox or some shit, because it's like we're all feeding off each other to advance these causes. When you think about how you have guys like Theo and Sub Zero and whoever else is training people, get them into tech. When you putting people that have our ideology and that are within this space, it helps the whole ecosystem, right? And so what I always say is, I've been in this iteration of the Manosphere since like 2015 or whatever, but I always call something like pre-Manosphere, because what a lot of guys don't realize is before the term Manosphere came about, you still had guys doing podcasts on Blog Talk Radio and on YouTube that was doing a lot of the stuff that we're doing now. So you had, Tariq Nasheed and Tommy and Duhudi Ma'atra that was calling the bullshit out on black women. And all of these guys, all the three of the guys I mentioned that were doing videos on YouTube in like 2006, 2007, 2008, all of them guys have had their channels deleted multiple times over the, I call that the first online gender war, because that's when black women were in coordinated groups, of like 100 plus black women, and they would literally coordinate to report certain channels that spam and hate speech to get them deleted. You know what I mean? So I just look at it, it's all a collective
That's
effort.
ancient history to these niggas.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Like, a lot of niggas don't know, man. Like the Manosphere like 1.0 and 2.0 really came off of kind of like the graveyard, if you will, of a lot of niggas that was putting in work, who got their channels deleted, and they were just like, fuck it, man. I got hours of content that's deleted, so I'm just not doing shit no more. Or they did like the
SWP was
Hoodie
a
did.
casualty of that shit.
The what?
Say that again.
SWP was a casualty of that shit.
Oh, yeah.
SWP had 30,000 subs. People forget that shit.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was one of those guys. He was one of those guys, along with the guys I mentioned. It was like, there's so many guys, man. I can't even remember all of the cats, because a lot of them just said, "Fuck it, man. My channel got deleted 4 times, so I'm done with this shit." And so, man, it's to me.
That's before the money came in, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
SWP liked that shit when I said niggas. When I said niggas value being chose more than power. That's one of the few times SWP ever commented on my shit and shared my shit. And that was a midnight video. And then it was funny because one nigga got real mad and started talking shit, and he was like, "Block this nigga." So I was like, "Damn, man, this nigga like to talk. So what did you do to piss him off?" Because usually he'll argue with you in the comment section.
All right, people, I got 187 watching. I just need 13 likes to get to 200. Give me 200 likes, please.
Yeah, he said, "I never thought of that." I'm like, "Really?" He said, "I usually just stop and stay obsessed with pussy." I said, No. Pussy is just the award. It's what drives it. Nah, it's that they want to get chosen.
They want to get chosen, yeah. There's validation,
And you know what's funny, man? BGS, brought the missing puzzle pieces to this shit, right? Because a lot of the authors BGS recommends that talk specifically about Black Americans and the behavior and the structure and shit. They were saying that shit years ago. It's like, and that goes to what you say, Edward. That goes to what you say about how some of the black academics have pretty much betrayed the black community, because a lot of these black academics, they should know about these fucking books: Dark Ghetto, Black, the Negro
They do.
Family, Philadelphia Negro.
They do, but they're afraid to say something. Dr. J said that there's a lot of professors behind the scenes. They're afraid to speak up.
That's why I get angry at niggas like FD Signifier, because when he went over there to Mrs. Z to try to pet him on the head, I was like, man, bite that nigga's hand off, man. Break the artery, because that's why he won't go over there with BGS and do that shit, because
He said he wasn't. Yeah, he said he wasn't. He said, "He don't want no parts of me."
I mean, why not? Because the thing is, if you really
He called you
academic, I
out,
mean,
shit.
BGS is,
supremacist in
don't
blackface,
be
bro.
afraid of
One at a time, one
BGS.
at a
Is
time.
just a YouTube scholar. He got the shit.
So I look at it like this: before a motherfucker can even approach the grandmaster, the motherfuckers need to spar with the disciples first.
You sound
he
like
act like
Charles
he
now.
is a grandmaster.
You sound like
Oh, yeah,
Charles.
you gotta see, wait a minute. You gotta do like Street Fighter. You gotta go against Balrog and Vegas and Sagat before you go to M. Bison. Fuck all that.
Get all that. But FD don't forget like that. FD.
I pray and hope
So
that
if I was BGS, I would be like,
whoa. One at a time, guys. Who's first?
Let me finish.
Now go.
Let me finish. That's why I kept getting on BGS's ass about that. Stop debating these morons. First, they gotta go through the gauntlet. Fuck these motherfuckers. They gotta prove that word. Because I'm like this. I pray that a goddamn person like FD Signifier come to my channel. Please do. Please do. So I won't embarrass your tubby ass.
Yeah, that's how I was going.
Jesse, I asked Z. I said, what was in the envelope that he passed over to you? Go ahead.
Now, I was gonna say something similar to Charles, right? Like BGS, you ought to just be doing like them cats in the old kung fu movies, like when the fucking master he just sent all his students before you could fuck with him.
I wanted to say something real quick, and this goes to the whole researching part of it, and this is why I was listening to. Well, let me first say this. I found the space through Kevin Samuels. My wife actually showed me Kevin Samuels. He mentioned BGS. I listened to BGS. I listened to his Gynocracy playlist, found Edward, then I found Roger and everybody else.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's how it works.
But I say all of that to say this. I really take offense to the fact that people say, oh, y'all just in here complaining. And it's like, if you do the same thing and expect a different result, that is insanity. One of the reasons that people come here is they want to figure out the why. They want to see the inner workings of why they can't get Black women to actually agree with them. Like, why are they pitted against us as enemies? What's the reason why all of these things are happening? And when you look at those things like, you're complaining. It's like, no, niggas smarter than you, wiser than you, and that have more critical acclaim than you have been saying this for at least 90 years plus. WEB, the boys has books on this. Nigga, what is you talking about? Complaining? Francis Cress Welsing said the same thing. Maya Angelou said the same thing. Especially like when BGS posted that the video of James Earl Jones saying it. Like, my nigga, what are you really saying?
So something that a lot of people take for granted, and they like to use complaining as a way to frame narratives or a way to make it into, basically to reduce it to something that is not necessary. Complaining is a part of advocacy and justice work. If you don't complain and nothing happens, nothing changes. There's a reason why complaining is effective in every measure when it comes to change. Because if you don't complain, the squeaky wheel never gets the grease, dude. You got to complain. That's a part of the work. That's a part of the work.
So to the guy in the left side's point, right? I think one of the biggest problems with Black American men is most of us think that a lot of this shit just started like 30, 40 years ago or some shit.
Right.
like in the civil rights era, the crack era. But what BGS brought to the table, which I thank him for every time I see him, is that it's like a fucking missile puzzle piece where it's like, oh, no, nigga, this shit didn't start in the crack era, didn't start in the 60s. This shit been going on since slavery. So once you understand that this shit been going on since slavery, then you can move accordingly. You can either choose like, okay, am I going to try to solve a 400 plus year issue that is ingrained in the actual society, baked in the cake, as BGS like to say, or am I going to go to passport, bro? That's why SBN route and say fuck it, you know?
Yep.
These niggas be like, hey, what you want? I would like to request a trade. And then they like Kyrie
You
Irving.
got to take your talents to South Beach,
And
goddamn
then
it.
they like Kyrie Irving. I am prepared to sit out all next season unless the next trade me.
And so I'm gonna just say this real quick, and I think that we could get together in the Telegram group and start a Black Manosphere reading list or book list or some shit. Because I'm telling you, once you read those books, many of those books mentioned by the professors, the PhDs and BGS, like I said, it's really the missing puzzle piece because it's certain shit that maybe we have intuitively talked about, right? But these sociologists, that wrote these books, they articulated very well, like the actual behavior and the patterns that we have within the community. And so I think that, if you could get like a recommended reading, like motherfuckers start with these 5 or 6 books, so you can have a better understanding of the ADOS community and be able to articulate it and actually create the vocabulary to like what it is that we're doing. I think that would give brothers a big leg up in dealing with the situation that we find ourselves in.
A curriculum.
Yeah,
And
people
I
are willing to
think one
read.
more thing, I just want to get this in real quick. One more thing is like when you like the videos are so illuminating because you get to see it and not necessarily in 4K, it's in 144p, but damn it, it's video. And you see the exact same thing. Like, no, they were saying this in the 50s and the 60s. These hoes been on the same type of time.
Yep.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, like in 1970, the same shit that we talk about right now was talked about in 1970, almost verbatim.
They want to reset the matrix. That's what they keep on wanting to do every generation. And why they getting so angry is they starting to see that that's not happening. And we told them, like a lot of people, even as a lot of people 10 years ago said, y'all gonna keep playing. We not resetting this shit. And they thought so. They thought the white man was just gonna come and shut everything down. They thought all these things would happen, and they didn't think COVID would happen. And then so now it's kind of like we're in 3.0. TikTok really fucked it up too, because now TikTok makes it. Because even like when you delete shit because you stick shit and stuff like that, shit still lasts. So you can actually pump that shit in, and it takes time to really get it out. And then by then, other people are pumping stuff in. So they don't know, like you said, BGS, stuff is moving too fast, and they don't know how to deal with it. And a lot of their feminine skills have pretty much atrophied. I mean, these bitches are fucking bitches now. Now the studs ain't fucking with them. They don't know. They don't know what to do. Man.
The studs really. The studs talk like they us, man. They can't stand some of these bitches.
They're panicking. That's really what you're seeing. And shout out to Andor. It was that episode where Andy Serkis's character was like, they just killed 72 people on
Yeah, one way out. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said power doesn't panic.
Someone trying to get in?
So I'm trying to get in. I thought he was fit. Shit, somebody else got. I lost my train of thought.
Well, I want to make a point. So I think one of the really powerful things and probably the scary things about the space, or what attracted me to it, is that you're just not getting you don't get the answers in church. You're not getting the answers in school. You're not getting the answers from your parents. And there's just something that doesn't add up. And I think that's what keeps drawing guys to the space. And whatever that truth is, it comes out in whatever way it comes out every new format that it does. But that truth is literally setting guys free in terms of their way of navigating their lives, and that's a threat. That's the threat that I think that
The truth
people.
is everybody's in on the bullshit.
I remember what I was gonna say. So what you said about the whole resetting the matrix thing is that's a good way to put it, because if you think about it, and I've said it in a different way, but I like that way better. It's almost like every generation of black men are starting from square zero, right? In terms of the knowledge that we know about previous generations, like that. Cause to think about it, most guys when I was young, a teenager, or like get into my early 20s, most guys had the belief like, oh well, our mother's generation of black women, they could cook and clean and blah blah blah, and it was all perfect and all that stuff. Not realizing that most of the men was having the same problems and their generation as well, and generations before. And I think the reason that the matrix is not being reset with this Gen Z generation is because with technology and with the manosphere, I think this is the first time that we have a national sharing of knowledge and communications between multiple generations of black men. So I can't think of any time on this level, right, national level, where you've had black men that are Gen Z, millennial, Gen X,
Boomer,
baby boomer, and probably even above in some situations, where we all communicating and debating and sharing information. So it's a lot of things that make the manosphere as powerful as it is, but that right there is just a crazy plus, because it's like you don't have to believe what your single mother told you when you about black men. You could go straight to the source and know exactly what the hell was going on in their time period, and you could put those pieces together. So now you have Gen Z and Gen Alpha to follow, that's listening to this shit like, oh, okay, so this shit been fucked up. Okay, I'm going straight to SYSBM. I'm going straight to Pat.
That's exactly what Austin, because Austin, all right, because they see, this is what happens. They see the bullshit, and I don't give, here's the thing, and this is what people don't understand. The niggas that get pussy are the ones that see the most bullshit. Because they see how, so it's this argument of you just mad because you not getting pussy. Motherfuckers like, okay, I'm getting pussy and I'm seeing all this bullshit. I'm not about to get married, because eventually I might be that nigga on the other side. So, so let's see all the bullshit that these motherfuckers are doing in high school. Because you got to remember, these high schools are networked now with social media and all of that, like they never were when a lot of us was in there, right? And then they get online, and then they see the millennials that talk about these niggas damn near in their mid-30s, and then they see the exes talking about it. So then that just steals it at that point. And then, but here's the thing with Austin, they'll sit there, and the old niggas will be like the simps will be like, you 23, you ain't lived life enough. Oh, y'all just trying to get him to get caught up with a baby, so he's locked in.
I was looking at some of the MGTOW channels, and there's this thing that they got going around called TIGAL. It's teens going their own way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
So I'm like, okay, so this stuff is even reaching the teenagers, the alpha generation.
Well, the UK trying to have a re-education program. That's what they're trying to stop.
Yeah. And I saw a new one though. It's called SYSWM. Save Yourself, White Man.
Wow.
Yeah, because they're saying that as far as dating is concerned, the juice is not worth the squeeze. So, so they say get your passports and save yourself, white man.
Oh yeah, you don't want these white dudes doing that. That's game over at that point. That's game over at that point. Like, I mean, they already doing it, but like it's like, because what are they gonna say? Because white women really, what is the white woman really gonna say?
And then they
you can't claim to be a victim, because motherfuckers gonna start getting tired of that shit. Be like, well, what y'all really gonna say? Y'all can't talk about your men like we like black women can. You know, they because y'all fucking up the brand. Y'all just not gonna be like, so it's they playing. I mean, how do we defeat it? Fix it, fix the problems. That's all you really gotta do.
Yep.
Change the laws. You know, let's have some breadwinner law. You mean laws to help me? No, I said breadwinner law. That means whoever's making the most money has rights. Y'all UZ, but they don't want to do that. Man, these hoes are going crazy over this Beyonce shit.
I don't know what.
No, this Beyonce tour, they talking black women are selling themselves and breaking up with their men over these fucking tickets.
Really?
I want to do a rewind before we get to the Beyonce shit, man.
No, I just threw that out there. We're not talking about that. But go ahead, PK.
I mean, so I heard the conversation that you hosted yesterday, Ed, with
Oh, you mean I played Mike D as in the customer service person taking complaints.
yeah, with what's his name? What's his face?
Yeah, AM1 and apparently Umar's cousin, Joey.
Yeah.
You know, I'm actually this dude he's actually what Gigi has described as a macho. He's not he's a red/blue. He's damn near a purple pill macho.
Facts.
He sees the space as more disruptive to what it is he's trying to achieve, rather than a space for men to learn or for people to coexist and spread ideas or for any sort of advocacy work. He isn't concerned about any of that. He actually doesn't care. He's looking at this space almost like it's a business project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say the macho catchphrase is F your way through it, nigga.
And so
thank everybody for the over 200. Appreciate you.
For people that have his sort of his angle, you know, you guys are a lot nicer than I am. I would have told him fuck you and you can get the fuck on. Because quite
that's
frankly,
why you're not in customer service.
I know it. I know it. I probably shouldn't be in customer service because
that's why you're not. That's why you drive a truck.
yeah.
You know, PK, PK.
Man.
I just want to say real quick, do you realize that the macho man is like the equivalent to black women that's talking about manifest? I'm gonna quit my job and explore the world. I'm gonna manifest that shit, black girl magic.
Man, yeah, in a way, yeah, you're 100% right. In a way, I mean, it's just kind of sad because it's like, bro, if you don't find value here, why do you spend so much time debating with people here? Why you spend so much time even observing the things that we say? Go somewhere where you actually are within a niche doing what the fuck you want to do. People like to be around people that are like-minded. What the fuck are you doing here? You don't like us. You damn near on the same tip the MOT is on. Go over there. There are 110 places for you to be. Why do you choose to come and talk to people like Ed? Why you choose to listen to people? Because I know he's listening to us. Why? You know?
So I like AM1. I want to know why did Edward when I was on your panel the other day, why did you entertain the same conversation that AM1 has been having since 2015? Basically want to change the space and have people change the topics.
Because I wanted to see if I wanted to check for software updates.
No, this nigga's like black. He's like a black woman in a lot of ways.
You know, well, do fuck with AM1. I think personally what's going on is there's a lot of background, and we have background conversations. So I'm not gonna act like but there's background conversations that feed into that from a lot of people that don't like us for different reasons. So I'm totally serious. I was checking the software update.
You offer this man too. I'm gonna be clear with you. You offer him too much. You give him too much rope, bro.
You do. Yeah.
You give him too much rope. He is not someone that I would be looking for because this isn't something new that he's been saying. He didn't just get here today. This motherfucker been saying this for months, years now. This is what you really think. And with that being the case, you're the antithesis of everything that we're doing. You are not playing on the same team.
Y'all.
You're not playing on the same team. You need to go find another team, nigga. Get a New Jersey. Be LeBron, nigga. Be a free agent.
My thing. How come all the guys that complain about the space want the space to go in a different direction don't all get together and form a new space?
Right.
The fuck the Manosphere sphere.
Yeah, you got a whole bunch of people that are detractors. Get together,
The
form a
Manosphere
new
is that.
space. Yeah, form a new space.
My only problem with AM1 is when I questioned him on your panel, he couldn't even give me a percentage. He couldn't quantify what he would be satisfied in this space. Not to say that motherfuckers actually listen to it, but it's like, okay, you're complaining for several years that the topics and shit that motherfuckers doing in Black Manosphere is crying and whining, that's not productive or whatever. You should be able to at least give me a percentage. Like, okay, I would rather 40% of the content creators to talk about women and everybody else do productive business related shit. We couldn't even do that.
Well, my argument, the thing is, I was being solution oriented, and so that's what you do with customer service. You see, you meet somebody halfway. But the thing of like, so I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. A lot of guys really should have more dualistic things that they do with their channels. Why am I saying that? Not because I care about what they do, but a lot of dudes, and I'm not saying this is AM1, but a lot of dudes get mad because they're not growing. So they put this effort in, and it's like they're not growing. Versus when you look at dudes like Dr. Thunder, culture clinicians, they have certain angles that how even lead attorney, they have different angles by how they do it that allows them to have more mass appeal. They all have different styles by which how they go about it. But but to me, that is what works. Even O'Shea, I know sometimes the stuff he does is clickbaity, but the way O'Shea approaches it is kind of like he puts the red pill wrapped in like a sugar, and he does in with trending news. So there's different ways. So with AM1 in particular, AM1 likes to talk about the man, the system, how people are manipulating you like propaganda and stuff like that. There's a way to marry that with this space. And it doesn't have to even be about women. His version of Red Pill could be more about understanding how woke culture fucked up, how these things are designed to manipulate. Even, and this is why I was very surprised that it's like he doesn't like the fact that dudes have the kind of reverence for BGS that they have. Because I'm like, literally, you could pull a lot of shit that BGS talks about and then remix a lot of that shit with your own ideology on how they manipulate people in creating certain outcomes. This is
And
why he always jumps up.
I always actually challenged him. I said 10 topics, different topics, not with women, video for video. Go. He turned it down. He didn't want to do that.
Yeah, so because the thing is, I mean, because he kind of came out the gate not respecting the fact that folks respected you, and that was like a while ago. So the thing about it is, it really doesn't have to be that way. There's a way to take his ideology and actually create videos in this space that would give value. But the thing is, he wants it. He'll say he doesn't want it, but he wants it all the way his way. And the thing is, other dudes, that's never gonna work. And it's not. It's other dudes. It's other dudes like that too. Like Grown Man Business has done that, even though I fuck with him. Sub-Zero has done that, even though I fuck with him. And it's like the Sub-Zero don't fuck with Password Bros at all. It's like,
His main concern was that we're complaining about women. That's what his argument boiled down to. And when that's your main concern in men's quote unquote happiness, now I don't know if he's really as concerned with that, because he said he's more interested about the business side. So I don't know. I think that's kind of like he's just trying to slip that in to clean up his argument. But let's just run with it, right? And that's your main concern. Why is it seem, and this is just the way that you're framing your own arguments, I know you're listening probably on the replay or maybe even right now, why does it seem like you're trying to change the entire space to suit your needs versus changing what you do to suit the space's needs? That's where the problem's going to come in.
Or find a new space
he can't grift.
Yes, yeah. You basically find a space that rocks with you.
Correct.
Give you a big space.
Go where you appreciate it.
And even when I said that, because and that was interpreted as I'm saying, so you telling me to leave? I'm like, dude, but that's not even what I was saying. That's not even what I was saying, because I made a comparison. But hold on, I made a comparison between him and Amawale. I said I straight up told him Amawale that what I'm telling you is you're making it sound like this space. If this space doesn't do it, nobody else will. And if you're somebody, you're looking for business. If you're looking for these things, like you're specifically looking for these things, there's other channels and other clusters that you're tending. And I brought up like the financial sector with Earn It or Leisure and all of that stuff. You know, even pocket watching with JT is like low is adjacent to this space. And so what it is, and that's what I'm saying. I was meeting it halfway. And it's like because his thing is he learns certain skills on YouTube and he wants to tell other people to do that. But the reality is code and stuff is talked about a lot. It's just not the main draw. Somebody said it. It was because it doesn't generate views. So the thing about it is, and then well, it's all about generating views, and this is where it became all about supply and demand, and it all became about we're monetizing black male pain. And I'm like, oh my god, like, and like, cause we make all this money.
That's a woman's argument. You know, you
really.
need to hang around some men.
That's when I kind of got turned off, and I told him straight up. I said, you're kind of being disrespectful at this point because it's only like maybe 5 or 6 content creators that, and a lot of them like mediocre don't claim this space, but he does real content. You got Chisholm Bennett, you got Poor Man's Podcast, you got we can go England and O'Shea in that category, and maybe 2 other people that actually make what I call not they don't have to work income. And there's others that probably think that too. And then the argument is that he said it. If you make any money, then you're profit. And I'm like, wow. So all the time it takes to create this kind. I said, nigga, I got like 3,000 videos. Do you think that I'm actually getting paid, compensated for like the video? Like, are you serious? I mean, like,
compensated.
So if I make $5, that means I'm profiting off of
Yes.
And I told him straight up, and hold on, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I told him straight, I said, yo, it's that wanted to off themselves, but they heard what the fuck we're saying and did it. Like, for real. Like,
That's
I've
true.
got a lot of them got emails, I've gotten emails,
You got speaker. You far away.
You're really muffled, Ed. You're really muffled.
Damn, we're not mental health professionals, but the reality is we know how black people are when it comes to going to those professionals. And even though we say you should ideally go to those professionals, niggas are gonna do what they gonna do. And so, we're that's not our primary goal, but there's a lot of stuff, dude. Like, hell,
I'm just tired. This is the same shit that a lot of people that we have actually crossed fucking paths with before has said. It's not anything new. And the thing is that, for me, and this is just my bottom line and where the conversation begins and ends. When you try to police what black men are talking about in their own groups, nigga, you got to get off the boat. In fact, I'll help you out. I'm throwing you off. You got to go.
No life raft.
I want to see.
You get no life raft. You're going straight in the water.
PK, at the end of the day, I profited. I was able to profit off of that. So
I feel you.
Who else
is
trying to get in?
I was trying to say something just real quick.
Go ahead.
Another thing I wanted to say is like, I get that he's successful, and that's all well and good. Shout out to you. Congrats on being a black man in America and the white supremacist system and making money. But one of the reasons why I like a lot of the black, like AL's a successful truck driver. He has a successful business. I'm sure there are other people in this. Like, niggas is out here, like the people who are here and the people who are talking are people who have already, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, have already established themselves. One of the reasons that we're talking and having these conversations is because part of that self-actualization piece is generativity. And in order to do that, you need to be able to not create, in order to have something to leave to someone else, you have to be able to have that next generation. You can't do that if the person who you're trying to mate with is a goddamn demon. That's part of the reason why we're here. So to belittle that is stupid. It's like, well, you need to self-improve. And it's like, keeping it a buck, and Ed brought this up when he was talking to him, like, there's a lot of niggas in this space that like make more money than you or have the potential to make more money.
Yeah. Young Grizzly's
and,
one of
and
them.
to bring that up as
Young Grizzly did a good video.
Yeah.
He makes 370 or something like that.
Young Grizzly don't give a fuck when he did a car video like me. He just put it on the steering wheel and because and we've all been there.
A great example. There you go.
We've all, at the end of the day, man, when you look at what the Manosphere does not complain about the women. A Manosphere, they complain about anything. It complains about the trash ass culture, the culture. That's what it complains about. And what people do is they try to redirect it into the woman conversation for a variety of different reasons. Some people do it for the self-improvement train. Some people do it to sell. Like, the reality is the game motherfuckers do a lot more profiteering than we do.
Yeah, they do.
Like like there's a lot of this is the thing. Do you understand how much free information BGS is get? I'm talking about damn the geopolitical stuff. Damn, I'm talking about game information. You know, like cousin T talk. You know how much free information that you got motherfuckers in the purple pill space. If they charge you like $100 to talk to them for like 30 fucking minutes.
Yeah. I mean,
And time.
my octanes alone is worth, I could do $100 consultation just on that alone. I give that shit away for free.
Yeah, and by the way, we gonna take credit for all of the free consultations Kevin did to all them bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can patent this shit. Shit, Kevin, you want to talk about influence? Kevin literally created a micro economy on YouTube to the point that his debt, you still got even Glenda kept on talking about this for some reason. I don't even know. Yeah, you got people making a whole bunch of money off of Kevin's video. And I'm like, but he's got an estate. Like clearly, his daughter and them are making enough money so that they not like worried. They probably don't want to fuck with it. And they don't want to like go after his everything. And the people not a lot of those folks that are constantly putting out Kevin's videos, and for the most part, they're putting them out in good taste, like with the clips and everything, in context. Those folks actually keep his main channel in the algorithm. See, if people stop like posting his stuff will kind of seed a little bit in the algorithm, a little bit. It probably has more push than it otherwise would.
Has he got any more subscribers?
Oh yeah, he's constantly generating subscribers because it's hard to tell when you get to 1 million because it kind of cuts the decimal points. But no, his is still going up.
Where's he
but the fact that you got these channels that aggregate that generate his stuff, and on TikTok people search for him and they go specifically to his channel. So I'm telling you, his channel gets more views. It was gonna get views, but it gets more views in my opinion than it otherwise would because you got all these channels that are constantly uploading the keywords and shit. Because once Kevin died, a lot of people talking shit about him was gonna die out too because he's dead. Anyway.
Art he's at 1.69. I looked at him probably like 6 months ago, and he was at like 1.2 something. So
yeah.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
Going up.
Yeah. So he's growing. No, he's growing, man. He is growing. Like niggas think they go catch him like Fresh and Fit and Pearl might, but
yeah, they made him a martyr, so now he's a martyr. You can't touch him.
That's why with Andrew Tate, they're not gonna kill him. They just gonna leave him in jail.
Yeah,
I thought he was like 1.4 when he died.
He wasn't high. I think it was like 1.2, 1.3 or something like that.
Yeah, so that means he's gained almost 300,000 subscribers. Now you go look at Hafiz's.
What is Widow
Hafiz, yo, no, I promise you this. I promise you on everything yo. The gay, like literally, if you look at Hafiz's channel, I said, let me look up this nigga real quick. His channel literally fell off a cliff like the same month, the next month after Kevin passed. His channel, if you look at his the views and the views as far as when the video came out, you scroll back, that shit died like a month after Kevin passed.
Really?
Like his thing just free fell. So literally, yeah, it free fell, man. Like his channel he got the subscribers, but his channel does not have the views. It's almost like you assume he's buying subscribers.
Okay.
Like that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So he pulled a hammer.
Hammer that fool, man.
Well, think about some of the nuggets of information, right? You guys are the the OGs. So you hear terms like gynocracy, and you hear terms like the simp chip.
Yeah,
and
I think that's it. That's it. Yeah,
you live in your life and you see something, you're like, oh my god, that makes sense. There it is, and that's happening to man after man after man, and that's why people are they're just gravitating to the space because the space has answers. That's what people are looking for. People are looking for answers, man. High schoolers, why are these girls so mean to me? Why does it work this way? Oh, maybe it's
They're
this,
listening
and
to
then
the
it
Roger
clicks.
Report in BGS. It's wild.
There it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
the thing is,
I heard somebody talk about Klingon mating strategy.
You know what's crazy?
That's
You know what's crazy?
even people in popular culture are listening to us from news stations to academics to even music artists that we don't necessarily name.
Yeah.
But we got people like, heavy hitters in the music industry that even listen to
Well,
us.
what it is their entourages are listening, and then they probably pass it along.
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy. Who you think got more subscribers? Don't look like PK. You can't answer. You're not allowed. Who you think got more subscribers? Just Pearly Things or Fresh and Fit?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think just Pearly probably
I
now.
don't know.
She's so hot. Yeah.
Fresh and Fit has 1.16 mil. Pearl has 1.19.
Damn.
Yeah,
I know Myron seems like a competitor, but
well,
I'm gonna tell you the difference.
I was trying to tell Fatty, she's in a different market. She didn't blow up until she moved. She's in a different market.
Yeah, I'm
gotta
gonna tell
take
you.
what the defense gives you, man.
She
I'm
got
gonna tell you
a
about
market of
this
80 million people that's untapped.
I'm gonna tell you about this space. When I started hearing teenagers at my son's school use the word "strag,"
Oh wow.
as a matter
Shout
of
out to
fact,
Grinch.
I didn't even realize this that Charleston White actually follows me on Instagram.
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah, poor man is at 721,000.
He blew up fast. He blew up
Yeah, he did.
He Guinness Book of World Records for how much money he made just out the corner of his house. He did the same fucking video.
Yeah.
But you know what blew him up? What happened was this book is used too. Is when they do trending topics like news topics. A lot of times they supposed to copy you. Sometimes you run a risk of getting that shit copyright strike. There was a video he did about like a Chinese news thing. That was like in China, and that shit blew up, and they never copyrighted. So if you can get away with those, man, your shit will blow. And by the way, one thing I gotta admit that Pink Book can do that we probably can't do is when people be talking about black women killing their children, that's some shit you already know they gonna get us for. Like she stay talking about shit that like, it would probably be nuclear for us to talk about it. Because they would try to shut us down and they try to call it bashing and shit. But
that said Kwame Brown is losing subscribers.
He doesn't work at it hard enough. That's why.
Kwame, that's sad because honestly, Kwame Brown could really, he probably could have easily turned that into, mediocre's at 562. Let's see what see what Steph's code is. Steph's code was blowing up. Steph's code is at 433.
Okay.
I have a conversion story in the wild to share real quick. So I've basically been shooting my brother like Edward Anderson videos and BGS videos like for the longest. He's like,
I tell you, my shit is not for public consumption, so you do that.
I know, but yeah, it's not in the workspace. It's my like actual blood brother, right? So I'm sending to him all, oh man, that's just the internet, that's social media, man. You don't know. Mind you, he's been through the ringer, divorce, all this whole nonsense, sent him down a rabbit hole, depression, all this other stuff, right? And what made it finally click for him is he basically went to go get like a hotel room or something because he was traveling for work and he paid for it with his Cash App card.
Okay.
The lady at the front was a black lady. She called the cops on him.
What?
So you got Ryan Coogler.
You got Ryan Coogler. He was like, and it's during Black History Month, and I couldn't believe it. And I was like, but I was lying, right? But it was all cap, right?
So he got his red pill wake up call.
Yes, sir. I was like, now you want to listen, don't you?
You know it's bad when you get a nigga wake up call from a black woman.
Bruh. He's like that.
Darius is at 492.
Yeah.
Shout out to Darius. He be popping up on my shit every once in a while.
Yeah, YouTube is starting to take off the restrictors on certain people.
I think that whole thing with Twitter, because I think Elon found out there was
there's bots. Yeah.
There were bots, and also they were shadow banning people on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, another thing with YouTube too is YouTube's got to compete. They probably because with YouTube Shorts especially, they really want, and probably the government wants YouTube to beat TikTok too. So they like, yo, y'all got to do something, and that's why I mean, look, man, Angry Man has always had great visuals. It ain't the only thing different. And look, his shorts be basic. I mean, look, Keep It 100 shorts are really good. I'm not hating on his stuff at all, but it ain't that much different that he's doing. And by the way, nobody's really blowing up on TikTok if anywhere Jason's face, and that includes women. So yeah, when you're having a situation where like they gotta compete with Twitch or something, like with live stream when they stop just shooting our stuff out the sky, it's when Twitch. So they was like, okay, we need to push people in live stream, and we were overperforming in live stream. Because most people, you got 1 million subscribers that you can't pull like a couple of hundred live streams. So they use the push us to deal with platforms like Twitch. And so as TikTok has kind of cornered the short form marketing, and now people know that's actually a thing. They see how I like Instagram short form, like as far as the interface and stuff more. But I probably like YouTube shorts the least, even though I use all three of them. But yeah, they gotta compete, so they gotta let off some of the levers of certain people and try to let it go. So Chiz Z is at 211, and so a lot of folks are blowing up off of that. I mean, Angry Man was at like 364 last time I checked.
Yeah, when it comes to streaming and streaming,
I bet you he felt real good when he passed O'Shea. I bet you he had.
When it comes,
What's funny because he just blew up overnight.
I bet you he had a drink.
Go ahead, PK.
I was just gonna say when it comes to streaming and streaming content, Twitch was obviously the first to do it here, and so what happened is that Twitch was mostly focused on gaming. It still is technically, I guess, sort of, not really. I don't know. They do Twitch streams these days, saying softcore porn. Yeah, but put that on our side. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're gonna put that to the side. Listen, YouTube basically came to the game like I think it was like 4 or 5 years late to streaming.
Yeah.
And so they actually had the market cornered for different types of content at the time. They still do technically, because I mean, even when you go to places like Twitch, I mean, like what are they doing generally? What's on the front page almost 99.99% of the time? It's going to be gaming. That's what they do. That's what they're known for. So I mean, yeah, but in softcore porn, but
what the gaming industry had its like own ecosystem because of stuff. So that was a lot of money in that. I'm looking at Angry Man's top video. How many views do you think his top video has as the short?
Ooh, I don't know.
17 million.
Ooh, goddamn. Okay. Well,
his second one is 8, and the video is of a white guy. Basically, a white guy changed his Wi-Fi to like something. Your wife is cheating on you.
Okay.
And basically walked up to the door. The second one is 8.6 million. The third one is 7. The fourth one is 4.6. So I mean, it ain't like that shit is crazy, man. Like I said, if somebody figures out how to convert any of those folks in like even like 0.01% into like live viewers, it's gonna be game fucking over.
Well, one thing I think is real interesting about next week, I think it's going to be real interesting to see how many people are watching the Super Bowl and comparing those numbers, because you got to know that YouTube knows, Google knows, they know what the attention is, how long people are watching, and it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of numbers are still getting traction on terrestrial TV, because
the Super. I mean, people are going to watch the Super. Because remember, I personally have YouTube TV, and I like YouTube TV. I will say that what a lot of people is going to make a lot of money on, and this doesn't really have anything to do with what you're talking about, but like when they do the live, a lot of people will do reaction videos for like Super Bowl commercials. That's going to make money, or like trailers. The short is really a good way to get in there. It's just a matter of, and by the way, here's another thing. Check this out. Starting March, they're paying for shorts. They said that in December. YouTube, they're doing shorts with AdSense. So I know him. I know Keep It 100 went from like 2,000 to he's at like 8.6 thousand in like a 2-week period. So certain people, if you can catch on the short, I mean, hey, turn your channel to a fucking short channel. It is what it is. And from what YouTube said, is they fixed the thing about breaking the algorithm because a lot of people weren't doing shorts because they do a live stream channel more. It affects it, but they said they fixed it like doing videos to where it fucks up the algorithm to where they don't show as much of the stuff. So YouTube, obviously, they're doing this stuff because they're trying to compete. But you know, you gotta take advantage of it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, guys, it is 4:00. Well, past 4:00 in the morning. I need to get me some sleep so that way I can go ahead and do the things I need to do. Any last words before we leave out?
Should have never gave you niggas YouTube. That's what I'm saying.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna be able to do the stream Saturday because I gotta close.
Okay.
So, but I
Somebody
will probably do
pick it up.
Yeah, I'll probably do a stream Wednesday or Thursday because I'm off those 2 days.
Nice.
So,
Thank you guys for having me up. I appreciate all the work you've done, DJS, and you got a large catalog. So when guys come up and they're talking like they don't know what you're talking about, I was going to actually say I found that video when you guys were talking about CC Crimson Cure.
Yeah.
And she had a video about 3, 4, or 5 years ago of people going back and forth.
Yeah.
And I spent a good 12, 15 hours just listening to the back and forth, and it's just good stuff, man. You guys got tons of it. So
Yeah.
People come up and not know what they're talking about.
I'm probably gonna announce it here. I'm gonna try to do a reboot of my women's channel. I got Ash from Alabama, a longtime follower of mine. We're gonna try to actually reboot it. We can see if we can kind of make a go of it. So look for that sometime next week. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah.
So these hoes need a spanking from their goddamn pappy. You better bring out the switch and the extension cord because they need.
Yeah, I talked to her Friday or Thursday or Friday. I think it was Thursday. I talked to her. So I told her maybe this Friday we'll try to get a test run on Friday to see how it works. If it goes well, we actually jive. We'll see what happens after that.
Have you ever considered maybe and this is just a thought, so don't take it with any sort of
No. All the suggestions are open right now.
Have you ever considered getting a more amenable female co-host that's on your end of the spectrum?
On my end of the spectrum, as far as what?
In terms of the, one that's actually decent. You know what I mean?
Somebody like Shay Sade or something like that.
Yeah.
What we can. But thing is that I'd rather do it with somebody I'm comfortable with because Ash is married and Ash has a presence on I think she's on Instagram and TikTok. So and she's gonna start trying to reboot her channel. If Shay Sade wants to come through and help us out, she sure can. Everything's open.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's not locked into anything. It was never locked into anything anyway. If Shay Sade's doing her own thing, if she wants to come along and join in, Kendra wants to come and join in, or whoever wants to come and join in, it's a woman's channel. They are welcome. They can do what they want to do.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you much success and don't drink the bleach.
Yeah, thanks, BK.
Fuck that PK. How you go drink the bleach when he's setting the table? It's his table.
And I'm bitches wolf out everybody say this bleach is looking mighty good today.
They be like, ooh, lemonade.
Ooh, yeah. Goodbye, cruel world.
It's not Soma. All right, guys.
All right.
All right, later.
Peace out, everybody.
Later.